strange arrangement.
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust them picks.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the qualifiers of the Wild Rift Icon Series in Singapore. This is the first of 2 qualifiers, and today we'll be going through the final few lower bracket as well as upper bracket matches. I'm Matt Fish Stewart. Joining me is Daryl Slim. How are you doing today?
It's very good to have you here with us, Fish. And you know, we kind of beat the joke to death about bringing you out the casting retirement home, but you look a lot more fresh today. I feel like you had a little bit more rest.
I'm wearing my retirement home clothes.
Yeah, this is like the comfy casting attire.
Yeah.
Yesterday you had that shirt on.
I tried to look like what I used to, and it doesn't work, so I just decided to be old and senile, which is a lot better.
Which explains like the mood being a bit brighter here, you know.
Yeah, you see, like, you know, just tussle up my hair a little bit.
No more wax, no need to look so proper. It's all good and chill now for Fish.
This is what I look like now that I'm out of retirement. Like, absolutely horrendous. But we can go ahead and take a look at the matches that we have today, starting with the lower bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so teams have been knocked down into the lower bracket, but the top 4 still advance into the playoffs of the Icon Series Singapore.
Yep, and it's going to be a little... Well, I want to say strange, because although the teams qualify, we won't see them play until the playoffs, but it's also a good prelude to what to expect, rather, for the playoffs in itself. We do have our eyes on some of the stronger teams, and in this lower bracket here, though, is the last chance for them to qualify through. We saw Team SGW, Team OK, you know, some of the famous names come back in here, and not really do too well in the upper brackets, and do have the chance to fight all the way through. Our first match, of course, is going to be Team LXB versus Team OK, and looking at that match, it's a best of 1. Everything on the line here. Team OK, we kind of identified them as this, you know, League of Legends PC FSL Asterix team, minus Lustreless. Team LXB, though, they have a lot to prove. I wasn't very convinced by the matches yesterday.
And these 2 teams will play in the first 2 matches of today. The winner will advance to the next round, where they will face the losers of the upper bracket semi-finals, which we'll take a look at as well. The upper bracket will still be best of 3 matches, so they will play the BO3. If anyone loses that BO3, they come down into this lower bracket, and they'll play a best of 1 to see who qualifies into the top 4. So Alliance will take on Team BDG in the first best of 3 later today, and Team NBL will take on Impunity in the second best of 3 later today.
When I look at this upper bracket, I'm like, there is no team here that I would really want to play in the lower bracket, but if I had the choice, I'd rather play BDG or Team Noblesse as opposed to Impunity or Alliance, who, you know, for yesterday's matches looked very clean.
Very strong.
Very, very strong, you know, extremely dominant. I think Alliance finished both their matches in under like 12 minutes or something. And if they drop to the lower bracket, which is going to be a surprise, everyone in the lower bracket is going to feel the pinch. You know, it's going to be a bit more competitive if the favorites do drop down. That being said, that's going to be happening later in the day. Like Fish said, it's going to be a BO3. This is our first of 2 open qualifiers. The next one is happening next week. Signups are also open all the way until Wednesday. And if you feel like, you know, you're in potential competitor, you feel like you could play better in some of the teams here, put your money where your mouth is and sign up. And of course, you know, the prizes here sponsored once again by 100+, and Secretlab makes it all that much more attractive to sign up.
Yeah, registrations for the second qualifier are still open all the way till Wednesday. So if you want to go and register a team, head over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com, and you can also find out everything you need to know about the Icon Series there as well. There is one last qualifier, which is going to be next week. Then the top 4 teams from this qualifier, as well as the next qualifier, will head into a playoff that is played between the 28th to the 30th of May.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, you know, I'm just going to go out on a limb. The next qualifier is going to be infinitely easier, because we're assuming that the stronger teams are going to qualify through, you know, this open qualifier today, and by the end of today, we'll know who's in the top 4. If you take it at face value, Impunity and Alliance, they should be making it in easily to the top 4, and then if you're looking to compete next week without Alliance, without Impunity in the pool, your chances of qualifying actually that much stronger. You know, there's that higher percentage of you making it into top 8 for the playoffs, and all the sweet prizes they're waiting for you. I feel like this is the choice people would generally make.
I mean, if things go today the way that it's expected, which is the semi-finalists in the upper bracket do eventually qualify through the lower bracket, whoever gets knocked down, then the teams that you're going to be watching in the first 2 matches today are going to be the caliber of play that you would need to live up to going into the second qualifier.
Yep. Statistically, the top 4 teams in the upper bracket should be making it through, even if 2 of them drop down. It's just the nature of like the matches from yesterday, and just looking at their performance, I think it's very much going to go that way as well.
Yeah. So we're going to get into that first match, but as as we mentioned, there's a lot up for grabs here in the Icon series. There is a $20,000 cash prize with the first place taking home $12,000, second place taking home $8,000, and the third place taking home $2,000. That's after all the playoffs have been played. And on top of that, every single podium finisher will win 3 months supply of 100+, brought to you by 100+. And the first place finisher will also take home 5 Secretlab chairs as well.
Yep, and that is also not to mention, the spot that you secure as the Singaporean representative for the Super Summer Cup that's going to be happening later on this year, and that is, going to be the amalgamation of the Icon series across all the regions, right? Every region is going to have their individual representative come through. We're going to play into a big regional tournament, and that is where I think we'll level up. We'll level up and we'll see which is the best region when it comes to Wild Rift so far, because when I've been looking at the other countries, Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam, they're all making a very strong case.
Yeah. Well, so what regions do you think so far have been, the region that would be most difficult for Singapore right now to take on? Let's say if they were to mix the current top teams that we see at the moment.
I think the two most competitive regions that we'll be going up against would be Vietnam and Philippines, right? I've been watching a lot of the Philippines games casted by one of our colleagues, Riku, and just looking at the innovation as well as the adaptation when it comes down to draft, the players themselves understand the game on a very fundamental level. They also have, players in the same nature as us, veterans from League of Legends PC and also MOBA veterans coming in. So there is that shared pool, that shared experience in the Philippine side. When I think about Vietnam, though, I think about pure mechanics. Their fingers are so good when it comes down to executing high margin for error compositions. They'll draft stuff like, oh, no way on paper should this work, but they actually, force it out and they execute so cleanly that it looks like, they're drafting gods.
Yeah, so what are the big picks that we see from other regions that might not necessarily be played here so far? Because we're seeing a lot of Lee Sin, Gragas, and Akali as the top tier bands at the moment, and then along the lines of sometimes Jarvan be taken away, sometimes Braum, sometimes Alistar. But what are we not seeing that is popular in these other regions?
So apart from the global prio picks, and I say prio picks in tier ones, you have to pick, you have to ban. Malaysia and Vietnam do tend to favor the Jarvan a bit more. I know Malaysia and Vietnam also do favor the Olaf, and this is also part of the Philippines pool where Olaf comes in as a flex between top and jungle, and they tend to couple with enchanters. The Lulus, the Jannas, the Orianas that can allow them to get into the backline and dive. Even the Seraphine and the Sonas, they play these compositions with very heavy dive style juggernauts that are supported by enchanters. So that's not something we've seen in Singapore, but in the other regions though, they're very heavy on building towards these tanky compositions. Singapore tends to be a bit more reserved, a bit more I would say leaning towards split push style compositions.
Right, we saw a lot of Camille, we saw a lot of Fiora being played top side of the map, trying to see if they can get split push going. And we didn't see too many enchanters yesterday. Right. We did towards the end of the competition.
Couple of Jannas,
couple of Lulus, a Seraphine game, but most of it so far has been, Alistar, Braum, very tanky bottom side of the map, which does go in line with what we're seeing in the Philippines Icon series, with the, triple tank composition, which is very hard to burst down, very hard to take down in very quick team fights, but Singapore has leaned more towards those very skirmish heavy, very pick heavy fighting compositions, which don't really rely on tanks.
You can also see this in the pool of ADCs. No other region really leans towards the Vayne. It's almost like a troll pick for them. But Singapore actually does occasionally pick up the Vayne to play, 1-3-1 split push composition. So you play Vayne Camille in the side lanes, and you have just an enchanter or wave clear mid, just making sure that you always have mid prio. That's something we see more in Singapore as opposed to the other regions, who also, favor 5-on-5 team fights. Sometimes they'll just draft for 5-on-5 team fights and fight from the back. Singapore is very much like, okay, we'll try our best to get a side lane advantage. We'll draft for the side lane advantage, but the execution is more often than not missing the mark for some of the lower ranked teams. I remember watching a Fiora Vayne game yesterday. I was getting very frustrated because they had 2 split pushes, but no one was using the TP enchantment. No one was split pushing on the side. They were just grouping on playing ARAM. I was like, this is not how you win a game, guys.
Yeah, and it seems that split pushing has been something that we saw very popular in all of the different regions for the Icon series, but was very much, I want to say it was very much like the previous meta, but we've only 6 months into Wild Rift. It's very hard to say previous meta when the game is still so young.
Prior to 2.2.
Prior to 2.2. Especially when there was lots of lane swaps happening, there was a lot of backdoor happening. Then the backdoor security got beefed up a little bit. Top lane turret now became a lot more fortified, so very difficult. And we're starting to see more of these team fights, but Singapore is very pick and skirmish heavy. But without further ado, we can get into the first match of today, which is going to be Team OK taking on LXB. Let's talk about this matchup quickly because it is just a best of one. Winner will move on to the final match of the lower bracket. If they win that game, they will advance into the playoffs. It takes place on May 28th to 30th. If the team loses this best-of-1 match, they will be eliminated, but they do have a chance to qualify through the second qualifier taking place next week.
I always think that lower brackets are tricky because you want to reserve strategies for like, okay, just in case we have to play anyone from the upper bracket that drops down, we have something up our sleeve, but at the same time, you can't afford to hold anything back.
Can't.
So it's like, you got to make this very fine line distinction, right, of what I'm allowed to show versus what I'm going to keep hidden. I think for most teams, the strategy or the default is to just play a composition that they've shown in the past, but clean up on execution. You can always afford to clean up on execution as opposed to like just picking a cheese strat and hoping that carries you all the way through finals, right?
I think in any sort of double elimination, single elimination qualifier, you just throw everything out right away.
Okay.
Because if you have the second chance, like qualifying through next week, you are eventually going to have to go through all your strategies. You might as well try and make it work for you right off the bat. Even though people can scout it out and try and counter it, you still can reuse that strategy and say, you know what, we're just going to be able to execute it a lot better. Let's get into picks and bans for the first match of today. It's going to be Team OK taking on LXB.
Surprising that Almost is playing instead of Aya. I thought that'd be the full female roster coming in from Team OK, so it seems that Aya is just really not on the board just yet. Almost is of course Lustreless's boyfriend, I believe, so there is gonna be, you know, a repetition of the lineup we saw yesterday. LXB though, no changes on their side as far as I can see. The draft underway, we should expect to see I think 3 bans always come up to mind, right, when you think about, you know, this particular patch of 2.2. It's Akali, it's Gragas, and it's Lee Sin that's generally banned out. The last one depends on the red side or blue side of what they feel should be a target ban. We see it lean towards Camille, we see it lean towards Ziggs, but for the most part it's always, you know, Lee Sin, Gragas, and Akali.
And it really depends on what the blue side team's trying to do. We see a lot of the first pick Gragas coming in as that flex pick for the blue team, but that often does leave a lot of the very powerful picks open as well, such as Lee Sin. Lee Sin's a great red side pick at the moment, but we do see some strong teams like Alliance try to pick it up first pick to give it over to their jungler to start making plays nice and early. And Akali has almost been permanently banned. There was only one match that was let through, and that was a very weird one because we waited all the way to like the last pick before Akali got picked anyway, even though it's been permanently banned. But we do have the first ban coming out from Team OK, and it's going to be Graves.
I think the only game we saw Akali was Team Noblest playing it, and they really punished their opponents, right? It was the Akali into the Garen matchup, and that did not work out well for them at all. Looking at this particular game, you know, the Graves ban is a bit targeted towards the jungle of LXB, but at the same time, I think Mei here has not really shown the full extent of her champion pool. I think she's still trying to adapt to the team's lineup and the direction for the team, right? As the jungler, and you probably know this if you played pro before, the jungler is the one that sets the tempo and sets the early game strategy for the team. Your pick as the jungler decides the first 4 minutes of the game. Lee Sin should be banned here. Now the question is, and this is interesting, right? Okay, I was thinking if they're going to ban out the Lee Sin, that might force LXB to consider whether they want to ban out the Akali, if not leave it open. But instead it's going to be Akali here, and then the reverse is true as well for LXB. Now they have to decide if they want to ban out the Lee Sin or leave it open for Team OK. They could still pick up the Alistar, Kai'Sa in the bot side for LXB on the reverse. So B1, if they pick Lee Sin, it's going to be most likely Kai'Sa, Alistar, R1, R2.
It's Akali being banned out. That does leave them with a few options for first pick here, depending on what LXB decides to ban.
Okay. This is, okay. Well, it was Icebear that played Garen against Noblest yesterday. Of course, that Garen, like we mentioned, didn't go too well against the Akali matchup, but now they're just target banning, right? Team OK, and they're just target banning the opponents because this is kind of how Wild Rift draft is right now. You have 2 bans on each side. You can choose to ban out the OP champs, the tier 1, tier 2s, or you can target ban and leave something open, right? And now this means that Team OK are going to get the Lee Sin, which is a very high priority pick. If they don't pick this, I'm going to be surprised.
They could also pick Diana, which has been one of Candy Burn's signature champions.
Also
and you could see that LXB were contemplating banning out Diana as that final ban, but Akali is just one of those champions you don't really want to go through as a first pick.
Diana as an option here is tough though, because okay, they're gonna go for the Camille, which could be flexed into mid or jungle, top of jungle, excuse me. And I feel like this is more often than not a Mei pick. On the other hand, this leaves the Lee Sin open and leaves the Diana open, right? So if LXB pick the Diana away, they block the Lee Sin, they have a very strong like first dragon fight composition. Like the moment they have their ultimates at dragon, they have the ability to just force so hard on their opponents. As long as everyone's on the same page, Ziggs though will be the pickup here for how to lose for LXB's side. You can see they were hovering the Lee Sin. Instead they want to counter pick possibly for the top side against the Camille. I think Malphite is a very underrated champion right now, right? So in terms of what he brings to the table, very stable laning phase, almost impossible to die solo against like these AD duelists in the sense of like Fiora and Camille. But when you hit level 5 and you join your first team fight, that is where the power comes.
Camille as well for the side of Team OK. That's the champion we saw them use to success for the comeback victory that actually moved them into this match. Able to get a very good flank to isolate 4 members of the opposition on top of Candy Burn's Diana, which is what they're going to be picking up here as well. Ziggs and Malphite, so already picking the 2 solo laners here for the side of LXB, unless we get something like Malphite going into the jungle.
Shouldn't be Fizz here. I feel like that's, yep, the Galio is the pick here. So, assuming, you know, Mei is going to be playing the Camille, which she did play yesterday, Galio Camille is one of the stronger, like, level 5 compositions too, because you're thinking about how I want to challenge for area control against LXB. Ziggs and Malphite have this area of denial. Well, Diana and Galio kind of soft counters that, right? If you're contesting Dragon, if they move into a choke, you want to be able to time those ultimates and jump in. And, well, you didn't having Camille, having Diana, having Galio is just supplementing the area control.
It synergizes very well with the Camille. Like, you have to always talk about whenever you have Diana, when you have Galio into the mix, Camille can lock one person down and suddenly turns it into a big AoE team fight. Instead, next 2 picks coming out from LXB are going to be Jarvan as well as Lux.
So both sides actually doubling down on the AoE. Like, Fish is laughing because I can see exactly what's going on in his head, right? Both LXB and Team OK are like doubling down, saying, okay, if you guys want to play wombo combo AoE, we're going to do it. LXB, they pick up the Lux and Jarvan.
They just dive on top of each other.
Literally, like, you lock them in Cataclysm, that laser is gonna hit whoever's inside, right? And then Team OK are like, yes, we will do Wukong and Ezreal because we also want to line up our skill shots and wombo combo you. The Corki here is a good scaling answer to the Ezreal. The reason why we don't see Kai'Sa in this particular game because she takes a bit too long to come online for this composition. They want to hit level 5, they want to press the ults, and they want to fight. Corki does that exceptionally well once he hits Triforce, and so does Ezreal once he hits like Tear Sheen and potentially Triforce.
Corki can also contribute to that big wombo once he picks up the package as well, can dive on in and do a lot of AoE damage. So can Ezreal with his True Shot Barrage. So team's very much looking for a big press R team composition on both sides. I keep saying press R. You can't really press R in Wild Rift.
It's press third skill. I feel
tap.
Press the bottom right corner of your screen.
Tap big skill. Tap the big button.
True.
Big button team comp. There we go. Done.
Big button team comp. Yeah, this
Big
is pretty much a big
button
button team comp from both sides, right? When you look at it, I feel like Team OK have a tougher, I want to say tougher way of executing, right? Because they need to lock down the priority targets. You don't want to commute out the Malphite, you don't want to commute out the Jarvan. So you need to get on top of the Ziggs, on top of the Corki, on top of the Lux to make this composition work. The reverse is not true for LXB though. As long as they hit their outs on like 2 or 3 people, be it, you know, Malphite out or Ziggs out, they should be good to go. So they have a lot more collateral damage on the sidelines.
What about laning phase here? Because whenever we see 2 compositions that are fairly similar
in terms of win conditions,
especially, we always look towards the laning phase to see what matchups are going to be winning, and then how is the jungle going to impact those matchups to see where the upper hand is achieved.
I love that you brought that up because now How to Lose is probably going to be very cautious when he lanes. You think about Diana Camille, that level 2, level 3 gank potentially could kill the Ziggs if he overextends. We saw this happen to How to Lose yesterday when he was playing the Ziggs. Always overextended past the river and got punished. Early on it was like a flash and barrier burn during his game, and then after that they came back for the regank, got the easy kill, right? So if I was How to Lose here, I'll play super cautious and have my jungler like babysit mid for a little bit. The problem is, Jarvan going up against the Camille is like a really bad matchup when it comes to the 2-on-2. Camille's hook shot lockdown is almost guaranteed, whereas Jarvan, you gotta finesse it a little bit, you know. The EQ has to be spot on to either commit to locking down the Diana or commit to locking down the Camille. If you miss, you're sending yourself into your own doom.
I don't think we're going to see Camille going into the jungle though. Just looking at the
so
loading
Wukong,
screen
right?
now, it's Wukong that does go into the jungle, so a little bit easier in that 2-on-2. Jarvan does have the crowd control. Wukong can deal a bit of damage, but doesn't really want to try and get these early fights off. Does mean though that it's going to be Malphite going up against Camille topside map. That's going to be a
really
difficult matchup. But without further ado, let's get into our first match of the day. It's going to be Team OK taking on LXB on the Wild Rift.
I would have liked Wukong into Malphite a bit more. We see this in Vietnam because Wukong takes Conqueror and has like a early armor reduction on his first skill. It makes the matchup into Malphite a lot more palatable. It makes it easier for you to bully him out. And also because you do have some level of evasion from the decoy and a bit more mobility, it's a lot better than the Camille who, like, once she hookshots in, has to commit to the fight. Mayo, though, is cheesing this. She's not going to really find anything. The Malphite player is smart enough to avoid this. She's actually going to miss one CS, but come in to pick up the EXP all the same. This bot side, though, Almost and Clara are going to get punished. They're not going to hit level 2 in time. So if the Lux and Corki want to play aggressive, they could get the early kill.
I really enjoyed watching Twitch chat yesterday because a couple of the the FSL and who was it? Lustrous was in the chat yesterday.
She was, yep.
Talking to everyone that she wasn't playing, and she was saying, look at how well we play when we don't care about macro. I thought that was absolutely hilarious.
I mean,
because they were doing really good macro plays and it was coming back and biting them. It wasn't necessarily their fault, just a little bit poor execution. I said, like, you know what? Screw this. We're just gonna go kill them all, and then they came back from a 10,000 gold deficit.
All they did was press the big button.
Yeah, they're
all
like,
they
you
did
know
was
what?
press the big button.
Doesn't matter. Waves crashing in. Just let the minions die. It's perfectly fine. We kill them and we win the game, and that's exactly what happened.
The setup is actually pretty bad. It's going to be pushing out towards the Malphite, I think. Mei should not be able to find a gank here. If anything, just sitting here to make sure that if the Jarvan comes in, will be unsuccessful with that gank.
Camille does have very good sustain in this matchup. Does have very good dueling power, but Malphite does have a lot of poke damage in this matchup. And you have to remember that when he slams the ground next to you, you're going to lose a lot of attack speed as well, which hurts dueling champions.
The
like
first
Wukong,
item,
like Camille.
The first item, Rebel Vest for Ice Bear, is going to make this matchup that much more difficult because now you don't have healing and it's like a natural counter to your autos, right? Although that Q2 is going to do true damage, but still, it hurts. It doesn't allow you to trade as efficiently as before once he picks up the Rebel Vest. Looking at current state of things, the junglers are actually mirrored on the side of the map, but the Jarvan is lying in wait here as this wave pushes out. Broccoli Boy could look to make this gank happen. They can force it, but no. The spot lane's just basic. This is mistimed. I don't think you should show there. Now your top side is...
He was just trying to prevent the back, it looks like. Not sure why Lux didn't go back to base though, and Lux just threw out another ability which is going to make the wave push. Very curious coming out. Yeah, very curious coming out from the bottom side. I thought the Jarvan trying to stop the base was fine, delay them a little bit longer. But now shoving it back in the opposite direction. A bit of a misplay from Grizz, I believe.
But you saw what Mayo did immediately. Jarvan chose bot side. She just walked up and punished Ice Bear because she knows like there's no way Jarvan can be here. So she's walking up and making like the Malphite view pressured, having to back off and deny CS, using tactical sweep as well as the hookshot for pressure.
Does feel like Ice Bear's doing perfectly fine though. You see the passive coming out from Malphite, constantly giving him that big shield. Using area as well to poke is quite nice.
Should see the gold lead towards Mayo though if we bring up the gold. I feel like the Camille should be up just a little bit in terms of gold advantage. 2.6 to 2.6. Okay, it's still pretty even overall. Yeah, so Ice Bear holding his own, and I feel like yesterday when we saw him play the Garen into the Kali, he was getting bullied out, right? In this matchup, a lot more comfortable. It's a lot more Malphite-sided as well, so it does help. Coming for the gank, Broccoli Boy is 0 for 2 when it comes to hitting the lanes.
Funny enough, where we see the biggest difference right now is in the bottom lane, where Corki has been farming significantly better than Ezreal at this point in time.
Yeah.
Might see the first big fight of the match as well as Cloud Dragon spawns. We saw laser beam thrown up by Lux. Flash away from Grizz, very nice flash. True Shot Barrage comes in for some good damage. Ziggs is here for a good amount of damage as well. Knocking one back, picking up first blood. That looked like it was going the way of Team OK, but great counterplay from LXB.
They couldn't commit to finishing off the Jarvan nor the Lux because the Cataclysm held them in place, and well, Wukong wasn't there, and Mei, again, you know, kind of late to arrive into the fights. I feel like this plug-and-play jungler is facing some issues, right? Her team's making the calls, she's not following through, the package comes out, and they might be able to convert if Malphite wants to use this unstoppable force, though.
Good damage from Almost. He's able to duel out the Corki, who forced the package use on top of the Ezreal. So Almost now down to about, you know, just under 200 hit points. It's going to be difficult for him to continue this fight. Ezreal is fairly safe, but there are lots of burst damage, champions on the side of LXB. If he gets caught in one of those spell rotations, he might fall. Does find honey fruit for himself, but everyone is really posturing to see if they can go for this dragon play. Big team fight about to take place. Mayonnaise goes in first, locks out one champion. Big Lux Laser comes out, so does the Mega Inferno Bomb. Taunt coming out from Claria, looking to try and lock more players down. Candyburn can't quite find a way into this team fight. It's a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of LXB.
Yep, not sure that Mayo made the right call there to engage alone. She was inside the brush, her team was just behind her on the cliff above, and she instantly went down because they focused all the damage onto the Camille. She's not very tanky at this point. In fact, she's building towards Trinity Force, I believe, so she has no health to work with. LXB get the first dragon to Cloud, which gives them that mobility to move around the map, but they're on the board. They're making the right calls. They're fighting together. Again, like I said, Team OK's margin for error when it comes to executing the press big button composition is a lot worse. They need to focus the right targets.
And very difficult to focus down Malphite as your first key target in that team fight too. Yes, it's very early on. Not many items have been picked up. Malphite doesn't quite have the tankiness that you'd expect, but still is a very naturally tanky champion, especially with the passive giving him a nice shield before he starts any fight too.
I mean, when you look at the value of, say, Camille versus Malphite, right? If Malphite hits out on 3 people, hits the ground pound, and then dies, that's still value. But Camille has to stay alive through all that, has to kill at least one person to make her presence felt. I feel like in terms of execution, the Malphite is worth a lot more. So LXB, they're still playing their composition the right way, right? Grouping up and using their team fights on priority targets, whereas Team OK, they've been pulling the trigger on the wrong people. So right now, they're shifting their attention to the top side because Rift Herald is up. They're holding here just in case they walk up. They
Looking for a gang, they find the taunt, locking down 2, almost going to pick up the first kill. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out, but only does damage to the decoy. They want to fight back, almost takes quite a bit of damage from the Lux Laser. But Camille is locked down, Jarvan on the flip side. Cataclysm comes out to kill some space. Candyburn jumping in, getting good damage onto the Jarvan, not enough to take it down. Mayonnaise looking for the fight still. Malphite comes in, slams the ground, doesn't get enough damage. Candyburn's now trying to escape. Wukong get the first kill of that fight. Candyburn gets smited down by Broccoli Boy. Claria looking to fight back. Killing Spree goes out to the Ziggs. Very, very messy team fight. It's just a 2-for-1 trade in favor of LXB once again.
Now, Fish, why did that fight go really badly for Team OK? They split their focus on multiple targets. The Diana jumped in, tried to get the finishing touches on the priority members, but they all split their attention. There was a Malphite in the backlines. They weren't particularly sure who to kill first. LXB, all said and done, they get the Rift Herald and they make it a 2-for-2 trade because Enigma did die early based on that pick in the top Death Rush. So Team OK, they need to get on the same page. It might be early, maybe they haven't had their coffee yet, but they're all misfiring onto the wrong targets. They need to call their targets together.
It's opened up a 3,000 gold lead for LXB as well. Mayonnaise in some trouble. Or not. Hookshot just gets him away. Perfectly fine. There's been a flip though. Oh my goodness, Grizz doesn't even throw out the bind, just says, you know what? Here's 2 of my abilities, have fun. Forces the honey fruit out.
It's only gonna get worse once she picks up the Awakened Soul Stealer. Right now she's on Ludens, and she first item rushed Ludens, by the way. This is so greedy, but it works out because she's chunking
and is
squishies.
And is far ahead in terms of gold. 4,200 gold for Lux. If you compare that to, say, Ezreal on the opposite side, 4,600 gold, you're not that far behind when you are a support.
The 2-item spike for LXB on this Lux is going to be massive. Like we said, you know, Awakened Soul Stealer, each takedown you get, it lowers the cooldowns of your ultimates and overall power.
You're comboing this Lux with a Ziggs, with a Malphite, with a Jarvan. Any lockdown, you're going to have an instant Mega Inferno Bomb from the Ziggs, an instant laser coming out from Grizz. That should almost, no, not even almost, that should be enough to kill any of the major carries on the side of Team OK.
It definitely kills the Ezreal. Camille at this point is probably going to die too until she gets the Steric Gauge. So right now they're trying to kill Ice Bear, but this is not the target you want. He's unstoppable, forced to get out. Can't even hit the taunt, and he's going to use the flash to get away. Saves his ultimate because he knows his team is rotating down. They have the package as well, so they could force this fight with the ultimate. It's a good use. He uses the flash instead and keeps that knockup available.
Candyburn scouting out the dragon. Is an infernal dragon, something teams will like to fight for. Camille is on the top side of the map. No, oh no, does have teleport available, so is split pushing. Looking to see if they can find a way to come back in. Rift Herald's been dropped into the mid lane, making sure the Team OK have to split their focus. Dragon's down to half health. True Shot Barrage comes up almost, just clips a couple of the players. Camille is trying to wander over towards the Dragon Pit, decides not to. Team OK decide not to go for the fight as well.
This is the problem we saw yesterday with Team OK. Every time an objective was being taken by LXP or any other opposing team, right, they just watch and wait for it to go down instead of contesting across the map. What they could have done there was just focus on getting mid prior. Hold on.
Fight comes in, Malphite forces it, Java jumps in as well. Now Wukong with a big knock-up. Candy Burn! Pulling everyone back! That's a big wombo combo return from Team OK! Knocking down the final member, almost joins the fight as well. Not quite an ace. One last person left running away from this team fight, but a massive turnaround from the jungle mid lane combo.
You know what? Lustrous is right. Forget all the macro stuff. Just press big buttons. You guys will win. Like, why bother playing macro? Like, it's okay if you make the macro mistakes if you're team fighting like that. Oh my god, that was a wombo combo.
Corki was missing from that team fight. Split pushing in the bottom lane does take a turret for LXB, so they get something in return. Still, it was a good initiation from Ice Bear. Great follow-up from Broccoli Boy, but they didn't have the damage to kill Galio. And there was a quick turnaround from Mei as well as Candy Burn, comboing out the ultimates together.
When you use all your ultimates like that from LXB's side, you need to get a kill and instantly reset or back off, right? They couldn't get the opening kills, and Clario with a 4-man taunt rather was able to buy time for the rest of Team OK to come in. LXB, they're still ahead in terms of gold, but it means a lot less when, you know, you're matching core item versus core item. So like right now, 2K is not an item lead. It's a small component that several people might have, but overall, I'm waiting for, you know, Team OK to hit the right notes again on these executions. Forget the macro, forget the big picture plays, just hit these teamfight ultimates and win the 5-on-5s.
And that fight has brought the gold lead slightly back. LXB are still in the lead, and they still have 2 elemental dragons. Grouping up now as 4, 5 in the mid lane. Package is available for Corki, but they're kind of just meandering. Just looking down mid lane saying, is this ARAM or is this Wild Rift?
Mayo's pretty smart. She understands that, hey, if there's going to be 4 or 5 in mid, I have TP. I'm going to play the side lanes, and this is exactly what we're looking for.
And is the only person with TP now as well.
So she has the teleport enchantment. She understands her value in terms of split pushing. Once she gets caught out, though, this is the moment that her team needs to move into the Baron pit. Once you see Jarvan here, you see Malphite here, they need to call for the Baron.
Fantastic flash away from Mayo. There are too many players at the moment. Uses the ultimate to try and jump away. Had to lose, forced to use Zhonya's. Mayo, if she has a hook shot, can jump away and does. Buys a lot of time for Team OK to move towards the Baron pit. This is the right play to make. Mayo not getting back to base just in time. Grizz is there. Can they go for the steal with Lux? There goes the laser! Steals it away! Grizz, the hero the team needs right now. Makes sure the macro play doesn't work out. Team OK desperately trying to fight back. Everyone is forced to run away. Grizz makes the miracle steal.
This is like the upside down. We're in Stranger Things right now. They make the correct macro play there, but they fumble the micro again. Like, you ask any team 10 on 10, that is the dream situation. Camille split pushing bottom side, and then you call the attention from the enemy to come and gank you, your team moves to take Baron.
And Camille got away. It was the perfect world for Team OK. They had everything they wanted, but Grizz decided that not today. Not today. Perfectly timed combo from the Lux makes it incredibly difficult to smite out. Big team fight is brewing. Corki goes down very low, but nobody dies. So Team OK close to the fountain are going to be able to heal back up, but that is a base turret being taken down in the mid lane.
This is the upside down fish. I feel so awful looking at it. Like, that was the correct play by any measure. And yeah. Oh man.
Give up macro, you know, that's the plan. Give up macro, win the game.
Okay, looking at things right now though, 3k goalie for LXB, they get the mid inhibitor. Right now the objective to contest is the Ocean Dragon though. This is gonna fill up their checklist in terms of how to close out the game. After this it's gonna be Inferno.
It's the perfect Hail Mary. They have to try and go for a team fight here because Team OK are gonna slowly bleed out if they don't. Mei is looking to jump in for the fight, doesn't get the dragon, now forced inside a bad position. Candy Burn as well as almost take a lot of damage in that spot. Mei is going to fall, they're gonna sacrifice their jungler. Not the Hail Mary play they were looking for. and they lose their jungle in the process.
Well, the thing is, it's okay to lose the Wukong there because there's nothing left on the map to take. So you try your luck in a 50-50 steal, even if you die, you're not going to lose anything beyond, like, what, you already lost the inhibitor, bot wave and top wave is being pushed up right now. Losing the jungle there and waiting for Mei to respawn is not the worst thing in the world, right? You get a very big gain, you probably potentially steal away the Ocean Dragon, but worst case scenario, you just lose a couple of waves.
Package is available for LXB if they do decide to go back to base. Baron buff has expired, so a bit of breathing room for Team OK now. 4,000 gold behind this late into a match is not a huge deficit, but still is something that LXB can use in their favor. Mayo is desperately trying to split push against Malphite. Pulling Malphite away from this team fight is not a horrible idea. That is a huge source of initiation that LXB cannot rely on during these fights.
Package is available, like you mentioned. I feel like LXB need to recall here. If they fight this fight without buying, they have a lot of gold in their pockets.
Oh, that's a laser being used though. Mayo decides to capitalize on it. Goes for the initiation. Galio doesn't quite get the initiation he wanted to go for either. Java jumps in. Everyone is going in with their wombo combos. Malphite's even joined the fight. Team OK pick up the first kill. Mayo is trying to desperately deal damage to the backlines. Everyone is blinking on health bars. Almost is going to flash and arcade shift away. Has to dodge the last few team shots. Can't get away from the Cataclysm. Shut down from Jarvan. A trade back with the turret. But Team OK's base is almost in shambles. Mayonnaise coming back in from the fountain up to heal him back up. Candyburn is here as well. Team OK repelled the fight 3-2.
There was no macro there. It's just, you know, a couple of small mistakes on both sides. Galio missing the ultimate Clarion, did not get the hero's entrance on the right angle. Meanwhile, LXB, they fumble the target focus, which is why a lot of Team OK was able to get away with blinking red health bars. LXB, they need to be calling them targets this time. The mistake is on them to not finish off the low enough members on Team OK. We've seen this Baron before, Fish. We know how this goes. Team OK, they need to kill off the Ziggs first.
Well, Ziggs is going to be repelled away, but now they know they're doing Baron. I'm not sure if they have vision on the objective, but remember, Lux's laser has a much longer range in this game. Baron does go over to Team OK. Camille loses the Guardian Angel, is now trying to get out of the sticky situation. Ice Bear doesn't decide to follow up. Mayonnaise losing that Guardian Angel, not going to be too great, but this is exactly what Team OK needed to try and stop the bleeding against LXB. Only 2,000 gold behind now.
First Baron stolen by the wombo combo from Grizz, and granted, that's a lot of burst damage in a couple of seconds, right? You throw out the E into the laser, of course you pick that up. Second one though has been smited away by Mei, so they will secure that buff. And now they can reset the lanes. Now this Camille on the side lane, split pushing against the Malphite, even though she doesn't have GA, is going to be able to empower the minions to push up that much quicker. Just needs to drop back, escort the wave. You'll see her do that right now.
They do have to worry about what's the big dragon called?
The Elder?
Yes, the Elder Dragon. They do have to worry about Elder Dragon. That's coming up soon. 3 dragons already taken by LXB.
It's Elder Mountain 2, so LXB wants this even more. Just because they have 2 very tanky members in the form of the Jarvan as well as the Malphite. That particular Elder Mountain buff is going to be worth a lot more, whereas Team OK, they don't really have the biggest tanks. Even Galio at this point is not a big tank.
It's 20 seconds. Candyburn is still split pushing top side of the map. Doesn't have teleport to join this fight.
They need mid prio first. You can see they're rotating to clear out the mid wave and then gain control on the Elder Mountain Dragon here. All the while, Mayo and Candyburn are just keeping the side lanes pushed because they know they can secure this if they can keep the side pressure going. I don't talk about macro because I feel like I'm going to jinx Team OK here if they play the macro as I instruct.
They still have the Baron buff which they can work with, and Candyburn is slowly chipping away at Ice Bear, but they do have to be careful because this could turn into a disastrous team fight at any second. Oh no, Diana gets a solo kill onto Ice Bear top side of the map, so this could only become a 4-on-4. Priz looking for a steal, so is How to Lose, but Mayonnaise has other plans for this duo. How to Lose is stuck inside the Camille ultimate. Dragon does fall, it goes to Team OK. Galio's now going to try and turn into this fight as well. Grizz taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Camille's going to die inside the base in the one-on-one against Corki. Everyone from Team OK is trying to pile on in with this Mountain Dragon. They get a good team fight, take the objective, and they could be marching towards LXB's base.
Yeah, they need to push out the midway first, and remember the inhibitor on their side is down, so that laser actually does decent damage. Okay, just be careful. Hold that Elder Mountain. You just need to be out of combat for a bit. You get the shield back up. It's quite obnoxious at this point. You can see every couple of seconds they have this proxy amount of health to work with. Even though it's not the best Elder Dragon for them, it still gives them the extra breathing room against the poke from the Corki, the Ziggs, the Lux. So we saw them take that dragon fight in spectacular fashion. No macro, just dive the backline, Mayo killing off the prime targets. All they have to do is just keep the focus on the prime targets.
Oh, it wasn't me. It was Candy Burn that got the solo kill against Ice Bear, then tried to go in against Corki. If Candy Burn was able to take down Corki, that would have been game over.
Yep,
that would have been a broken Nexus top side of the map.
You must remember too that how to lose on this Ziggs is their only form of wave play, only form of reliable wave play, right? You don't want the Corki to be using missiles too much before the fight, and neither do you want to use the laser to clear the wave out. Whereas Ziggs, Hextech Minefield as well as these bouncing bombs make short work of the waves. Baron has spawned right now. You can see Mayo again split pushing. I've seen this before. I'm a bit worried because there's a ward in the pit. They're not sweeping that out. They're just baiting this particular objective.
But the buying time for Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is more than happy to continue split pushing even if Baron's not taken. Slowly take objectives, put a lot of pressure on the bot side of the map.
Stealing camps away too. Big value. Does no one have a sweeper on their side? They're not going to be able to bait this unless they clear out the ward. See if anyone has a sweeper. Hello?
They can always wait. The ward will eventually expire. There's no rush at the moment for Team OK. They can continue with Mayonnaise splitting in the bottom side of the map. Super minions pushing in the mid lane does also make it hard for them to suddenly rotate, but they do have super minions pushing on the top side of the map as well.
Candy Burn's gonna escort the wave in, and that is gonna force a response from Corki and the Lux to go and deal with that. Knowing that Enigma and Grizz are up there, oh my god, look at the chunk!
A single low sweep and a single kick coming out from Camille is enough to take Ice Bear down to half his health, but look at this. The gang squad makes their way towards the bottom side. Not too risky given that the rest of Team OK is pushing quite heavily in the mid lane. Baron wards have expired, but that's a package being picked up by Corki.
They definitely want to force this right now. They can't just keep Mayo on the bot side and have the Malphite deal with her, because we saw how much damage that Mayo does against this Malphite in this matchup. It's true damage, by the way, on the second Q, so the precision protocol actually hurts a lot no matter how much armor you have. So it's going to be cutting through that.
And I like what Team OK is doing here. They're not forcing the Baron, they're just going straight into Fog of War every single time they can, forcing the rest of LXB to rotate into the red side of the jungle. Very difficult for them to deal with the split push, the wave pushing top side of the map, and the disappearing Team OK. Gives them time to head back to base. Could be an item power spike, a couple of gold coins they need to spend. And that's a teleport from Malphite being burnt. Ice Bear thought that he needed to get into these spots, but no one from Team OK was there.
This results in Mayo having a teleport advantage over Ice Bear in the side lane, so immediately she just walks back to the bottom side knowing that she can split push, whereas the Malphite is going to be unable to join in. This is big here. As long as she has pressure, they can force the 5v5 on that Baron. LXB, they're running out of resources, they're running out of time here. As long as that top wave also is being pressured by Candy Burn, the map control is getting smaller and smaller, and they're getting choked out. LXB have to pull the trigger soon. Otherwise, they're gonna get choked out and suffocated from this game.
"23 minutes in. Lead is in favor of Team OK, but when you're 82,000 gold into the match, it's gonna be very, very different. It's not. Sorry, I can't do one sleep. But when you're this far, when you're this deep into a match, 83,000 to 78,000 gold.
It's not a big
difference anymore. It's about 1 or 2 items, but when you have this many items built by everyone, it doesn't matter too much. Broccoli Boy has been caught out slightly. Used the Cataclysm. Mega Vertibomb does a lot of damage. But Lux Laser just splits the goalpost. Doesn't get anything for it.
They're pulling and pushing, right? Team OK here, they're not fully committing to the fight. They don't want to lose members. All they need to do is just allow LXB to walk up so that Mayo can take the bot inhibitor. They open up majority of the map. Mayo might just die here. They need reinforcements. Otherwise, she's just going to die without any help. She manages to get over, pop the GA, but Baron is being started right now by Team OK.
Let's see what Team OK can do to turn this one around. Mayonnaise is going to be taken down, but they do get the Baron. Candy Burn! 5-man wombo combo into Zhonya to stay alive, chasing down the last few members of LXB. Ziggs goes into stasis, but Wukong is there to spin. Claria even going to try and chase to the back lines to Jarvan, can't go anywhere anymore. Flags and drags straight into the Justice uppercut, forced to flash away, almost trying to chase down. Icebear, Hail Mary ultimate, not enough. Taunt comes out for Claria into the Justice Plus once again. Team OK have done it. Mayonnaise stalled long enough for Baron to be picked up. That's just the GA that's going to go away. The Cataclysm is only going to buy more time for the Ace, and with the Baron buff, Team OK have done it again. Another comeback victory.
Yo, all the games that they've been winning, you know, snatching from the jaws of defeat have been off this Diana. Candy Bird has been playing out of her mind.
Just give up macro.
Give up macro, just hit these 5-man outs, right? So easy. Why we play Mapfish? We just run and press outs. That's all.
You see, look, they played macro the correct way and they lost Baron. Then decided, you know what? Screw the macro, and they win the game.
I have to say though, towards that last Baron, they did make the right macro decision.
Of course.
They pulled forward from the fight and say, okay, you guys want to fight us? You can pop all your outs here. We might take this. Once all the outs have been expanded, they drop back. Even though they're low on health bars, they drop back. They know that they have the breathing room from the Elder Mountain Dragon. Once Mayo takes bot inhibitor, that forces LXB into a lose-lose situation. Do we kill the Camille here, or do we give up Baron?
Mayo definitely played fantastic. Mayo and Candy Burn played fantastically. The way that Mayo was able to handle, in fact, this must be joking about macro, the way that Mayo handled the macro in that game, it's beautiful to watch. Making sure it was constantly being split pushed against a Malphite, keeping Malphite away from the team fights, forcing them to very difficult situations as well, and playing it well with Candy Burn. When Candy Burn was able to jump in and juggle the macro and juggle the split pushing too, it was good.
This is the advanced level of macro I expect to see from an established team with the synergy on majority of its core members. Like, even when they play on the PC, the level of macro that they possess, you know, is displayed here. So I'm not surprised to see Team OK do this. It took them a while to warm up. You know, yesterday they weren't firing on all cylinders just yet, but today they're here to play, and they definitely want to make it into the playoffs. Oh man, look at the goal of Mayo. Jeez.
Yeah. Team OK take that match against LSB to move into the next round of the lower bracket. Before we head into the next game though, we do have highlights from that last match. Kill some space, Candy Bird jumping in, getting good damage onto the Java, not enough to take it down. Mayonnaise looking for the fight still. Malphite comes in, slams the ground, doesn't get enough damage. Candy Bird's now trying to escape. Wukong get the first kill of that fight. Candy Bird gets smited down by Broccoli Boy. Claria looking to fight back. Killing Spree goes out to the Ziggs. Very, very messy team fight.
And just instead of contesting across the map, what they could have done there was just focus on getting mid prio. Hold on.
Fight comes in, Malphite forces it, Java jumps in as well. Now Wukong, the big knockup. Candy Bird pulling everyone back. That's a big wombo combo return from Team OK. Knocking down the final member, almost joins the fight as well. Not quite an ace. One last person left running away from this team fight, but a massive turnaround from the jungle mid lane combo.
You know what, Luster?
So Mayo decides to capitalize on it, goes for the initiation. Galio doesn't quite get the initiation he wanted to go for either. Java jumps in, everyone is going in with their wombo combos. Malphite's even joined the fight. Team OK pick up the first kill. Mayo is trying to desperately deal damage to the backlines. Everyone is blinking on health bars. Almost is going to flash and arcade shift away. Has to dodge the last few team shots. Can't get away from the Cataclysm. Shut down from Jarvan. A trade back with the turret, but Team OK's base is almost in shambles. Mayonnaise coming back in from the fountain after healing back up. Candy Burn is here as well. Team OK repelled the fight 3-2.
There was
taken down, but they do get the bear.
Oh
Candy Burn! 5-man wombo combo into Zhonya's to stay alive, chasing down the last few members of LXB. Ziggs goes into stasis, but Wukong is there to spin. Claria even going to try and chase to the back lines too. Jarvan can't go anywhere anymore. Flags and drags straight into the Justice uppercut, forced to flash away, almost trying to chase down. Icebear, Hail Mary ultimate, not enough. Taunt comes out for Claria into the Justice Plus once again. Team OK have done it. Mayonnaise stalled long enough for Baron to be picked up. That's just the GA that's going to go away. The Cataclysm is only going to buy more time for the Ace, and with the Baron buff, Team OK have done it again. Another comeback victory.
Yo, all the games that they've been winning, you know.
And with that, Team OK will move into the final match of the lower bracket, where they'll await the loser from one of the semi-final best of threes. But we will be getting into the final best of one that we have before going into those matches, which will be Celestials taking on SGW.
Yep, so looking at SGW, not sure if they've recovered from, you know, the loss yesterday. I feel like they need some time to reset and come back in. Of course, there is that veteran leadership as well as the experience in a lot of the players in the SGW squad that allows them to kind of take a step back and assess their mistakes, right? They've come from multiple MOBAs in the past, as well as have experience in League PC, so this is not new to them. It's not something that they don't have any experience with.
Right after the match for the best of one, we'll go into that break, and we'll also have Alliance taking on BDG, which
That's a nice one.
I believe will be the loser of that match will be the team that Team
Plays
OK
against
has to
Team
play
OK,
against. Then the loser between Team Impunity, as well as, I'm gonna get the name wrong.
It's Impunity and Noblesse.
Yes, Noblesse. Team Impunity against Noblesse will be the loser of that match will be going up against the winner of Celestials taking on SGW here today. So we still have a lot on the line for all these teams.
Yep.
What is scary though is the night and day performance you see when you have, say, Team OK going up in that last match, which was very close comeback finish, versus Team OK against Impunity, which was a one-sided affair. And that's what we're going to have to see. How do they then take what they learned from these last few games and how that even the loss they had against Impunity, and even in this case was SGW, did they have enough time to recoup and recover from what happened yesterday? How do they then use all that information to try and make that upset in the final match?
I think Day 2 always gives a truer reflection of the team's full potential, because now they're warmed up, now they kind of know what the pool of opponents look like. That being said, in that first best of one, Team OK looks super clean when it comes down to macro play. There's a lot that, there's a lot that can be said about their micro, right? We joke about them just completely ignoring the macro and playing these team fights out. On the backs of like Mayo and Candyburn, like they are looking very solid. Going up against the losers of BDG and Alliance is going to be tough though, because those two teams also have like a wealth of macro. When you look at Alliance, they understand what everyone has to do without even talking. Like they know what the next steps are when it comes to the big picture. So I think they do have their work cut out for them, but they're looking in good form to take them on still. That being said, when we look at Celestials right now going up against SGW is the team with Haki in the mid lane, previously known as Cyrus, who was the mid laner for Team Sequence in preseason. They didn't place too well. I think they came in 3rd place, and now they've reformed with Haki as the captain, or Cyrus if you want to call him that, and getting this new squad and new roster in. All young players, not young, all new players to this team, and relatively freshly formed as well.
Yep. So they had an okay preseason. I mean, coming 3rd is not a bad placement for the preseason itself, but I mean, upper bracket didn't go very well for them. And in the context of this tournament, once you move down to the lower bracket, you are on that best of one elimination mode. So if they lose this match, that's it. They have to come back next week and try and qualify again. Although they do have that second chance, it's still not something, like if you're this close, you just have to win 2 more games in order to qualify for the playoffs. You're that close, you really want to try and make it all the way.
I am going to go out on a limb and say that SGW, even if they don't qualify this week, judging from the team's goals and what they're looking to do and what the captain wants to do with the players, they're definitely going to apply next week, because it's all about the learning experience. It's all about developing the talents and building an ecosystem where they can train and all get on the same page. Haki himself said that he picked these players because he saw a lot of potential in them. It's not because they're like plug and plays pub superstars, right? It's not they're all number 1 on challenger ladder. It's more of like these players have the potential, and he wants to maximize that by training with them and giving them the experience that comes in a structured environment, in a structured team that enables coaching, enables them to grow.
And I think that's one of the biggest differences we've seen in teams during the Icon series so far. It's the teams that have the coach behind them and has been working with them to develop strategies, tactics, and understand team synergy and cohesion, versus the teams that are just, the bunch of friends that are trying to work together to improve. Still very strong teams, but they just don't have that next level decision making that teams with the coaches have had so far.
That's the tough part. That's always the tough part, right? And where do you get that? You kind of have to learn from your mistakes. It comes at a price. You lose games, you get the structure in, you find out what works and what doesn't. It's not like you're gonna wake up one day like Einstein, like Eureka, I know how to train a team and coach.
But that's how I wake up.
Oh,
every
okay. Well,
is this not normal?
No, I wake up kind of grumpy on one side of the bed. I'm like, I wish I could go to sleep for another 15 minutes, snooze all 4 of my alarms, and then wake up after that. It happened this morning, man.
See, you have to always wake up like Einstein. That's how you get a good coach in your team. But I think Alliance has been the biggest showing when it comes to what the difference is of a very structured organization looks like. Sure. Picks and bans always on point. They always know exactly what they want to do at any point during the game, and it's one of the reasons why one of the most feared teams in Singapore at the moment.
When we see the prelude to, like, say, Super Summer Cup, right? Alliance being one of the definitive teams when it comes to representing Singapore, and I say definitive in the sense that like if they do represent us, they're gonna do us proud. That structure helps a lot, right? When you play against international teams as well, when you play international events, and you play against competitors at that caliber, when you have that structure and you lose against them, you learn a lot more as opposed to like a 5-man group of friends going in for fun and then getting stomped by like, you know, the Vietnamese teams or Malaysian teams, because then it's not so much of a learning opportunity. You don't grow as much as compared to a team with a coach with a structure like, okay, this is what the team is doing that, well, that we can learn from.
Right, and I think events like this are always the best way to learn too. As much as, you know, they don't learn as well as the structure that you were talking about, you can still come into these events, do what you can, and then go back to the drawing board like, hey, how do we fix this? How do we make it better? And that's the beauty of having next week's qualifier as well. And until Wednesday, you still have a chance to sign up for the qualifier if you're interested in putting a team into the Wild Rift Icon Series for Singapore. Head over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com. We can find out more information and sign up a team if you like.
Yep, I believe we should be into picks and bans soon. Coming in here for our next lower bracket best of one is Celestial going up against SGW. Both of them had rough matches. I think SGW on their side were the teams that dropped games to Alliance, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
And they got spanked pretty hard, not gonna lie. Alliance did outclass them quite a bit. So we think about how they're gonna match up against Celestials, who also had a bit of a rough time in the bracket. I think it's evenly matched in terms of raw skill and raw execution. The macro and the draft is going to be the one that I'm looking out for. I want to see if they can impress me when it comes down to draft.
And I think SGW, even if we ignore their Alliance match, their match against Memories was
2-1, pretty tight.
It was very lackluster, I would say, because they started off very strong. They showed, hey, we're a force to be reckoned with. Fell behind game 2 in a very drastic style. And then game 3 was very hit or miss.
I hated the draft in game 2. I felt they were underestimating their opponents, and they picked a very greedy draft.
Right.
Could be a mistake again this time, and in a best of one, you can't underestimate your opponents at all, right? You have to play as though they are like on your level, draft as though they're on your level, and you don't open pick a Katarina into like 4 disruptions and hope to God that you get the full channel off.
And then also lose all the other game engages, and you can never scale up. But we are into picks and bans, so let's see if SGW is going to disappoint you. My favorite player is here. He's my best friend. It's my boy.
Your boy, Why Can't Chickens Fly in the jungle, back in for another game. SGW on the blue side, Celestials on the red. Lee Sin will be banned out. And now, Why Can't Chickens Fly did play the Grave, so they might be looking to pick that one up. XCP, on the other hand, was always towards the split push style top laner, Baron laner, so he did go for the Fiora, did go for the Camille, I believe.
Standard ban so far, though. I mean, like you said, Lee Sin, just gotta take that out if you don't want to first pick it. Diana would not be surprised. That is one of Haki's signature champions so far, and is very strong in the current meta.
Yep.
We just saw Team OK use it for a comeback victory, not once but now twice, in the Wild Rift Icon series. Next bans that come out, you'd expect champions like Gragas, Braum, Akali all to be banned out. No reason for SGW to ban out the Akali if they want to first pick it. Exactly. It does give them a good option, a good force here for Celestials, basically saying, hey, you either ban the Akali or we're going to take Gragas.
Yep. So they will ban the Gragas, and now Akali makes its way through the ban phase. This is going to be tough for Celestials because SGW, I think that XCP will probably pick up the Akali and fits very much in his wheelhouse in terms of being a split push threat. Camille, though, is the instant choice that they lock in. It might be a mistake if they don't lock in the Akali here, I feel. All that being said and done, this does open up 2 strong opening choices here for Celestials. They could do Akali, Alistar.
They could even go Akali, the Gragas is banned. Akali Alistar makes sense. That's if Nico is going to play Akali top side of the map. Locking in the Camille does give that flex pick opportunity for SGW that can still be played by XCP, or it can be put into the jungle for Chicken Can't Fly.
Yep, the Ziggs though is going to be the choice here coming in. Ziggs, we saw how Ziggs contributes to prolonging the game. Very good wave clear, very good siege, helps you close games out as well, but very dependent on hitting those skill shots. When you do hit the center of the Mega Inferno Bomb, perfect. Like, the damage is there. But if you whiff, that usually feels quite bad. So you do need something to enable that. Jarvan is the answer. You hit Cataclysm. You have a nice bullseye for where the Mega Inferno Bomb should center on, and this is good synergy coming up in these first 2 picks. Problem is Jarvan hasn't been as popular for a reason. Flag and drag in the early game is not like PC. It's not as effective. It's not as easy to hit.
We're also seeing once again, when Akali's left open, neither team is really picking it up until the last few picks in the match. So Still nothing coming out from SGW Celestials, but I do like the Seraphine pick. I think Seraphine has been doing really well in the Icon series so far, and a very undervalued pick teams have not been looking towards.
And Hyrie has been playing like exclusively Ezreal, if I'm not wrong. So this poke double range lane is pretty oppressive. It also prevents Celestials from playing stuff like Kai'Sa Alistar, because they're gonna lose in the early phases unless they find a good engage. I do like this coming so far. It also enables the Camille, depending on what you want to do with her. Mid jungle both work. Seraphine is always there to back you up with the heals as well as the full up crowd control from the Encore. Reply here is going to be Fiora Lulu. Now, Lulu against Seraphine is pretty bad for Lulu. In my opinion, she's always going to get poked out. She doesn't have the range to match up against the Seraphine. It's purely PU. It's for them to keep their ADC alive.
Definitely a comp pick coming up for Mystical in the bottom lane. Does do okay into the poke base, because you can try and shield people up to deny the poke from Ezreal as well as Seraphine. But does very well with a Jarvan pick. Does very well with a Fiora pick. Like the ultimate Wild Growth being thrown onto Fiora means that suddenly you have a very strong team fighting threat. Because not only does Fiora become very big, lots of additional health, but also now has that AOE slow that comes out too.
I want to take a look at the last pick coming in, your last two picks coming in from SGW here, because that's going to decide their composition, right? Akali will be good on the top side. You can send Camille into the jungle. They're looking for the mid laner too, and because Diana has been banned out. Okay, Lee Sin was open too.
No, it's not. It's banned.
Yeah, I think it's banned actually. Yep. So Vi is the option. Okay. Not sure why they could hobble Lee Sin, but okay, so it's gonna be Vi here in the jungle, Camille top. They could do Orianna in the mid. They could also send Seraphine to the mid lane. Orianna mid together with Vi is a very good way to deliver the ball into the back line and also deal with a frontline threat that's looking to dive them. Seraphine mid, Alistar, Ezreal. Okay. Unless this is soloing Alistar, in which case I'm leaving the broadcast.
Oh, we already had one of those yesterday. Yep. No more, please. But Alistar bottom side of the map means that now SGW have a few really good ways to engage. Alistar, Vi, as well as Camille can start things up very nicely, and you do have Seraphine who can follow up very well. Last pick for Celestial is probably going to be the AD carry, unless we see something weird like Fiora AD carry or Ziggs bottom lane or Lulu AD carry, but Jinx gets picked up.
Scales very well with the Lulu once she picks up the Ardent Sensor. Good PO as well with the Wild Growth to make sure Jinx can output some significant amounts of damage in team fights. I actually like the Celestials comp a little bit more. You have very good ways to chip people down, and for Jinx to finish them off is the cherry on top. SGW, however, when they pivoted their support towards the Alistar, this bot lane now is actually a lot worse for SGW, because Ezreal Alistar doesn't have a good way of all-inning, and if you wanted to scale, you could have picked some other enchanter that scaled with the Ezreal, so I don't foresee them getting a 2-on-2 kill in the Dragon lane. In fact, it would be impossible for them to secure that, so the Seraphine in the mid lane against Ziggs 2 is just wave clear. They're not going to fight each other.
And Jinx was one of the first broken champions in Wild Rift all the way back in Alpha. Was one of the first to receive a nerf very early on to her attack speed scaling. Nightmare's back with the only champion I can play in the game as well.
Well, fair enough. You know, they're picking it up. You can be the Jinx expert.
You just tap the attack button. You're just like, yes, I'm helping. Woo! I never hit a zap. I never hit a trap, but it's okay. I'm helping. Woo!
The thing is with this composition, all you need are auto attacks, right? Between the Ziggs ult and the steroids that you get from Lulu, really all you have to do is just auto attack, right? You get Runan's Hurricane, you get the Iron Sensor on Lulu, you're good to go. You don't have to worry too much.
But the comp, like it's an old school League of Legends comp, the Mega Inferno Super Mega Death Rocket comp.
Yes, that is true.
You've got the double not global, Ziggs not very global, but the double large ultimates. One does a lot of damage up front, the other one does a lot of damage behind. They're trying to do more damage to missing health. Combos out very well.
I don't know if you remember this period of League of Legends, like when Ziggs was in almost every game you scaled with Jinx, right? So those matches go like 40 minutes. You could never end the game against Ziggs because you wave clear everything. You could get like 10k goal lead, right? You could never push into the Ziggs. And then they scaled to like 40-45 minutes. Oh, 3 items, Jinx just runs at you.
Yep, Jinx would just sit there with rockets and Hurricane and wave clear there. And Ziggs just like, sorry, bombs clear everything.
And you couldn't dive the Jinx either, because they always paired it with something like Lulu, the Janna with the steroids on Ardent Sensor. Just almost impossible to dive her.
Yep, I do remember those days, and it seems like that's something they might be trying to emulate here with Celestial.
I do like that they're pulling out some, old school roots, right? The idea is that we've seen this comp in the past past. We know how it's supposed to be executed, so we can take reference from that, even if it's not something we practice in Wild Rift.
Yeah. Well, let's get on to the Wild Rift for the first match between SGW and Celestials. Actually, the only match between them. Lower bracket, best of 1 game. After this, we'll be heading into the upper bracket games.
No early shenanigans just yet from either side. Celestials, they're moving over to help the Jarvan with the blue buff, which is sorely needed. And on the side of SGW, they're going to be helping Vi out. So we will see a mirrored path, right? Both of them starting on the bottom side, ending on the top side. And this is indicative of how they want to play this out. They want to focus and make sure that their respective top laners get a hit. While Ego here is going to be pushing the enemy support away. Both bot laners here, or both marksmen, are just going to be farming their waves up.
Do you get both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map? So red buff start for Vi, blue buff start for Jarvan. Lots of poke from Mystical as well as Lewin, bottom lane. And we already saw that Fiora has been trying to be a bit of a bully against Camille top side of the map.
We saw this matchup yesterday and we talked through it a little bit. The idea is that Fiora level 1 taking tactical sweep does not have the best response against Camille taking tactical sweep doesn't have the best response against Fiora, who can close the gap and punish her with the vital point procs. There you go. This is exactly what we're talking about, but because the junglers did path topside, the Jarvan is late. He greeted for the extra camp, so he's going to arrive late here. But that's not going to matter as Viking Chicken's flyback's off.
XCP is still trying to look for every opportunity to get some poke damage back. This could be a brawl in over a Scuttle Crab. Nyoko and Cave. Oh, XCP gonna try and jump in.
Buddy.
Does he get it? Doesn't get the Scuttle Crab. And here comes Vi, looking to jump in. Nico uses the riposte, still good damage coming out from Vi. Chickens can't fly, flashes over the wall. Everyone comes in over the wall for his first blood. Huge misplay from SGW against Celestials.
I'm not sure why XCP went in for that challenge 1v2. Like, you know the opponent jungler has smite, right? Sure, he manages to steal away, but they lose so many early advantages. They trade flash for flash, but Fiora's gonna push this wave and recall and get a big item buy, whereas Camille is gonna be missing like 1.5 waves here. Bot side is not doing too well either. They're getting bullied out in terms of range. Lulu is always gonna be poking the Alistar out. If you can't find the early advantage on this lane, it's gonna hurt even more as the Jinx scales up.
Small lead for Celestials, nice and early, the 2 kills topside map. Huge misplay and huge disconnect as well. XCP, if he wanted to jump in like that with a hook shot, it should have been when Vi was right next to him to try and take the fight together. Completely whiffs it, cost them 2 kills, lots of summoners as well.
I think he saw 2 of them bunching up together, so he's like, well, this hook shot probably has some decent value if I hit both of them. But like you said, he should have waited for the Vi. You know, should have waited. Oh, hold on.
Camille has smite.
Yeah, okay, this is a weird thing.
So I might have stolen the Scuttle Crab. XCP took smite.
Nice.
Oh.
Not a play though. It's not. It allows you to counter jungle. It allows you to get challenging smite, but
which he is.
The problem is you lose out on a lot of additional value if you're not doing that, right? You're giving a free lane to your opponent every time you go to counter jungle, so you're putting the enemy jungler behind, but you're giving free leads to your opponent top lane. In this case, it's a Fiora. This Fiora is only going to scale up against the Camille. He has another 2 more uses of that before it upgrades, I believe. Even then, it's not fully worth it in the lane. We've seen this a lot in the past when lane swap meta was a thing. You take the top laner who was just maybe a pretty casual bruiser, something like Maokai. You take smite, you steal Gromp, you try your best in lane, and then you counter jungle. The meta does not allow for that this time.
Dragon has spawned.
First dragon of the game. Both top laners are going to head back to base and look to see if they can contest for this.
SGW making it through the choke is big though. They can find the Ziggs.
Alistar trying to flash in onto the Ziggs. Everyone flashes away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Re-engaging back to Jarvan. Seraphine whiffs the ultimate. CSG slowly disengaging with lots of members of their team low. Both top laners are going to try and join the fight too. Nyoko's the first one to get here. Now CSG, they're looking to try and fight back. Ezreal with some good poke damage into CSG in the backlines. Ego though, in some trouble. Riposte gonna lock down Alistar. First casualty. Celestials pick up the kill. XCP forced to dash away over the wall. And thank you Haki, for knocking back the Fiora.
Now they're actually going on top of the Jarvan.
Jarvan's going to go down first. CSG getting jumped on again. Yong in some trouble. XCP diving way too deep into the back lines. Celestial get a kill. Lewin trying to follow up on Jinx, but doesn't get too excited.
You look at SGW right now, they're not all on the same page. It's an issue we see a lot, right? They're pulling the trigger at multiple, on multiple targets at different times, and that's hurting them. Ego going in first, getting caught out, and then XCP falling up soon after. Celestials now, they find and capitalize on these mistakes. 5-1 is the kill score. They also get a decent chunk of change behind that. Mountain Dragon not taken means there is every opportunity for a next fight, and with Rift Herald spawning in 30 seconds, this is a big snowball opportunity. If Celestials can fight and kill off SGW here, after getting the Mountain Dragon, they can transition over to the Rift Herald as well.
And they started again. Camille is way too far away to join this fight anytime soon, but Fiora is already down here. Dragon gonna be low. Smite not gonna be yet. Jarvan is able to secure that for the team. Celestial's looking to try and follow up on the fight. Lewin able to get excited and get good damage onto the backlines. Ego last man standing. It was low enough to be taken down. Only Haki left underneath this turret. I get dove by Niku. Slides in just to get some damage here.
Red challenge is up. He needs to hit the last Vital to get the heal, but will not be able to do so. So they focus their attention on the bot side to shove the wave in, denying it from Haki, but you can notice that at least XCP has the right idea. He makes the crossman play, he moves over to Rift Herald, but Celestials are onto this. They know that it's being attempted. If they come here in time to steal away, they're gonna SGW is gonna lose a lot, but it looks like XCP with the smite.
But this is what SGW should have done instead of trying to steal a dragon. There's no need to sacrifice the left to try and steal the dragon and potentially lose everyone else, which is exactly what happened. Just give the dragon over towards Celestials, take Rift Herald instead, and take top lane turret at the same time.
But this is why I say, you know, SGW are not all on the same page. The team was like in two separate directions. XCP made one call, the team made another call, and the majority of the team went to try and contest the dragon instead. They need to all get aligned first if they want a chance to equalize the goal deficit even.
A swap has come out, so Lewin is now split pushing on the top side.
I don't really like this swap. They should be sending ADC and support to the mid side instead, and then have Ziggs in the top side sieging. Nico here on the bottom half of the map is fine though. Fiora being this far up, especially when she has a significant lead on her lane opponent, which in this case is the Seraphine, should be okay.
I mean, the entire team is far ahead. That's 6,000 gold in favor of Celestials just 7 minutes into the match. It's approaching that point where it's almost too difficult for SGW to come back from. XCP is going to flash away, and Lewin just says, you know what? Thank you for the free kill, buddy. We'll take you. We'll take your turret. Everyone else is trying to collapse, but I don't think they can fight this Jinx. It's too far ahead.
That's a misplay coming from SGW. They misassigned the lanes. You need to send your own ADC and support to wherever the opponent's ADC and support is. So when SGW sent Ezreal, Alistar to the mid lane, they gave the top side over, forcing XCP to defend by himself. Right now, fundamentally, SGW is on... They got their wires crossed. This is a big issue coming in. Now Celestials, they're probably going to get the bot tier 1. XCP could not contest against Nico, who was free farming all the while. Well, the Camille did die in the top side. Look at the gold difference as well. It's 1,000, almost 1,000.
Well, they're going on to Ziggs. Stun going to come out from Ego. Doesn't get the last hold attack for it.
Now he's overcommitted.
Yes, Celestial's going to turn around. Lewin once again, Mega Photopop does so much damage. Lewin trying to chip down Harry. Ooh. Oh, gets the snipe, but the Seraphine! Harry was actually going to block it. Arcane shift out of the way. The poor Seraphine just says,
if I needed to clip something to talk about like how they have their wires crossed, this is exactly it, right, Fish? You know, one person trying to block, the other person, you know, arcane shifting away, might potentially die here if Win moves up more.
That's 2 items complete for Jinx as well.
2 big items too. Like, Blade of the Ruined King is okay, but Infinity Edge is the one that counts. It's just good stats, right? I think in general Blade of the Ruined King gives good stats, although you have to complete to get the full benefits. Sitting on the items and paying 1,000 for the recipe is expensive, but it's everything that Jinx wants.
A nice little active that you can use when you get dived on, or if you're trying to go for a
3
quick kill.
autos, very quick.
Yep. Very fast for Jinx to get that done. Good little pickup. XP gonna get a turret for his trouble, but look at that, Nuke just doesn't care. Nuke is like, I'll fight you. They're so far ahead here. Sonya's been picked up by Jinx as well.
They need to contest this ocean. And when I say they, I mean Celestials, right? They have the big lead right now. They should be controlling this area and
They're
not
9 grand
allowing.
up. 9,000 gold, 10 minutes into the game. SGW have to throw out a big team fight somewhere and just hope that it goes in their favor. Dragon's gonna be giving up.
So if you're Celestials there, you just control the choke. You don't let SGW walk up. If they do, you just immediately punish them like
They
this,
go
right?
for the fight. Ego jumps in first. Fiora's going to teleport down. Ego pops the ultimate. Will be able to sustain through some damage. And XCP forced it back out away from the fight. Now the rest of the team rejoins. Here he doesn't get too much done. Cataclysm will lock one player down. Flag drag connects. Hits one. Does die. Ezreal getting some damage. But here comes Jinx. Locking everyone down. Double kill. Lulu makes her massive as well. Big team fight for Celestials.
Yep, very good call to action there from Celestials. They understood that SGW was going to have to navigate through that choke, and you punish them immediately. This is something that I Will Dominate talks about a lot. That, you know, the NALCS teams don't do well enough. You know, understanding the importance of chokes, and Celestials actually pushed it very well, knowing that if we are able to catch them when they're moving up, if they over-aggress, we punish them, right? Not a lot of teams do that. I think Celestials understanding and demonstrating that is a very good foundational skill, a good fundamental skill as well.
It's pretty much over at this point too. Jinx is way too strong. You've got the support from Lulu that's going to back him up. That's a third item being picked up by Lewin as well.
Yep.
Nothing doing here. Celestials are just having a great game in this best of one.
Ooh, Runans too. This is a big boy Jinx. Has the Zhonya's enchant. Like, there's no way this guy dies here, right?
You get the double up AoE now whenever you use your rockets. Your rockets will do splash damage. Hurricane adds on to that. Very nice combo.
You have Wild Growth behind you, you have Health Tanks, and then you have
Ardent Sensor, everything.
Ardent Sensor plus Zhonya's if you get jumped on. I don't think this guy dies at all. Touch and go with the True Shot Barrage through.
They tried with the True Shot, but it wasn't enough. Now Celestial's probably looking to just march down mid lane. Forced initiation from Jarvan, gets the Cataclysm, and a flash out of Ezreal. Mega Inferno Bomb almost kills Hiri.
Yeah. But still, on the bottom side of the map, you can see Nico is completely content just sieging by himself. Starting to push in onto the bot inhibitor, and this is going to force a split from the side of SGW. Do we deal with the Fiora, or do we deal with the Jinx?
They've got the cannon tanking up the turret damage, so that's just one more auto attack away. Great riposte from Nyoko. Will lock down Vi, kills him instantly. Now Hiri's forced to run away. Wild Growth's going to make Fiora unstoppable. Finally a kill. Oh, big charm from Seraphim, but they just don't have the follow-up. Jinx is slowly killing everyone in this backline. GAs have been popped. One more comes in. They do repel the squad of Celestials. Huge play from Haki, the captain. But I don't know if it's going to be enough.
If the gold is even there, that is a turn of a fight. But Celestials, they just have too much of the items and leads right now to even face any threats. Sure, they get repelled, but SGW, they're lacking the damage. They're lacking the items. Haki needs to repeat that encore and then some. Maybe 2 or 3 more times, man. These fights, they need to open up the map too.
There needs to be an encore into a huge True Shot Barrage and a full combo here who only has a Mana Immune and a Trinity Force.
Yeah, problem is True Shot Barrage doesn't do any damage right now. You see, looking at the item builds, no one is actually bringing, you know, damage to the table. Vi has GA. Haki's the only one that's skilled towards that, right? Everyone else is just too far behind.
We can see the items from Celestial. Yong already completed his Rabadon Death Cap, has many items for himself. Jinx almost has a full build. Just a couple of components left. 7-0-4, 13,000 gold. We see how much damage Lewin's doing in these team fights too.
More importantly, Harmonic Echo was completed by the Lulu, so they don't have to worry about getting caught and you know, being unable to re-engage anymore, because they're always going to have the heals with the Lulu there. Nico again just pushing and moving attention towards this top side. Alistair should not be here.
Nico says, you know what, if you want to fight, we can fight. Bottom side of the map is going for a fight though. There is a good encore, but here it's going to go down. Vi tries to jump in. Guardian Angel is going to get popped. Oh, lives with a sliver, then finally pops something to Nexus. Alright, Ego will be able to run away, but doesn't get too much for his troubles. Here he does get a shutdown onto Fiora, and that's going to be Baron buff gone. There's still 16,000 gold behind.
Losing 2 members though means that this Infernal Dragon cannot be contested. Lewin's gonna pick up that red, moving over to this objective. It's a bit slow now because they got caught out once and twice, 2 times rather by the encore, so they're concerned about fighting these chokes. Could pull the trigger onto this though. The Vi coming in, use it away.
Steals the dragon, but I don't know if that's gonna help.
Slain.
Immediately the ping goes, you know what? Baron's up in 25. Vi's only going to respawn in 36. Let's go take that objective instead.
XCP has Chilling Smite. This could be like the next level 200 IQ. Oh, I brought Smite because I knew this was going to happen, but still, I don't see them stealing this away. Celestials here, full control of this. Look at the Jinx fully geared up. Looking for one more item now to finish the build. I think it's going to be Rapid Fire Cannon to wrap it all up.
Baron Nashor has spawned.
Let's start this right now. Just finish the objective. Camille has no way to contest this. Although, choked up like that, Encore actually does a lot of work. You have to be careful about the Seraphine walking up.
Camille is positioned for a steal, doesn't get it. Red team takes it. They look for a fight. That's a flash forward for Java. Mega photobomb. Alistar so low, almost dying. Pops the ultimate a little bit too late. Heals will come out to save him, but they're trying to desperately save his support. Yong is looking for the satchel. Kills the turret. Just a turret kill. Oh, there's only one left now, which is mid lane, and with this Baron, they're going to make short work of it. Oh my goodness.
This is why Ziggs is so annoyingly strong, right?
That's just annoying. Oh,
below a certain threshold, like, you can't defend because Ziggs Satchel Charge is just going to demolish the structure. And then now what are you stuck defending with? No inhibitor, only on Nexus. All the waves are going to be pushing in with Baron buff and empowered super minions, right? This is bad news coming in for SGW. They need to make the final stand here if they want to have any shot in progressing in this tournament. Celestial,
there it is. Ego's going to decide, you know what, this is the final stand that we're going to make. They're trying to fight back, but against such a large deficit. Luen's running amok in the back lines, is very low, but with all of the support that he gets, there's nothing that they can do. The ace will come out, or the 4-kill, I should say. And that's going to be Celestials advancing into the next round of the lower bracket. SGW has been knocked out.
Unfortunate, but they'll always have another shot next week. All that being said and done though, looking at Celestials, I kind of appreciate the draft a lot more. This is traditional, this is more textbook. You don't have to worry about split pushing, just pile everything onto the Jinx. He's going to run it, he's going to clean up for you, but still very strong individual performances across the board.
Yeah, very, very strong. Celestials having a great match there. This is what we want to see when they go up against a team like SGW, who has been a little bit shaky throughout the tournament. So when you come in and have a very clean game against this team, should give you some confidence going into the final match that they'll be playing the lower bracket. We do have some highlights from that match, so let's go take a look at the game between SGW and Celestials. Yoko and Cave. Oh, XCP gonna try and jump in.
Hey, buddy.
Does he get it? Doesn't get the Scuttle Crab. But here comes Vi, looking to jump in. Nico uses the riposte, still good damage coming out from Vi. Chicas can't fly, flashes over the wall. Everyone comes in over the wall for his first blood. Huge misplay from SGW against Celestials.
I'm not sure.
So he's going to turn around. Lewin once again, Mega Photopop does so much damage. Lewin trying to chip down Harry. Oh, gets the snipe, but the Seraphine. Harry was actually going to block it. Arcane shift out of the way. The poor Seraphine just says, ah. First, Fiora's going to teleport down. Ego pops the ultimate. Will be able to sustain through some damage. And XCP forced it back out away from the fight. Now the rest of the team rejoins. Here he doesn't get too much done. Cataclysm will lock one player down. Flag drag connects, hits one, does die. Ezreal getting some damage, but here comes Jinx, locking everyone down. Double kill. Lulu makes her massive as well. Big team fight for Celestials. Lock down Vi, kills him instantly. Now here he's forced to run away. Wild Growth's gonna make Fiora unstoppable. Finally a kill. Oh, big charm from Seraphine, but they just don't have the follow-up. Jinx is slowly killing everyone in this backline. GAs have been popped. One more comes in. They do repel the squad of Celestials. Huge play from Haki, the captain. But Java Mega Photobomb. Alistar so low, almost dying. Pops the ultimate a little bit too late. Heals will come out to save him, but they're trying to desperately save his support. Yong is looking for the satchel. Kills the turret. Just a turret kill. Large deficit. Luen's running amok in the back lines, is very low, but with all of the support that he gets, there's nothing that they can do. The ace will come out, or the 4-kill, I should say. And that's going to be Celestials advancing into the next round of the lower bracket. SGW has been knocked out. Very clean game from Celestials against SGW. We said this is what we want to see, and now they're going to have to wait to see who is the loser from the last best of 3 that we'll have later tonight.
And I don't want to rub salt into the wounds of SGW, but you kind of called it, Fish, right? The team is on a whole not as coordinated as they need to be at this level of competition, and they're getting punished very heavily for it.
So we can take a look at the lower bracket, as we do only have one game left for two teams in this bracket. Team OK will face off against the loser between Alliance and BDD, and Celestial will play against the loser of the second best of three that we have later tonight.
Yeah, but I think BDG have their work cut out for them in the upper brackets, and they could potentially be looking at Team OK as their next opponents. Between Noblesse and Impunity, I also favor Impunity in this matchup.
Yes.
So, well, between Noblesse and Celestials, though, that's going to be an interesting matchup, because I think in overall skill, they're pretty similar. In terms of macro understanding of fundamentals, they're pretty similar as well. So that's going to be a very, very close fight. Still, it's a best of one. It's going to be tough.
Yes.
They need to pull out all the stops, right?
I mean, NBL did lose a match to Celestials in the first best of three they played against them, so it could be a very tight game if Impunity are the victors in that match, which is the expected outcome from the semi-finals at the moment. And Alliance against BDG, as much as we haven't seen BDG play just yet, they do have some big names, but Alliance are definitely favorites going into that too.
And all that is going to be coming up after the break. Alliance will take on BDG, the big favorites in the form of Alliance versus HYHY's team. So there are going to be some familiar names. If you guys are interested, call your friends, call your family, call your cousins as well. Tune into the stream after the break. We go live with Alliance versus BDG.
And stay in the trees.
Come on, you! Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Rift Icon Series Singapore Qualifier 1. We're getting into our first best of 3 match for today, and it's going to be Alliance taking on Big Dirty Golems.
Yep, should be an exciting one. Alliance with a very dominating performance yesterday in the upper brackets. Narrowly dropping a game, whereas Big Dirty Golems, this is the first time we'll see him play on stream. And if you guys are fans of, if you've been watching esports for a long time in Singapore, HYHY is going to be, jungling for Big Dirty Golems. They placed 4th in the Icon Series preseason. Not a very good performance, but they've made some roster changes. Sarah is no longer in the Baron lane. I think Google has been replaced as well. So this is a new roster, a new lineup. Hopefully, and I say this from a place of love, hopefully they perform better against Team Alliance, who are showing that they are the number 1 team in this tournament so far.
And when I was casting HYHY play League of Legends, I was a really big critic of his performance, because I thought that he wasn't playing when he first joined. He wasn't playing mid lane the way it should have been played. He was still had very heavy Dota 2 tendencies when he was playing, and wasn't quite matching up to the expectation, the hype that he delivered when he was in Singapore Sentinels.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, big shoes to fill in mid lane, but wasn't able to do so. However, I do believe that now, coming into the Wild Rift scene and watching the preseason, he did look pretty okay in the jungle. So I want to see what he's going to be able to do today, because even though he's got big names on his team, and HYHY is a big name himself, they're up against Alliance, who are arguably the favorites in this tournament.
And Alliance is a team, 2 of the members on the roster, we were talking about Raven and Shinsekai, have been playing together for years. Coden Feet and Rich in the Dragon Lane respectively has been, part of this, or was part of the Sea Serpents back in 2019 for the Sea Invitational. So you think about the combined experience of this roster, right? Some of them even play even further back in the TLC and the GPO. So this is a team that isn't lacking veterancy, right? We talk about HYHY being an experienced player, experienced esports community member. Well, Alliance are no slouches of their own. They're younger for sure. Don't get me wrong, this is the next generation of gamers, but they have a lot of they have a strong track record to their name.
Right, and so far they've been absolutely dominating the entire competition in the Icon Series qualifier. There hasn't been a time where Alliance haven't looked good.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever looked at them playing oh, this is a shaky team. It's please stop this brutal massacre of whoever they're playing against and get this off stream, because I feel bad, we were watching the games yesterday, I was like, please Fish, make it stop, please.
Make it stop. The poor teams were getting, absolutely crushed in 10 minutes. We'll be getting into that champion select for the first best of 3. The winner of this series heads on into the playoffs. They will be considered one of the top 4 teams from the first qualifier. Loser will have a second chance going into the lower bracket later today. This is the Wild Rift Icon Series. If you do want to participate, there is a second qualifier taking place next week. You can register all the way until Wednesday. You can head over to iconseries.sg.versusasia.com to find out more about the Icon Series, which is presented by 100+, which we have a fantastic fridge right behind me.
Yeah.
I had 6 of the 100+ zeros yesterday.
We're keeping a running tally of how many 100+ Fish is just going to run through.
This is only my first, but the day is still young.
I think Fish specifically wanted the chair right next to the fridge as well, because midway
absolutely.
3 games he could literally open and take the first.
I've been told that I'm not allowed to take from certain rows, which I'll show when we come back.
Thank God they give him a limit, right? Because otherwise he's just gonna finish this whole fridge, right? And they spend time positioning everything.
I've been told I'm not allowed to take from the top 2 rows because people can see when I do. Because whenever it comes back to us, it's there's 100+ missing. Oops.
So we'll keep Fish just taking from the bottom. If you check, pan the camera down, it's just completely empty. That's how much Fish has been drinking 100+ so far. It's only been 2 days, man.
And this tournament has also been organized by Elephant, the official partners of Riot Games for the Icon Series in Singapore, as well as the official chair sponsor Secretlab, who will be giving away 5 chairs to the winners of the tournament. And it's also the 2 chairs that we're sitting on today. Definitely the Titan chair, because
Fish fits comfortably.
I don't fit the Omega chair.
If it's an Omega series, Fish might be a little bit pressed for space, but no, the Titan series extremely comfortable, extremely spacious. I feel like having Secretlab chair is kind of it's a default go-to right now for most gamers, right? And think about outfitting your battle station. Almost synonymous with having a Secretlab chair.
I put it up for a very long time,
Right.
until until I relocated back here, which was last March, I was using like an IKEA chair for the longest time. And then with my internet provider in Singapore, I was able to get a bundle that got a Secretlab chair, and have not changed since. I'm really enjoying it.
I wanted to ask you, do you ever like fall asleep in your chair? Like you recline all the way down and just like take a nap?
I do fall asleep in my chair, but not reclined. I fall asleep putting my head on the desk.
Because it's happened to me a few times, right? I'll be like maybe watching Netflix or something, like back, and then I fall asleep in my chair, and then it tilts like almost 45 degrees, and my dad's like, "You okay, or like
don't do that. There is a big thing on the box that says, "Don't do this on your Secretlab chairs." Don't follow his example.
Hey, if it works, it works, man. It's comfort to the extreme. So thanks again to official chair partner Secretlab for making it happen and outfitting and equipping us for maximum comfort. Going to the next game, you know, Alliance and BDG. I'm not sure how comfortable BDG is going to be playing against Alliance. Looking at the draft so far, and I was watching preseason, HY's champion pool in the jungle has been relatively limited, which you know brings up a few questions. He's been playing Lee Sin largely, right? And he is someone that's known for like high mechanics back in the day. He's been a very flashy player. Lee Sin is up in his wheelhouse. Now that the meta junglers are like Camille, you know, the Gragas almost to a certain extent, not sure how he's gonna pivot.
Maybe he has 100+ to achieve peak performance going into this match. That's what he needs. Like this is, I think it's the only way that you upset Alliance because of how strong Alliance have
Timo,
been.
is it? Here we go.
Pretty much. I actually think the only way you upset Alliance right now is to do something that is completely unexpected.
That could work. Yeah, that could work.
And I think a team from League of Legends that were really good at this were Gigabyte Marines.
Oh yeah.
They were really good at going, you know what, there is no way we win this match playing traditionally. So here's lane swap in an anti-lane swap meta.
Yep.
And then this is some weird, like, you know, Nocturne mid lane, which before Nocturne mid lane was
I think it was Nocturne jungle, but they gave him a lot of the camps. Yeah, this was before like you got
Hyper Funnel Nocturne
yes,
jungle.
Yes. Yeah, this was before they put that thing in where junglers would get 20% less EXP from lane minions. So you could just walk into the lane, throw the Q out, and just farm the whole wave, right? And then the laners are like level 4, Nocturne's level 6. He just flies in and kills everyone.
And that's what I really want to see coming out from one of the from a team that goes up either against Impunity or Alliance today. So what I would love to see is how do they throw the spanner in the works to at least take one game.
Yep.
Because if you take one game off of the best team, suddenly they go into panic mode.
Yeah,
they go,
that's true.
wow,
That's true.
we might get knocked into the lower bracket. Not the end of the world, because they can still come out of the lower bracket, and even if they don't, they can try to go through the qualifiers next week. But it still instills this fear, like a team that has been winning 10 minutes every single game all the way till the semi-finals of upper bracket, and they suddenly lost the map in a best of 3, that's going to be panic stations for everyone. That's where you can come back and be like, right, now if we play a bit standard, they might, you know, be on tilt, they might make some mistakes, and we can try and capitalize.
Especially with the draft the way it is, and I talk about this a lot. If you're playing, you know, an unorthodox composition, they are forced to spend their first 2 bans on removing elements of that composition. Now you're left open, you know, to pick up the tier 1, tier 2 picks that allow you to play a more traditional composition with stronger picks, right? So the idea is that you throw them off their game, then suddenly game 2 they panic, oh, we have to ban X and Y. And then now suddenly Akali's open, Gragas is open, Lee Sin is open. You pick that, you run your standard composition. If everyone understands how to play standard, which they should, you probably get the upper hand anyway.
Yep. And we're going to see all the strong picks being contested between these 2 teams here.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Like you're going to see Akali being contested for sure.
Yep.
Gragas, Lee Sin, Jarvan, all going to be contested because of the caliber of play that we'll see from these 2 squads. But what I really want to see is what does BDG have to do going into this champion select,
right,
to try and outsmart the coach of Alliance? Because that's going to be the most difficult thing in my opinion.
Agreed. I think Glaciox has a very good lock on what is popular in the current meta now, is very strong in the current meta now, and he has almost like a tier list in his head of specific synergies within the compositions that he drafts.
And
so
Timo is #1 up there.
I highly doubt that. If John, you're watching Callfish trolling in chat, I'm okay with that. Just call him
100% Timo #1.
Because they do play like unorthodox. They played Singe yesterday. You're not impressed, but it's not something you see all too much, right? You know, they have an idea of what works, and the synergies within the composition. Everyone has a view on it. Why?
Because you turn on your poison, you just run around in circles. Like
you have to technically
so hard.
Running around tactically takes skill.
Oh, I'm running past the tower to farm more minions. Oh, chase me, ha 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 ha.
And yeah, Teemo's so difficult, right? Haha, poison, throw mushrooms.
No, Teemo, you have to be cheeky, stealthy, you gotta plant the traps in the right place, like where they're gonna walk. You gotta set up the team fights around the traps, like, oh, come here, fight me. And then you gotta taunt them with your laugh button so that, you know, they actually do come and fight you.
You're talking this up way too much. You know, I feel like if we see the Teemo now and it loses, right, it's just like, oh, well, it's because the player wasn't good.
No, never. Like, they pick Teemo, that's it. It's gonna be the most entertaining match of the year.
To answer your question, Fish, what should Big Dirty Golems do to throw Alliance off the game? Probably not pick Teemo, but I think devise specific strategies that lend strength to the individual players' strengths. So like empower the individual players as opposed to play standard against Alliance, because Alliance across the board, everyone is gonna be performing extremely well in that role, right? But you want to be able to snowball someone like maybe like the jungler for HYHY in his case. Maybe play a hyper carry composition with no ADC, so you play Seraphine Sona, put HYHY on maybe Olaf or Camille, and then like almost like funnel him in a sense, right? That is a composition that could work. Otherwise, playing standard might just get him killed here.
It could get them killed, but at the end of the day, they might be more comfortable just doing what is traditional anyway.
Yep.
I think the example that I use of Gigabyte Marines is very much an outlier. They had like the big brain coach able to help them out.
That was a very rare team, right? We take a look at the history of like Vietnam as a whole. They're very known for innovating strategies. And remember season 5? Well, maybe season 6.
What was their coach's name?
That coach at that point, if I'm not wrong, was it Cabbage?
Not Cabbage.
Cabbage was BK. No.
It wasn't Cabbage. It was a Vietnamese coach who was very well known as being SOFM's like initial scout.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name off the top of my head. Yes, Tinny-kun. Yes.
Tinny-kun was the coach of Gigabyte Breeds, and he was known for bringing up junglers. He was known for these innovative strategies.
Yeah, he was like
And you're right. Like Gragas Top came out of Vietnam. It was the original Vietnam meta.
Yeah, fun stuff. Like six splits of Vietnamese Gragas Top. Like you never lose lane. Just built full tank.
And then when it started spilling over the other regions, then they got nerfed. Thank you for ruining Europe and North America.
Yeah, I mean, they were always the pioneers, right? And to talk about like how that impacts our region, how that impacts Icon Series, I really hope a lot of the teams that are eager to compete, like they want to show off, right? Take reference from the other regions as well and find out what's strong and what's not. You can best bet your bottom dollar that the big teams are. Like Impunity and Alliance are definitely observing and watching the other regions. In fact, Glaceox as a coach for Alliance is someone that watches and streams and co-streams a lot of the other regions' matches just to pick up on strategies. BDG, if they've been watching the other regions, if they know something we don't and they pull it out this time and they manage to outsmart Alliance, yep, that's the golden ticket. That's like Willy Wonka, he's presented it to you in a chocolate bar, take it and go.
It's like what you used to see with the Oceanic Pro League. They would watch, some coaches would watch the LPL, some coaches would watch the LCK and just be like, okay, this really works, I'm going to take this strategy and this is how my team is going to use it. Usually the LPL strategy would work better.
Yeah.
It's just like, whew, kill him.
Yeah.
That's it. That's LPL strategy. How quickly can we kill someone?
LCK strats are very execution specific. You gotta like move at this. It's like playing chess, right? You open with this move, like rook to this place, and then pawn to this place.
Yeah. But look at like when stopwatches were introduced into League of Legends. You look at the difference. LCK was like, oh, everyone takes stopwatch so that when the first team fight happens, we all live. Yeah. LPL was like, 4-minute tower dive. Everybody 4-minute tower dive. Like, that's the difference between the two leagues. So that's why, Southeast Asia's going to live up to his name. You're meant to be a bloodier league than the LPL. More fighting. Go.
This is true. Alliance as a team also does enjoy fighting. I think they fight tactically though. It's not like they just walk in as 5 and like there's no objectives, but we want to kill them to show our dominance. Like they don't do that, right? They understand the value of creating space for their marksmen to farm, and they'll fight if they need to contest objectives.
So apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We're still waiting for a couple of technical difficulties to be resolved before we go into this match between Alliance as well as BDG.
Yep.
But like we mentioned, this is the first qualifier of the Icon Series. There's still another qualifier next week where this caster, his name is Gaiman Nassim. Gaiman Nassim will be taking over for the play-by-play. And I don't know much about him, but
some say he is still lost to the ages of time. He's
some say he's still stuck in Shanghai. Apparently. But there will be another qualifier. If you do want to register for the qualifier and send a group of your friends or your team in to try and compete and go for the top 4 spots that will make it into the playoffs, head over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com where you can register a team. Registrations are still open all the way until Wednesday. You can also find out more information about the Singaporean Icon Series on that website too.
I don't know, man. I feel like I might sign up. Maybe just get destroyed in the first day and come back in cats.
I tried playing both League of Legends and Wild Rift again for the first time in a couple of months. League of Legends I had not touched in a full year, by the way. When I retired from casting...
But they don't have League on PC in the retirement home, is it?
When I retired from casting, I retired from League of Legends for a year as well. I went and played Runeterra. I played a bunch of like shooting games, played a bunch of Wild Rift.
Runeterra makes sense though. That's like a older game where your mechanics not very important.
Yeah, it's like when you go to retirement home, you start playing Bridge. That's what I did.
Oh my, is Runeterra the bridge of,
yes.
of esports?
Yes, that's it. It's where you go to retire. And I didn't, what was it? I stopped playing League. I played my first game of League in a year last week, and I also played a bunch of Wild Rift last week. I suck.
If you guys see like Fish in your game, just flame him. If he's trolling, he's
trolling.
trolling.
I got flamed!
Oh, nice.
And I have the Riot handle in my name as well. I'm like, well, if people are flaming me, it's not nice.
Pretend
Rider.
Rider.
I kind of deserve it. Like, I was horrible. I was throwing thresh hooks backwards. I didn't know it was possible.
Nice.
And I used to be known for my thresh when I played competitively.
You're supposed to 360 no scope in Valo, not in League of Legends.
Well,
Fish.
you know
Come on,
what?
get it together.
I don't understand anymore. But we're into the
Sarah's
first match.
Okay, Sarah's on the roster, so he's not swapped out this time. He's actually going to be playing for BDG.
Funny enough, Coach of Alliance did write in Twitch chat yesterday that when they play BDG, he's going to ban Darius.
Oh, okay.
First ban. It's the first ban that comes out.
It's because Sarah's playing, I guess. And this guy used to be on, fun fact, he used to be, I believe, I want to say, hold on. I need to check my notes. I think he used to be a Resurgence temp top lane or a sub top lane if I'm not wrong. So now he's playing with HRHI, BDG, and with Fizzy Fish as well. Right now we see the Camille being locked in. This is a Shinsekai Camille if I've ever seen one. The Lee Sin being banned away, the Akali being banned away, no surprise there. But okay, they insta-locked the Orianna and the Wukong. They want that wombo combo. They want that big press big button ultimate composition. Gragas left open. That's going to go towards mid or potentially support here. Rich does play support Gragas if they need to. And of course, Coden Feet's going to pick up Kai'Sa. These picks are coming real quick.
Standard picks. Cold Feet is by far the best Kai'Sa player I've seen in Wild Rift, even across different regions. I know there's a lot of competition coming in from Vietnam, from the Philippines, but I do think that Cold Feet's Kai'Sa is played to perfection in the way that Alliance want him to play it. He's not afraid to go straight into the backline very early on and get a lot of damage down and not play passive backline front to back. He knows when he needs to dive in. It's very fun to watch. And like you said, like Gragas, Camille, very good flex picks to pick up nice and early, and that's what Alliance have done.
This Seraphine might just go the way of Raven or potentially Rich because now they have this. Okay, so Raven's gonna pick up the Katarina. I really don't like the Katarina here because you have Cyclone and Monsoon to reset him. So this is very greedy from Alliance. If they do commit to this, and the immediate response from BDG is like, we're gonna get even more disruption so that you can't get the full channel off. Now, a lot of the damage is gonna be falling down towards Coden Feet if Raven cannot get the resets off, right? So effectively, this is a 2-core DPS composition. Maybe even 1 if Raven doesn't get the reset.
I mean, across the board for Alliance, you do have some damage that's being thrown out from everyone here.
Yep.
I mean, Gragas does good.
It's supplemental damage. It's not.
Camille does. So does Seraphine. Yep. So it's a 1-2 core, but it's still gonna be okay. Mundo is the final pick coming out from Dirty Golems.
Okay, we haven't seen this a lot, and I think I was joking about this on stream the other time I was co-streaming. I think it was Vietnam or Thai qualifiers with Glaciox. It's not very how do I say this? It speed farms very well. The cleavers are still insane. If they don't buy healing reduction, Mundo becomes a very big threat later on. Early, when he pops his out, he gets objectives very quickly too. So he's effectively a meat shoe, right? Think of what Malphite does. Mundo does the same thing. In this case, it's not in the jungle. It's going to be in the top side. So against Gragas, percentage health damage from the cleavers, steroid on the masochism, I think as well. And when he pops his out, he actually duos pretty well in these 1v2 situations. So you commute into trying killing Mundo. If he doesn't have healing reduction, you don't really get the kill, even with the lockdown.
Yep, and even just forcing an opposition to buy healing reduction is already a win in itself, because you force someone in a very different build path, or them to, deviate from their power spikes a little bit in order to make sure that Mundo is being taken care of.
Kai'Sa's build path of Executioner's Calling isn't the worst thing in the world, because normally if you want to get Q evolved, right, your first 3 buys BF Sword, Longsword, and Vamp Scepter to get you to 7280 so you can evolve your Acatian Rain. Moving towards the Grievous Wounds in the form of the Executioners also gives you evolved Acatian Rain, if I'm not wrong, so it's part of the natural build path, but you also get the power spike. It's just that itemizing it early does hurt your next 2 buys. Yeah.
So we'll have to see how Dr. Mundo is going to be utilized here. First Dr. Mundo we're seeing in this qualifier is a very strong champion. I know that Dragos, who's on Twitter, has been playing that quite a lot to get himself all the way up to Platinum.
You do need to know the spacing in the matchups though, because if you die early and you get punished, like Mundo has a very strong level 1, level 2, but if you don't know how to abuse that and you get ganked or you overextend and you get punished, then you don't really do much. Like when you fall behind in Mundo, it's the same as falling behind on Fiora. It feels so awful because you can't really contribute anything to your team.
Right, you just become a brick wall and hope that everyone runs straight into you and not the rest of your team.
Yep.
But let's get onto the Wild Rift for the first match of this best of 3 between Alliance and Big Dirty Golems.
Shinsekai on the jungle Gragas this time. He's usually played the more aggressive Camille, the more aggressive Graves and Lee Sin. He wants to get into the thick of things, into the backline. First item G8, that's all nonsense, but Shinsekai now on the Gragas will have to switch up the way he plays. His playstyle is going to have to take an adaptation. Rich now walking in mid because he wants to put pressure onto the Orianna. The idea here is because Orianna's ranged against the melee matchup of Katarina level 1. If there's no interference, she's always going to push in, right? So
both
you come and
supports
support this.
I mean, both supports are hanging around the mid lane. Fizzy Fish is just wandering around next to Wash. Only now is Rich going to head down to the bottom lane. So protecting for early ganks, just making sure that everyone stays happy. Both sides mirroring each other, exactly what they're doing. The only difference here is Rich does get into the lane a little bit earlier. They'll be able to push this one out nicely. Got a bit of a blocking out a couple of Mystic shots to deny CS away from Ezreal.
Completely fine because he has Honey Fruit, so you rather deny the farm and then heal up afterwards, especially because you do have Rich here to heal you up too. This bot side is gonna go heavily in the way of Alliance early on. They're gonna get the pressure down, they're gonna be shoving in. What we need to see is Shinsekai path down and get control of this dragon area and potentially counter jungle the blue buff away. You can see that HY right now on this Wukong, he's going to walk straight top after a top side clear, so he's actually missing 1/2 of his jungle.
Let's put a ward down and he will be able to get a Scuttle Crab for himself. SSK is looking for a gank in the mid lane. That would probably spot him. Maybe not. Ewash might not have seen him.
If he walks up to take that 1 minion, Shinsekai's gonna body slam and
He
flash
does.
into.
He's already got the shuriken there, where else Ewash finally puts the ward down. They do take it down. SSK Shinsekai can move over towards the top, bottom side.
But still, Fish, look at the minimap. Bot lane is pushed out. They can walk in and invade the jungle if they want to. They have a ward spotting out that the blue buff hasn't been taken, so he wants the Scuttle Crab first. You can see that the bottom camps are up as Raven jumps in and gets a lot of damage onto Ewash. Not sure why he's not invading though. He's playing very scared despite having bot and mid prio.
Maybe doesn't want to get into a fight against HY on this Wukong, who looks for a cheeky gank against the Katarina, doesn't get it. That was a Orianna ultimate being thrown out by Ewash there, looking to either just clear the wave a little bit, get some damage into Raven. Raven doesn't need mana, so can continue to harass this Orianna, whereas Ewash got absolutely nothing. Jumps in with a Death Lotus, forces a flash out of Ewash. Very well played from Raven.
He knew that he could force the Summoner spell, and now if Shinsekai comes in to gank, he can set it up so quickly, especially with the body slam flash. No way for Ewash to get out.
And he even gets a nice wave priority as well. Because of that, the wave crashes on his just outside his tower range, and because there's more minions on Ewash's side, it's going to kill those minions nice and fast. Ewash will lose a full wave of EXP and gold, whereas Raven just loses one.
If he can freeze it here, it actually means that the second and third wave is going to be stuck here as well, right? So he creates a big wave now, with the second crashing in. Ewash is always at threat without flash, extending past the river. Shinsekai should be pathing mid to kill him now. Instead, you do have the commute coming in with the Hex,
here
the
we go.
ultimatum.
Locks him down. Ewash has got nowhere to go. No flash as well. They just need a little bit more damage, and they get it. First blood being picked up by Alliance. Brilliantly played by Raven, setting it up. Not only burning the flash, but controlling the wave to make sure CWJ can come down for the
Very
gank.
good macro too, because topside he sacrificed some CS, but he roams down to make sure that Raven does get the early lead, right? He knows that in this matchup against the Mundo, individual leads won't count for much, but if the Katarina gets up and running, there's going to be some threat there. So they know the win conditions, they get Raven a hit. Now he's going to instantly recall, reset the wave, and buy. Ocean Dragon's going to be spawning right now.
You can already see 2 Executioner callings being picked up by Alliance already. One on Kai'Sa, one on Camille. So both of them want to try and mitigate healing as early as possible in this matchup.
Shinsuke's going for instant death cap. He has 2 nearly large rods. They want to fight this. Here comes the redemption.
Let's see if they get it. Sombrero doesn't get it, but big body slam will come out from Shinsuke, locking down 3 players. Wukong with a good ultimate will knock up everyone, but he goes very low. Golden Feet diving into the backlines right away. Knows he can't stay there, so backs out, then flashes forward, gets another one, and a third! Golden Feet, double kill, beautifully dived!
This guy is so good with his killer instinct positioning. He gets into the backline, knows that all of their skills are on cooldown, finishes off the one first. Moves back to rejoin his team, and then flashes when everyone is grouped up together because he knows he can push forward in that 3v2 situation. This is pretty much why we're saying Alliance's bot lane, Alliance's Dragon lane duo is the best right now.
I think that we saw a really good ultimate coming out from Orianna. Sorry, not Orianna. A really good ultimate coming out from HYHY, but the Orianna ultimate just wasn't there. It wasn't what Big Dirty Golems needed to secure that team fight against Alliance.
More importantly, Shinsuke started the fight on his terms.
And
he used the body slam into a flash,
well.
hit 4 members up, right? That triggers the reaction from BDG to say, oh, they're engaging on us, we have to spam our ults. And because they're not synced up, they're panicking. They're reacting as opposed to executing. They lose that big fight. Alliance now 5k gold ahead.
Raven gets out of that perfectly fine. They was trying to set up for a gank, but nothing doing for this Janna and Ezreal combo. And that gives Alliance a free turret in the bottom lane, undefended by Big Dirty Golems.
You see something that Rich does very often is he'll neglect to buy any items, he'll pick up boots and then go for the enchant. And because he understands the value of what Glorious Enchant is or what Redemption Enchant is in terms of the team fight, it's very cheap, it's very efficient, he will pick that up for the first dragon fight. And that's not something you see a lot of teams do. But I think more people should pick up on this.
Yeah, very. Oh my. Raven almost brings HY all the way back to base with him. Still chasing. Redemption's going to come out to give Raven a bit of health back. Nice snare from Seraphine, but not able to get too much from it. Good poke to start this attempt at Rift Herald, though. So now if BDG wants to fight, they've taken quite a bit of damage to start this one. They decide to just give it up. This is one. They're already 5,000 gold behind. Their Alliance are having a great game 1 in this best of 3.
Good rotation from BDG, they didn't just waste their time. Oh, good encore though, pulls Orianna in. He should be dead here unless the teammate comes in to save him.
There goes Raven trying to jump back. Orianna throws out the ultimate. Again, a very lackluster ultimate from Ewash. It's not Orianna that falls. It will be Camille that joins the fight. You can already see how much damage CWJ does to HY, who tried to jump back on top of him. Poorly executed from BDG to try and save their carries there. Another missed ultimate from Ewash.
Raven is playing with fire. The way he's entering these fights, he's always teetering the line of towards the edge right there, just hoping to get the maximum amount of damage. BDG, they look a bit caught off guard. They aren't necessarily sure how to respond towards this style of Alliance play. They get top tier 1, they get bot tier 1. Herald is, I believe, still open if they want to get, no, let's use the top side. Okay. Just need to open up the mid tier 1 too to open up the map so they can start invading and taking camps away. This is the strategic and the textbook play here for Alliance.
It's an 8,000 gold lead. It's one of the points where it's almost a point of no return for BDG. They really have to play this one nice.
Shinsuke still has his Rift Herald, so they could start to prep the mid wave. I thought he used it on the top side, but it's just a pure siege coming in.
30 seconds till Dragon as well. That's Rabadons on Shinsuke.
Rabadons and healing reduction picked up already.
Dirty. That's disgusting. So much damage will be coming out from the Scraggus. Gunblade has been picked up by Katarina as well. You do see the power of Dr. Mundo just running it straight at another champion, but with 3 healing reduction items already picked up from the side of Alliance, not going to be as effective in these team fights.
Sarah, he's not at the point where he poses a threat to Alliance, so this is when Mundo falls behind, right? And granted, he's not actually behind, he's just that he's not as strong as they'd like him to be. He's a meat chew. He doesn't really contribute anything to these fights, so BDG now, they're effectively fighting 4.5 members.
Not sure what BDG were trying to accomplish starting that dragon, especially when Ezreal was already stuck top side of the map. Rift Herald does get dropped at the bottom lane as CWJ does go forward. Good ultimate to Column-Feed, but there's just no follow-up for Ewash. No one else is there.
Look at what Alliance does. They put the Rift Herald bot side, they put pressure on the mid, so they're effectively splitting the attention of BDG into two sides of the map, and now they can, you know, bait this dragon out, say, you guys have to answer one side wave or mid, but we're gonna start this dragon. If you come over, you're gonna lose bot tier 2.
They're gonna try and start this fight. Seraphine locks down Dr. Mundo. Forced to use the ultimate. You can see the healing reduction hurting him and crippling him. HY in the back lines doesn't get a good ultimate off. Flash away from the Seraphine is perfect to disengage. Dragon is low. Shinsekai comes in. Big body bot from Shinsekai. Janna's going to try and save the team but gets disrupted. Double kill for Raven. Colnafeet's time in the back lines again. That will be all she wrote here, Hungry. Pentakill being picked up by Raven.
I want to appreciate the penta, but the macro behind it was insane. Like, Raven called for his team to set that one up, right? Like I said, they set up bot, they set up mid, they set up top. All three waves are pushing in. They bait BDG into starting the dragon, and then they just pull the trigger. And Raven, he was in a perfect position with Shinsekai backing him up. Body slam, Death Lotus, game over.
Everyone played that beautifully, all the way from Rich, even making sure that he flashed over that wall away from HY, making it so that BDG are fully split up, no Wombo can come out. Following it up with beautiful play from Shinsekai once again, always finding the perfect body slam into flash combos.
It's so perfect how they execute the map play into the micro play, right? They set up the waves first and then they pull the trigger when they need to, understanding that they can put pressure on different sides of the map. Eventually they crumble, right? It's not about like taking a hammer and swinging it at BDG, it's about applying specific pressure to target points and then watching them crumble when they, you know, eventually get baited in.
It's a 15,000 gold lead for Alliance. If it wasn't for the Dragons, it's a perfect game so far. I have to give it, BDG have been doing a decent job of trying to fight back in the early parts of this match. Just poor execution.
Colnafeet,
goodbye. Sombrero will come out, but Colnafeet doesn't really care at this point. Almost kills Fizzy Fish. HY is now going to try and jump in. That's the Zhonya's being used. Could be a dead Kaiser. Is going to go down. BDG find their first kill of the game. Chasing on towards Raven as well as Rich, but Raven dealing so much damage. HY is going to fall. Ultimate comes out from Raven. Good damage. Fizzy Fish forced to use the ultimate. Double kill being picked up. Now going back towards where you're in. It goes for the triple kill. Not done just yet. Come here, Dr. Mundo. Doesn't care how he goes where he pleases. But Raven just styles on everyone for BDG.
remember how I was saying in the draft fish, like this Katarina pick is a bit too much hubris from the side of Alliance. They have a lot of disruption. There's no way you can get away with this pick, but Raven proving everyone wrong.
Oh no, here comes the rest of Alliance. They thought they could chase down Raven, not gonna happen. Mundo going where he pleases, but gets stuck as Shinsekai gets his kill.
Okay.
They're running it straight down the mid lane.
Raven is just proving everyone wrong, right? The way he's navigating these fights, and part of it is just BDG walking one by one.
Shinsekai! He wants a solo kill! Gets him! My goodness! Absolutely styled on! Go back home, Dirty Golems! You don't belong here anymore! Underneath the turret, 1-on-2, it just decimates the mid laner. I am the mid lane now!
Shinsekai has no respect for big dirty golems, and Alliance has no respect for anyone on that roster as they just dive to tier 3 there. Now, HY is looking for a little bit of revenge. He wants to punish Shinsekai for his hubris early on. He will get that revenge kill, but with nothing left on the map apart from Baron. Big Dirty Golems, they're stuck, they're resigned to their fate. They have to defend before moving up. Alliance now.
20,000 gold behind Big Dirty Golems. Every team fight is just looking worse and worse. Ezreal will pick up a blue buff, but I don't think that's going to save them at this point.
Rabadon's death cap. Oh,
Raven
okay.
going in again. Gets one, goes straight back on towards Ezreal. Double kill be picked up. Watch out, here comes the third. Raven forced to back away. Rich can't save him. He's going to flash, but will slowly fall as well. Encore's not going to get there. 2-for-2 trade in a 2-on-5 fight.
If you play Katarina in like any of your games in the past, you know that that will eventually happen. You get too many kills, you feel like you're unstoppable, you can't die, you're immortal. jump in, 2v5, and get picked off, right? So a small, I wouldn't even say small, a sizable bounty going back the way of BDG, but the gold lead is still there for Alliance. Raven,
Still too large.
he's still 3 core items up, haunting guys just for added measure. They really hurt right now. So Baron is the option right now for Alliance, or potentially the Dragon. You could send a member to both. So all Kaisa needs to do is stick on the Baron. All CWJ needs to do is finish off this Dragon, because he does not have Teleport Enchant though. Why you never buy Teleport Enchant?
I mean, where is he gonna go? What's he gonna do with the teleport champ? He's gonna teleport in and die.
Teleport in and watch Raven kill them. Moral support. Okay, Dragon Meeks are up.
Teddy Golems will get their 3rd Dragon of the game, but Baron's already been started by the side of Alliance.
We have to remind our viewers that this is the old Elemental Drake system, right? So there is no Elder Dragon buff which gives you the execute bonus. It's not really a combat, buff.
Raven just trying to start on towards a channel.
Might die here.
Will he?
No, I mean HY might die here.
He might. HY comes in for the gank and he dead.
Yep.
Well, they're pushing straight down mid lane. They've got the Baron buffed. The super minion's gonna charge on him with 3 cannons.
They don't really have to wait for them without Ewash here.
This is the last base turret that they have to defend, but HY's gonna try some. Look at that Shinsekai backlines, body bombs, everyone. He's probably gonna fall here. Doesn't quite, but it doesn't matter because Camille is already on the Nexus. And that's going to be Alliance picking up game 1 of this best of 3 series in style.
This game was really even until it wasn't an Alliance. They pulled the trigger at the right moment.
The Scara saying they were winning until they didn't.
They were even until they weren't, right? The Dragon fight where, and again I want to reiterate, although Raven got the Penna kill, behind the scenes they were setting up the fundamentals and the pillars for his success. Putting the Rift out on the bot side, Camille pushing the top lane, getting mid prio, forcing BDG to split their attention across all 3 lanes or contest the Dragon. They picked the worst scenario, right? All your lanes being pushed in, they decide to fight for the Dragon. Of course Alliance will fight them there. Of course they're gonna contest, and they set it all up.
Well played from Alliance. BDG, that's the close. This is the statement for how strong Alliance has been. This has been the closest a team has gotten to Alliance, and it was a sub 15-minute victory, 22-4 with a pentakill to the mid laner. That's how strong Alliance is.
Man, I'm gonna be real, man. If the game isn't GG'd at 10, like it's still a good sign for the team. Alliance normally forces you to GG it by like 10 minutes. So BTG, they're putting up a fight. They just need to fix the draft a little bit. I think the Mundo here is a bit of a mistake.
I mean, laning phase was fine from BDG. They were doing okay in their lanes, except for Ewash, who made the mistake very early on, burning Flash. And then you saw how quick Alliance were like, okay, he has no Flash. CWJ come down, capitalize.
It's like the moment they call, this guy knows sums, he's playing over aggressive, and it's okay if you don't have Flash. If you stay behind your river.
Yes.
The moment he walked up, CWJ's like, I'm running down, bro.
He's coming down, he takes that kill, and you even see bottom lane was doing perfectly fine in a 2-on-2 matchup. They were setting up for objectives as well, but then it was just poor execution. Ewash was not hitting the right ultimate. HY was only able to get one great wombo off, and then it just falls apart from there. When you have such a versatile team composition like what Alliance are drafting, you don't have to rely on that big wombo. You can see Shinsekai going in for initiation, setting up Raven. Golden Feet can dive in if he needs to. Rich can pull people back. But for BDG, it really is, okay, can we get the Wukong Orianna combo off? If no, we're screwed. And that was every single fight.
I have to give a lot of credit to the draft though. If you look during the draft, there were like 3 flex picks that they picked up. On the side of Alliance, they got the Gragas, they got the Camille, and they got the Seraphine. And you think about how you could flex Seraphine mid support, how Gragas could go top mid jungle, how Camille could go top jungle. Like, it's hard for BDG to draft around that, and we talk about the draft being an issue because for them to really figure and pin down all the laners and then get counter matchups that work in their favor, it's almost impossible. Alliance drafted very well.
You've really, like, as much as we can say, oh, BDG did this move, BDG did that, well, it was still just a one-sided man. Alliance is way too strong at this point in time.
They're stacked, dude. They're stacked.
And it really feels like, at this point in time, it's Alliance and Impunity who are the 2 teams to watch out for, which unfortunately we will not get to see play, even if both teams lose. They will go into the lower bracket play against different squads, so there's no way we'll actually get to see Alliance play against Impunity during this qualifier.
It's okay. We'll save it for playoffs.
They both have to make it out. They're still not secured yet. Alliance is not even secured yet. As much as I say that, after that game, I don't know how any team really takes it down just
Alliance
yet.
isn't guaranteed a top 4.
Fish,
you're right.
You just solo killed a mid laner as jungle Gragas. He was just like, boop, dead. It was one of those moments where he's just like, how far ahead am I? Like, I'm AP Gragas. Can I kill him? And it's just one of those, like, usually you'll wait for a good opportunity. He's like, oh, meh, let's see. Goes in, he dies. Oh, I did it, and I got out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a testament, right? I think, looking at the next game, remember this is a best of 3, right? If you're BDG right now, morale-wise might be a bit low. You probably have to figure out your draft a bit more. I think, like I said, the window wasn't very convincing for me, and that's also because, like, they say, yep, we're gonna ban Darius. Sarah isn't gonna play Darius, so, well, pushing forward, BDG might have to adjust the draft a little bit more.
So that's what I really want to understand. What is BDG going to do to address their draft here? Because you could see what they were trying to do with the composition. Maybe not Mundo, but you could see what they were trying to do with the composition. And the execution was poor. So now, after that, what do they do to go back and try and adjust here? It seems like a very difficult thing to ask.
Yeah, it is a tall order. And just to look at the question, I feel like I want to address this, right? We asked the question whether stacking waves or slow pushing is a thing in the game. You're right, Matthew, to a certain extent. It is time consuming, but the good teams and a micro version of that is what Raven did essentially. Recalling with the wave pushing towards you. So it's not necessarily stacking the wave, but just good wave management is something we don't see all too much. Like, Raven did it really well just to set up for the kill.
Raven played that very well. And I was critiquing Raven a little bit yesterday on his Katarina game. The Twisted Fate game was fantastic. I thought Raven's Twisted Fate was a fantastic follow-up to the way that Shinsekai and Cold and Fiend have been working well together to set things up with CWJ. Didn't quite like his Katarina game that we saw in the second match, but then in this game, fantastic.
I'm happy to see two styles from Alliance right now. So if you notice in the TF game, they were very bot-centric. They were diving bot 24/7, getting Cold and Feed a hit. This game though, we saw them focus a bit more on mid. CWJ was making sure that Raven was in a good position all the time. They even started laning phase with Rich coming to help him push and secure wave prio, right? So there are two sides to Alliance now. They might even have a third where they play top side heavy to get CWJ a hit.
Wow.
Although we haven't really seen that just yet.
Look at this, 3 mid lane bans. Ooh. Alliance just said, you know what, let's just ban out Ewash. Let's not give him Ziggs, let's not give him Orianna, force him on something else. That does mean that BDG have to ban out the Akali. They don't want anyone to pick that up, and they don't want Katarina to go through.
Problem here is that Shinsekai is going to get Lee Sin, and remember that game 1 that they played that Lee Sin, Shinsekai just styled on his opponents, right? Went for first item, Guardian Angel went in hard and punished anyone that took 1v1s against him. The second thing here is also it leaves the Kai'Sa open, it leaves the Camille open, which are both options here coming in for Alliance. I feel like that's the core trinity, right? If you have the Kai'Sa and you have the Camille, that's good enough. Then you supplement it with a very aggressive jungler for Shinsekai, and they're always good to go from then on out. Fizzy Fish on the Nami, okay. I'm gonna bet you that Golden Feet and Rich here, they probably play something like Kai'Sa, Alistar, Kai'Sa, Braum. Yeah.
Kai'Sa X is his spot lane. That's it.
Kai'Sa X, with the Nami though, it also kind of allows them that reset in the team fight with the tidal wave, so they don't have to hard commit into Alliance anymore. If they decide that Alliance are pushing, accelerating too quickly, looking for fights too much, tidal wave is an answer.
Already swapping things up though. The Olaf is definitely a flex pick that we see very popular in other regions.
Could be Sarah, could be HY Lim here. More often than not though, I feel like it's going to be Sarah. Of course the Kai'Sa X here. I think you do Kai'Sa plus aggressive kill lane. So
what do we expect?
Gragas is a mid-top flex, but still could go towards Rich. And if they pick a ADC that is not as mobile, so like off the top of my head, Ezreal is okay. If they pick something like Vayne, say, hypothetically. Kai'Sa, Gragas bot side kills Vayne.
Kai'Sa
Nami.
X, what to do?
They are setting up for a potential Yasuo, Yasuo composition. So you have Nami, you have Malphite. They would have wanted the Gragas, but what you should have done here if you're going to play Yasuo composition is just like pick Gragas, Yasuo, right? No need to go for the Nami early on.
Yeah, Nami's not a pick that I think is going to be contested.
So they misdrafted here.
But they could have been... what is it? When you try to bait someone into picking your first 3 champions, are you like, you know what? You pick your Kai'Sa, pick your Gragas, now we're going to show you Yasuo Malphite at the very end. Now you have to react.
The thing is, the Gragas here would have been a very good flex because you could have subbed it top jungle between your Olaf and the Gragas, so you always get a good matchup, right?
Yes!
There you go,
Rich
kill
has
lane.
done it!
Kill lane.
Beep boop, let's go bot lane. This is what I like to see. So, okay, you know what? I'll say this is good surprise pick. Very happy. Good surprise pick.
Good surprise pick from Alliance.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from Fish, right?
Thumbs up.
The
Thumbs up.
last pick here is going to
Beep
be
boop.
mid for Raven. He could do TF if he wants to, just camp the hell out of
Teemo.
bot lane.
Teemo, do it.
I don't think they have that much disrespect for their opponents. Could be mid Gragas as well, right? So they don't really have to worry. They're looking at mid and top. Camille being open, they could play that and then send Gragas towards mid for Raven. Otherwise, they could do TF here, send Gragas top, and just camp the hell out of bot lane to get Cold and Feed a hit. Singed, okay. So Gragas mid, Singed top. A lot of AP damage on this composition though.
Quite a substantial
Yep.
amount, even with Kai'Sa coming with AP damage. But final pick coming in for Big Dirty Golems is going to be the Ezreal in the bottom lane. So
Classic counter to Blitzcrank.
small little Yasuo comp being picked up. Yep, classic counter to Blitzcrank. Nami though, not
she
in a
gets
good
hooked, she
spot.
dies.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
And the thing is,
dead
like,
fish.
The thing is, like, if it was another ADC, maybe they fight back, like, okay, you know, don't hit my support. But Ezreal, once the Nami gets hooked in, he has to just run away. He can't really trade damage across because they'll burst her down so quickly. I feel like this is a lane that was set up to bully the opponents, but it depends on their mechanics, how you position the lane. If the Nami is standing across the Blitzcrank, she's going to lose the lane, right? So it has to be Ezreal opposite Blitzcrank, Nami opposite Kai'Sa. You trade with Ebb and Flow and Tidal Wave. Not Tidal Wave, excuse me, Aqua Prison.
Oh, very interesting draft. Alliance definitely trying something different with this Blitzcrank. Could be some style points, could be a strategy they just want to try, and potentially their last game in this qualifier too. If they win here against BDG, they will be advancing to the playoffs as one of the top 4, and we'll move into our second best of 3 for today. BDG will have another chance to qualify through the lower bracket later on.
And we saw CWJ play the Singed yesterday. Had a pretty good game, all things considered, right? I think he rushed for the Glorious Enchantment, like second item. He completed one core item, then went Glorious Enchantment. He was just leading the charge for his team together with Shinsekai. All said and done, this Malphite is going to have a pretty hard lane. Like, there's nothing he can really do against the Singe. Even if he pokes him out, steals his movement speed, Singe is still going to be, like, poisoning you, right? So there's nothing Sarah can really do in this lane. Similar to the Malphite, not Malphite, Dr. Mundo.
Sims could just sit behind the turret against
Yeah,
Malphite.
just proxy, right?
Yeah, just proxy. I mean, Olaf is a bit of a threat, but there's no lockdown early on, so
As long
nothing
as
to
he
do.
doesn't get caught by the first Undertow, I think he should be fine.
I think even if he gets caught by the first Undertow at full hit points, he should be okay. Because there's no hard crowd control early on, he could probably just run straight out there.
Yep.
It also depends on what summoner spells he picks up as well, right? Probably gonna be Flash, Barrier, Flash, Ignite, something like that.
Yeah, probably Flash. I guess Flash Barrier is pretty good. Flash Ignite is very greedy. Like I was talking about this, right? You pick Ignite meaning to stun your opponents. If anyone picks Ignite in the lane, it's like, I'm going to solo kill you and you are going to not like it. But Barrier is always the safe choice, right? Should be going into game relatively soon as we take a look at this draft. Win conditions aside, BDG have a very concentrated Yasuo composition. So what they want to do is they want to set up for the last breath on the prime targets, right? You need to hit the Unstoppable Force on the Kai'Sa and potentially the Gragas as well. Maybe even the Lee Sin if you can find them all three together, but ideally the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa needs to die. On the side of Alliance, their win condition is, well, first off, lane domination, right? Between Gragas and Blitzcrank, they have very good setups for the Lee Sin to come in and just kill people.
It's almost like they have 3 pushing waves, lanes
They
they
do,
can
yeah.
try and use, and then they've got Lee Sin behind it, so it's going to be very difficult on HY to try and find opportunities to either counter gank or protect his lanes here, because the lanes coming in from Alliance just so dominant once again.
And when you look at this matchup, which is weird to see, like Gragas versus Yasuo, the most reliable way to hit your knockup with Yasuo is to use the Spinning Slash, right? You dash into them and then you get the Q2 and Q3 up. Against Gragas though, he can body slam you the moment you're dashing towards him. So it's very tough to set up for your own like last breath in lane. You're going to need help to set up for the last breath, which is tough.
Well, let's get on to the Wild Rift for game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Alliance and Big Dirty Golems.
Looking to be a tough one for Big Dirty Golems after that great Game 1 loss against Alliance. Rich, he's hiding. He's looking for the hook. They spotted. HY out.
Raven's taunting him. Nice and early. Rich is going to be sticking around the mid lane. We always see the supports from the higher caliber teams try to do this. Look at that. He's actually going to try and be a bully against HY. Hello! Throws the undertow back.
This is a problem because he can't fetch it now. This clear is a lot slower than it would have been normally.
Surprised he didn't just like try to take one of the minions. Now he's going to come and see if he can get Ewash with a hook. Pulls him back. It's some nice damage. Rich just being a nuisance in this mid lane right off the bat. Does mean that corner feet's kind of stuck. River Blitzcrank. Not doing too much.
River Blitzcrank. I haven't heard that one in a while.
I used to play River Evelyn. It was so much fun. Like back when Evelyn used to have a stun.
Oh, right. Oh,
so much fun. You just
back
walk
when her
between
ult used to
lanes.
give you a shield, right? It was like a 90% slow and a
It was
shield.
insane. Huge AoE.
And then Alex Itch made it broken, so they had to rework it.
Yep.
Flashing
Alright, now they're
across.
going to go over towards Fizzy Fish. That's flashless. Nami gets tagged up by Lisa, even though the hook missed. That's first blood going to Alliance, playing so aggressive.
They got mid prio and then they went in with the full clear from Shinsekai on the bottom side. So now he's learned his lesson. The previous game he didn't invade, but this time he's like, okay, I know that HY likes to clear his top side first, so I'm gonna go in and take his camps away. Pretty smart adaptation coming in from the jungler of Alliance. Now he's moving towards mid. Could get a kill here.
Yeah, you watching some trouble. Just has to hit the Sonic Wave. Decides not to commit there. Instead, there is going to be a small skirmish topside of the map. CWJ are going to look to see if we get a fling. SSK goes in. They're going to try and fight the Olaf. Good damage, but Olaf does attack a lot faster as he gets lower. Doesn't matter. Poison is ticking. They probably will pick up the Lisa. No, they don't. He gets away.
Oh, no.
He gives in the thumbs up, boys. Let's go. Comes back in. Absolutely disrespecting the big dirty golems.
Oh my god, Shinsekai. That is not allowed. He lives with like 5 HP.
Classic Shinsekai.
Comes back in with the resonating strike. Like, what the hell, dude? Where is the respect?
Classic Shinsekai there. Oh my goodness. Now Raven even toying with saw Ewash in the mid lane. My goodness. This Alliance team is disgusting. They're so good.
The thing is, right, you're allowed to do these things if you're styling your opponent like to a certain level, and I'm completely okay with it. It's just like make it so much harder for BDG mentally because they lost in game 1 and now they're like losing through these tiny margins against Alliance. Every one of these small skirmishes is just going the way of Alliance.
Very well played though. They understand how to rotate what fights they can and can't take. Bursting down HO right away on this Olaf, making it so that he can't continue these fights. Very nicely done.
Hook coming in. No, he's fishing for
Come
it.
here!
Okay. Another thumbs up emote. We on this topside CWJ versus Sarah. We talked about this, how if the lane doesn't go the way of the Cinch, he could just proxy farm, but he feels very comfortable just holding his own against Sarah.
Emotes are the best. Love that. I love that
so
the
happy
game's
you guys
been
edited
putting
that.
emotes in. Oh, hello! What are you doing there? Where are you arcade shifting to? Did he just miss his hook point blank? Oh, okay.
Now he did.
No,
A bit of a greedy play
was-
coming in though. They could have found the solo kill, the 2v2 kill there if Coden Feet hit the Void Seeker. So
So it was the Void Seeker I saw him was somehow Raven's dead. It was the Void Seeker I saw miss, not the hook, and then the hook misses anyway.
a bit of a greedy play. Both of them expended their summoners on both sides, so I think he fortunately was not able to get the kill.
Oh, now they're going for a fight. Knockup comes through, doesn't matter. Cold Feet dives to the back lines. We'll get the first kill. Fizzy Fish will fall as well. Double kill being picked up by Cold Feet. Just guys are like, yeah, I can come to the lane.
He's gonna help them get the plates and they can rotate down
I'm
to take
Lee
the
I'm
dragon
helping.
to if they want after this. HY is always a bit late to rotation. You can see in terms of level, he's level 6 to the same of Shinsekai, but he's always late to lanes. He's busy farming, able to really secure the lanes for his teammates. And not to mention, you know, he did lose the bottom half of his jungle early on, so it's a miracle that he's actually equal in terms of levels. Also did die, so... Raven's just going back in. Good kick.
Knocking back the Olaf. HY is kind of stuck here. Wants to go back in. Flashes on top of Shinsekai. Does get the kill. So they trade 1 for 1. Big Daddy Golem's looking for a good fight here. CWJ going low, but managed to get back towards the turret. Yasuo is going to fall. Rich is now joining the fight. Does have the hook of... Oh, that's a little cheeky juke, but fortunately he misses it. Protobelt comes in for the kill. Thumbs up coming out from the AD carry. Very nicely played from Rich. Very flashy, but doesn't quite have the same effect when he misses.
And again, this is what Rich does, right? He picks up the enchantment a lot quicker than anyone else on the side of Alliance, right? He goes for that protocol just to close the distance. And of course, you know, you still have your Glorious Enchantment, you still have your Locket Enchantments and Gargoyles we picked up, but it's an adaptation by BDG, something that Alliance has been using very well. They're getting off to a good start by abusing these actives early on.
I'd be very rich though for if I got $1 every time Rich missed a hook. So that's
It's like what, $4 so far?
yeah,
$5?
Be very rich man.
Ooh, crappy putt. Ooh.
They're gonna try and take this dragon. Hold up, pops the ultimate. We'll pick up the dragon. He's just gonna keep shouting Burmacia no matter what. Yule's gonna get some good damage backline. Shinsekai might fall, ticking with some damage over time. Does get taken down. Blitzcrank over the wall. Can he continue with the chase? One Mystic Shot doesn't connect. Colder Feet going up against the 80 carry. The Yasuo jumps in for some damage. Raven living with a sliver health. Colder Feet wants to continue chasing. Gets a good knockup. Does he have a heal? He does not. Triple kill being picked up by Colder Feet. Big Dirty Golems find a half decent team fight. But it is going to be a 3-for-2 trade.
Still a 5k goal lead for Alliance, still them up in terms of turrets, and still Golden Feet with a big goal lead. Look at the items he built. So this is the classic Q Evolve item path that we were talking about, right? Be a Sword into Vamp Scepter into Longsword. Right now you get your Ecathian Ray evolved, you move towards that Blade of the Rain King, so now you have some attack speed. Once he finishes the Runan's Hurricane, he has the E-Evolve as well, or the Supercharge Evolve. So I like this item build coming in. It's one that a lot of experienced Kai'Sa players use to maximize value on the bonus AD, as he's dead here. There's no reason for you to be up
See you,
that far.
mate. Goodbye. Thank you for the turret. Much appreciate. Meanwhile, CWJ is just solo killing an Ezreal.
Ah, he couldn't even get the True Shot Barrage off. Unlucky.
Puts down the Salt Shaker as well after the solo kill. That's another turret falling in the mid lane. BDG just falling apart. Rich being
Another dollar fish.
being rich. Yep, I'm getting more monies.
Oh, they could set up for this Baron, but I feel...
Not even time for Baron. It's Mr. Herald.
Oh, Herald. Wow, okay. Yeah, there you go. Even better.
It's Helga,
I feel like,
should say.
yeah, this Herald here helps them break the inhibitor at least. It's only 7.5 minutes in, so actually, yeah, you're right. No Baron at all. Can't steal this either. Dodges away from the hook.
Rift Herald.
Puts the ward down, or rather the ward was already there. Let's take stock of the items right now on the side of both teams. I feel like Alliance, they're moving towards... Okay, so the Cinch, Rylai's, Landry's Anguish, he's hit his power point. Rich is going for the Loon's Echo. This is a big boy damage Blitzcrank. And core items just being completed right now on the side of BDG.
It'd be a great item for Rich if he could hit a hook.
I mean, he just needs to hit...
He's so flashy.
Protobelt procs Loon's Echo, okay? So that's
Still,
valid.
if you're not hitting a hook, that's not yeah. That's just like, I have Protobelt Ludens. Brrr, I can do that on any champion. I could be Lee Sin, safeguarded in Protobelt. Whoa, I did my damage.
Oh, look at this, look at this. Lee Sin bought Trinity Force, and that's because Sheen doesn't give mana anymore. So that is not wasted stats on a buy. It's actually pretty efficient on the Lee Sin because you want a cooldown reduction, you want the Spellblade, and you want, well, not cooldown reduction, you want the ability hits, you want the Spellblade.
Oh, Shinsekai. Oh, there we go. Rich finally got the hook. That's a Nami. That's a dead fizzy fish. Great ultimate combos are coming out from BDG, trying to pull this one back. Zhonya's being used by two members of Alliance, but they keep going. BDG diving in underneath the turrets. They might actually be able to do this. Even the AD carry joining this fight. Rich, last man standing underneath the turret, but Shinsekai is still here. Sierra gonna have to teleport back to base because the back door's coming. Can Rich stop him? Rich, no! Doesn't quite get it. CWJ will get some good damage. Big Dirty Golems looked for a nice 4-on-5. They don't get the fight they were looking for, and they lose so much damage on the bottom lane turret in the base.
But it was still 5-4, right, for the side of Big Dirty Golems. They got the full wombo combo that they wanted. This Yasuo composition needed the knockup to get into that position. They set up very well. Still, they lose a lot on the bottom side. Alliance now, they will look to regroup and use this Rift Herald to open up the base a little bit more. What Shinsekai can do here is just throw it towards the bot inhibitor. It'll naturally siege once it gets the charge off.
Get him, Rich. Yeah, you Protobelt. No.
Okay, they're gonna take Ocean. No, Ocean, excuse me. Mountain Dragon.
Let's try again.
Yep.
The dragon has spawned.
Don't need the dragon. I just want to see Rich pull someone towards him.
Raven just clearing the waves, ensuring to get mid-prio. Baron has spawned here. Rich still looking for a bit more as the Mountain Dragon has been taken down. Hook, hook.
Pull the Malphite into your team. Get him, Rich.
Get him!
He proto-belts in,
Uses
knocks
the
off
ult.
the Ezreal.
Okay.
Good damage, but Rich is
Did
going to
now.
die for that. Meanwhile, HYHY's dived all the way in the back line. Shields are not going to be enough. The poison ticking over time does kill him. Meanwhile, Shizuka's like, you know what, you guys can fight. I'm just going to put down Helga in the bot lane.
And he
Shelly.
needs to escort it.
Oh,
no!
Shizukai styles on him! Just roundhouse kicks into the face. It looked like the UFC fight from this morning.
Oh man, yeah. This is not looking good for Big Dirty Golems. Right now, Herald's gonna get another charge in.
That's it. Oh,
This is
okay.
game over.
Big Wombo is going to come out from Big Dirty Golems, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Shizukai goes on a killing spree. HYHY is trying to fight back. They live to fight another day.
Yep.
But how long? For how much longer? That's a huge deficit they're fighting against in a Nexus that only has half its hit points remaining.
You can see Big Dirty Golems are spamming attack pings like go and hit the Baron right now because they do need that to come back into this. Alliance a bit greedy to try and finish off the game there. Of course, Rift Herald was kind of appealing, so they're like, okay, if Herald charges this, we could probably finish the game off. They need to contest
Teleports
this
are being
Baron
picked
though.
up, by the way, by the rest of Alliance.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm smelling the back door. Oh no, they're going to teleport to the fight instead like they should. So Gragan's going to jump in. Rich is going to try and go for a steal. Nope, goes over to the side of Big Dirty Golems. Can they get out in time? Rich is going to fall. The poison is dealing so much damage from the side of CWJ. Another person going to fall down. This time it's going to be Raven. Loses to the Yasuo. Oh no, Fizzy Fish, not like this. Shizukai is just taunting him.
Meanwhile, Coden feeding on the mid side. He's taking on two members. He's going to use the Kill Instinct in and with the
He
wind wall
was.
up, he's
Good
actually
wind
not going to be able to finish
wall.
off the damage. No, the rock dash.
Shizukai's going to come in and clean up the end of the day as well. Only Fizzy Fish left. Shizukai, good bot. Get the base.
Okay, no. The Ezreal's up. They'll defend together.
I mean, they get the Baron, but no one keeps it.
Fair enough, you know, you hunt them all down. Hey, I think the Nami might still have the Baron buff. Yep, okay.
Yeah, Nami still has it.
She did that.
Fizzy Fish somehow stayed alive.
Yep. All that's said and done though, Alliance, they actually lose some of their momentum. I mean, Shinsuke's just gonna man fight him. Uses the roundhouse kick too. Trinity Force will allow you to do that. Spellblade is just pretty good with him right now. Also has Last Whisper and a BF Sword. Coden needs this red buff. He's picked up the Supercharge Evolve 2 now that he has Ruin's Hurricane. In fact, he's going for a bit more armor because he feels that the only way he dies here is Unstoppable Force into Last Breath. So you kind of need that additional cloth armor to tank through the damage from not only the Yasuo but the Ezreal as well.
Eventually get the GA as well, which would be nice.
Yep. Ooh, G and Zhonya's is nice.
Could be stuck on some of the opponents. Doesn't have enough money to pull through it. BDG just stuck right now. They've only got one turret left inside their base, and their Nexus is already hurting quite a bit. Super minions are stacking on the bottom side, so eventually those will crash. Baron buff's only going to help them for so long. Rich gets a hook at HYHY. Has to pop the Ragnarok, and horrible situation for him to be in.
That's the first hook though. What happens when the next hook comes in? He doesn't have Ragnarok up again, as Shinsukai's going to get knocked up by Steel Tempest, looking for another one onto HYHY. Meanwhile here, Alliance, they're just waiting for the waves to trickle in. It's mid first and then bot side after.
BDG have to force a fight before this bottom lane crashes. There's not going to be too many minions for them to deal with. Alliance doing the right thing though. They're spread out, so even if BDG force a fight, there's too many threats for them to handle, and now everything's starting to crash on in.
The thing is, Fish, when you have all three waves crashing and two of them are, you know, super minions, it's like fighting 6 on 5.
Oh, HYHY just gets decimated underneath his top side turret. Alliance go back to doing what they've been doing so far, just splitting out all the waves, making it difficult for BDG to defend.
You have no Ragnarok there because he was wasted on the hook earlier, so Shinsukai knocks him to the wall. They get the kill there. Pushing the last inhibitor down is going to be Coden feed, but everyone on the BDG side.
Oh, beautiful hook from Rich, pulls back the right target, 80 carries going to fall. Now Malphite tries his best, Yasuo wants to combo with him, but there's no damage left remaining for BDG. All the feet back into the back lines, killing the Nami. Only Malphite left alive, goes golden for a little bit longer, and that's going to be game going to Alliance, styling of BDG.
a 15-minute game again, and some seconds after, Alliance is going to close this one out. And like we said, right, Fish? If you don't GG out in 10 minutes against Alliance, it's like a good step. BDG, they put on a good show, they hold on against Alliance, but ultimately it was not to be. 2-0 for Alliance.
Still massively outclassed, as much as BDG has been the closest we've seen going up against Alliance.
I'm trying to give consolation prizes, man.
Shinsekai gave him a thumbs up with 1 hit point. It's just like, yeah, buddy, what's up? He just knew that he was going to be fine.
And then he took the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike after as well. It's like, yep, I'm not only going to emote you, I'm going to kill you too.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Alliance looking unstoppable. They make their way into the playoffs after winning this best of 3. You know, congratulations, they secure the spot. Looking for the rest of the 8, or rather 4, from this particular qualifiers to fill up the spots from the playoffs. 2 Alliance are happy with their position now.
Very quick 2-0 victory from Alliance. Let's take a look at the highlights from that match. Flash away from the Seraphine is perfect to disengage. Dragon is low. Shinsekai comes in. Big body bot from Shinsekai. Janna's going to try and save the team but gets disrupted. Double kill for Raven. Cole defeats Diamond and backlines again. That will be all she wrote here, Hungry. Pentakill being picked up by Raven.
I want to appreciate
Raven dealing so much damage. HY is going to fall. Ultimate comes out from Raven. Good damage. Fizzy Fish forces to use the ultimate.
No.
Double kill being picked up. Now going back towards where the Oriana goes for the triple kill. Not done just yet. Come here, Dr. Mundo. Doesn't care how he goes where he pleases. But Raven just styles on everyone for BDG.
Remember how I was saying he's navigating these fights, and part of it is just BDG walking one by one.
Shinsekai! He wants a solo kill. Gets him! My goodness! Absolutely styled on. Go back home, dirty golems. You don't belong here anymore. Underneath. Damage, but Olaf does attack a lot faster as he gets lower. Doesn't matter. Poison is ticking. They probably will pick up the lead. No, they don't. He gets away. He gives him the thumbs up, boys. Let's go. Comes back in. Absolutely disrespecting the big dirty golems.
Oh my god, Shinsekai. That is...
The ball, Rich is now joining the fight. Does have the hook of... Oh, that's a little cheeky juke, but fortunately he misses it. Protobelt comes in for the kill. Thumbs up coming out from the AD carry. Very nicely played from Rich. Very flashy, but doesn't quite have the same effect when he misses.
And again, this is what...
This one back. Zonia is being used by 2 members of Alliance, but they keep going. BDG diving in underneath the turrets. They might actually be able to do this. Even the AD carry joining this fight. Rich, last man standing underneath the turret, but Shinsekai is still here. Sierra gonna have to teleport back to base because the back door's coming. Can Rich stop him? Rich, no! Doesn't quite get it. Oh, beautiful hook from Rich. Pulls back the right target. 80 carry's going to fall. Now Malphite tries his best. Yasuo wants to combo with him, but there's no damage left remaining for BDG. All defeat back into the back lines, killing the Nami. Only Malphite left alive. Goes golden for a little bit longer, and that's going to be game going to Alliance, styling on BDG. That's the closest we've seen any team come to trying to take down Alliance, and we use that term very loosely because it was still an absolute one-sided affair between Alliance and BDG. There, BDG will be knocked down to lower bracket. We'll see them play their final game later on, but we're going to go into a quick break. After this break, we'll come back with our last best of 3 in the upper bracket semi-finals. It'll be NBL taking on Team Impunity. See you soon.
Change of range.
Black Shoe!
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wild Rift Icon series. We're going into our second best of 3 upper bracket semi-final that we have here today. We already have Alliance that is qualified for the playoffs. Big Dirty Golems have been knocked down to the lower bracket. Now we're going to have MBL taking on Impunity for the second spot in the top 4.
Yep, so they're looking to join Alliance in the playoffs right now. Impunity versus Noblesse. Well, I think Impunity have the edge here, but I don't want to count out Noblesse just yet. There's some very experienced players, you know, the likes of Cryonics and Aerus Resonance coming in to fill out the roster. But that being said, you know, we saw Alliance in a very dominating and clean draft come in and just 2-0 their opponents. Impunity, they kind of had the same performance yesterday. Not sure if Noblesse is up to task though. We saw how Big Dirty Golems didn't really stand the best chance against Alliance either.
I feel that Impunity have been really solid as well, like especially the match against Team OK. Impunity looked fantastic.
Very, very clean.
Excuse me. they were so clean to the point where even though Team OK, a pretty decent team, they tried to fight back. Impunity just gave them no opportunity to do so.
Oh, I love how we're both like just sitting here and appreciating, you know, the games that are going on, taking our time to just watch the macro. I mean, Fish is more like a Carnage guy, you know, kill, fight.
When
I love the macro.
This, I was like, yeah, this is what we want. We want all this.
He wants the emote into go back in for the kill, into taunt your opponents, into sit in a death rush and then kill whoever walks by. Right now we have on your screen though the upper brackets, which should be coming up. We can take a look at that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Alliance have made it.
Woo! Made it 2-0 against Team Big Dirty Golems, who will be falling down into the lower brackets, which will be seen later today. Right now, we have Team Noblesse going up against Impunity Esports, looking to join Alliance. The loser of this match will unfortunately drop down into the lower brackets, but still, they have another chance to make it into the playoffs if they can beat whoever's waiting for them there in a best of 1.
Yeah, so BDG will be playing in the lower bracket later, right after this best of 3 actually, and then the loser between MBL as well as Impunity will also be playing there. So it's going to be BDG against Team OK. The loser of this match will head up against Celestial. If Impunity wins, which is what we expect the outcome to look like, MBL will get a rematch against Celestial, which was a 2-1, very close game between those two teams.
Oh yeah, that is going to be a tough one for, I think, the lower bracket team, especially in the best of 1, right? When you have games like 2-1, you know, not very clean, not a straight up domination. You never know which set of those games are going to come out. Was it the one that, you know, the team won with the 2, or the one that actually you managed to fight back, right? So that's a lower bracket question up for grabs. Right now we're waiting for the teams to load in. What are your thoughts on Noblesse versus Impunity? Because we talked about Impunity being very clean. Noblesse haven't really shown us all too much, apart from, you know, managing to get the Akali during draft.
I didn't think Noblesse were very clean in their games, so I feel that in going into this match, Impunity to me looks like a strong favorite because they just know how to set things up from start to finish, and if Noblesse try to go towards that very scruffy playstyle, Impunity might just be able to use the very clean tactics and decision making they used in their last few matches to just, you know, completely ignore what was happening.
What should be noted though is the top laner or the Baron laner for Noblesse now is also the Baron laner for Impunity, Aerus Resonance, right? So he might have some information about the team that gives them that strategic edge, you know, maybe how they like to draft or how they like to execute compositions. So that could be, you know, the small lead that they need to kind of take this game. Remember, it's a best of 3, and you know, strategies tend to develop over 3 games. So I'm hoping to see Noblesse kind of theory crafted a little bit to their advantage and make use of the knowledge that they have.
And we're going to head into picks and bans for the first match of this best of 3 series. Impunity taking on Noblesse.
Should be fun as we see the Lee Sin already being hovered right now from Impunity. The Noblesse side, I think, right, I think they all name changed just for today, because you can see now they're all spawning that nice like MBL logo.
No longer different client tags from all the various teams.
So we don't have IT help desk anymore. Instead, it's Die.
No,
like for Damidala.
I want IT help desk.
I think Cryo is Kung because it might be his. No, his name is Fang Kai, right? So yeah, I'm not sure why the Kung though. It might have just name changed on the spot.
I want IT help desk to come back. IT help desk was a great name. Why would you not want to be called IT help desk?
It's a bit of a mouthful though, don't you think?
No. I mean, hyperkinetic position reversal was a bit of a mouthful, but it was the best word ever say.
That is true. Okay, right now we see the bands coming out, the Lee Sin and the Ziggs. Akali and Fiora. Nice.
Interesting. So banning out 2 top lane champions against Quarter 4, but that does leave Gragas, Camille, so many options open.
And that should be the Camille locked in now. I feel like if you're Noblest here on the red side, your R1, R2, you need to secure something for... I'm assuming that's Cryonics, right, in the mid lane. Because his champion pool is relatively limited. We saw him play like Corki, the control mage styles like Orianna. Not getting that might hurt the team's chances of winning against Impunity, but they want the flex of the Gragas and they want the power pick of the Kai'Sa in the Dragon lane here. Okay.
So locking in Kai'Sa first, they get the Gragas, so far draft looking okay for Noblest. Impunity focusing on the Camille first. It does kind of look like they might want to play Galio then.
You can do Galio here and supplement it with Seraphine if you want to teamfight heavily. Otherwise, Camille Galio sets up for a decent Katarina composition too. If you trust your mid lane to play Katarina, but of course you have Diana. Yep, why not? Easier. Just press big out, win big game.
Press big button composition coming out so far from Impunity. Noblest is drafting quite standard so far as well.
I'm curious what they want to pick up for the jungle position here, because we're assuming that this Gragas could go all three, right? Top, mid, jungle, but there's still potential for them to adjust their composition as they see fit. And this particular jungler for Noblest hasn't really impressed me all too much, I would like to say. Yeah. Okay, Vi again. Yep, there you go. Played Vi yesterday, it didn't really impress me like I said. Hopefully they go for something like the Orianna here to allow them to play into that Vi, deliver the ball, shockwave composition.
And they've picked up the Braum with it, as you mentioned earlier, to go down with bottom lane with Kai'Sa. Now Impunity do have to show what their final few picks are going to be, which is basically what's going to go in the bottom lane, and is this Camille going top side or going into the jungle? So MBL will have the opportunity to do a small counter pick here. If they do want to send someone else top and put Gragas in the mid lane, that would be perfectly acceptable.
Jarvan jungle,
Wow.
so they're building into this AoE composition. Now you need something to supplement that, so Ezreal is probably going to be a pick. It's cheap, it's easy, True Shot Barrage is not very difficult to hit. Alternatively, if you're very greedy, like, you know, what I would do, MF is probably the best option here. It's hard to lane with because you don't have the mobility. Vi and Gragas can knock you back, but yeah, Ezreal is the quick and easy option.
That makes a lot of sense, and Misfortune really difficult to play into Braum as well. Braum
Yep,
just puts
exactly,
up the shield. That's that's the ultimate done.
That's the greedy one, right? Ezreal also is going to face some trouble, like when the Braum has his Unbreakable up, Mystic Shots and True Shot Barrage is going to be absorbed. So you need to time that very well, right? You need to get in a position where Braum isn't just soaking up all your skill shots. Corki here for Cryonics, no surprise. This matchup is actually pretty tough for Corki if he doesn't space properly. I fully expect the support to come in early on and help him get the lane prio so that he can bully that Diana out. Same should be said for Impunity, right? Melee into a range matchup, you need help to push the first few waves out so you can level 2.
Alright, first champion select completed between these two teams. Who do you feel like got the upper hand here?
Impunity, I think. Impunity's comp is a lot easier to run, and again the idea is the Camille has to hit a priority target with the Hextech Ultimatum. In this case, Kai'Sa and Corki. If you hit that, if you land Hextech Ultimatum point and click, and you seal them inside that zone, the rest of your team come in and collapse, no problem.
Right.
On the side of Noblest, it's harder because they have a lot of like spread damage, a lot of single target bursts or so, but no real way to convert that into kills. Like you're looking at Vi to lock someone down and getting a pick there. Otherwise, you know, you have to fight front to back. There's no real good way for them to fight. Double ADC compositions tend to be that way where you have to have a meat shield in front of you and you fight front to back, right? You can't like burst someone or take a wombo combo.
And I mean, front to back, it kind of works here with the Gragas and the Vi,
It
but
has to be very tanky.
you still have to survive all the dive that can come out from Impunity. Especially when someone like Vi is not necessarily the tankiest champion
Most people
to
do
have.
Most people do build like, I think first item GA on her to get her into a position where if she dies, she gets the second win, right? Gragas could scale up to get tanky. A lot of there's a hybrid in builds now, right? So you can do full AP electrocute like what Shinsekai does for burst or what Raven does, or you can do Grasp of the Ignite tanky, so you get Sunfire Aegis and you start to scale up. So we'll see which Ares decides to pick. Right now we are into game. We can take a look at Impunity on the blue side, Novelist on the red side. First game in this best of 3.
Let's not the Wild Rift. Let's go to the Wild Rift. Woo! 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 Over there.
Yeah, there we go.
Impunity taking on Noblest in the first game of this best of 3.
junglers are starting mirrored, so it's red buff start here. Dai actually went up to get the lane prio for Cryonic, so you can see he's pushing in and he's pressuring the Diana away. He has this lane control now in the mid lane. That being said though, Novelist will get punished on the bottom side because Diamond Dollar wasn't there to help him.
And always some trade stops him out. You can see once that auto attack comes in from Court d'Ivoire, he's able to get a nice big magic shield against Eris.
He did go for Grasp of the Undying. Okay.
Very aggressive from Cryonics.
And again, that's because the Braum came to give Corki lane prio, so he's able to bully the Diana out. Just expected in that lane matchup. Impunity, no respect for that, so Sword is gonna have to force his flash out. I was bringing up the point about how you can build Gragas two ways, right? He went for Grasp of the Undying, so he's going to be very tanky. He's fine trading here, in fact. He does percentage max health damage once Grasp of the Undying procs, so against Camille, it's okay until the late game when she gets true damage. Then you're a bit squishier against her.
Junglers are going to trade sides for Scuttlecraft. Spaghetti has been caught out by this ward, so they know exactly where he is. Middle lane, safer because of that. But bottom side of the map, MBL are doing a fairly good job of pushing back Impunity. Little do Impunity know though, is that Jingy is trying to steal this one away. Wildboard tries his best to make sure Vida couldn't get that one, but not going to be the case. Wow, Scarlet Petal taking so much damage.
They actually have decent control here despite, you know, the early lead going the way of Impunity. Meanwhile, coming in for the gank.
Oh,
Great
beautiful.
flash.
That's going to be Swole taken down. No flash available. And it's Nobles to pick up first blood.
Oh man, he extended the range of the Vault Breaker straight into the Assault of Battery, and Noblesse, very good execution coming in. Like I said, their composition doesn't, it's very specific, right? They have to fight front to back. One component of that is getting the Corki a hit and getting the Kai'Sa a hit. So this is a good start against Impunity. Like I said, this roster is not exactly new. They have experienced veterans from all across, you know, Cryonics previously on Alliance, Eris previously from Impunity.
Ooh, good taunt coming out. Heal's going to be used. Great Justice Punch. Barrier gets popped for pain. Lives with a little bit of hit points, but Impunity's bottom lane playing that skirmish very well.
If it wasn't for the Unbreakable, the Kai'Sa would have died here. Yep, the True Shot Barrage would have ended his life. So again, the support from Noblesse making sure to keep his ADC up. Impunity putting the pressure back across. This is what we expected, even though Noblesse got the early lead. Now we have to see how Cryonics is able to snowball this advantage. I think the important part here is Cryonics needs to make his impact felt on the map.
Right.
Use the package when it's available and start making things happen for your team.
Especially when you get ahead this early on against Swell.
This lane is wet noodle like 100%, right? Eris doesn't take Eris takes reduced damage with his W, and he does percentage health damage and has decent sustain anyway, so there's no way someone dies here. All eyes on mid and bot.
I mean, a little bit of a stalemate of a game. Only 400 gold lead, which is that first blood being picked up by Noblesse.
Court d'Ivoire shouldn't be this low. Is he misplaying the matchup?
There is an ultimate available for Eris as well. You could
Yeah.
try and be a bit cheeky against this player.
Dragon has spawned.
Start this Cloud Dragon up. Should be able to secure this without contest. Spaghetti is already here with the smite. Noblesse, they're hovering in this choke. You can see the Wild Boar is holding with the taunt just in case they walk up to punish them, and he's gonna
nice
get one.
taunt.
Smite's gonna
Very
secure
nice
the dragon.
taunt allows Spaghetti to secure the dragon. They're going to follow up with a fight. Galio jumps in, gets cancelled. Chingy very low, but is going to be able to get out of dodge. Pain diving into the backline. Scarlet Petal now in a lot of trouble. Cryonics is in this fight as well. Really well followed up by Noblesse here. Even though Dragon goes in favor of Impunity, that's 3 kills to Noblesse.
Even they started the fight, but they bit off more than they could chew. Impunity, they had majority of their ults cancelled or used in a weird position, so they're unable to convert on this area control. I like the idea though. You put the Galio there just in case someone walks up in the choke, you taunt him and then you kill him off, but the rest of the team, the rest of the team on Impunity just wasn't down with it. They didn't read the same memo that Wild Boar had. Scarlet Petal completely mana immune, picking up Gluttonous Greaves too.
Very interesting though, they don't get too much for that fight. They're 1,000 gold ahead. Sizable lead this early in, but not your 3,000-4,000 gold approaching maximum velocity kind of lead.
Swap lanes, one to contest the Rift Herald.
Yep.
Pain is actually pretty big, right? So
That was a beautiful dive from Kaiser as well. Managed to get all
cold
the
and
way in the
feet-esque.
back lines.
Let's just call it cold
Very
and
cold and
feet-esque.
feet-esque. Pain being a bit of a cheeky person, definitely baiting to see if he can get Vi to come in.
I want to take a look at the items on Kaiser to see if he's got involved in Cathian Rain, because that makes a big difference when it comes to fighting. Remember, the key items we're looking out for is VF Sword, Vamp Scepter, Longsword, and he has all of those, so Cathian Rain is upgraded. He does more damage with his first skill now, especially if someone has been isolated.
Yeah. That's gonna hurt, especially now that he already got that first big dive off. He can try and look to do it again. NBL are grouping up around the Rift Terror looking for a fight there. Package is available for Cryonix as well.
Novelist, step 1, push up top wave, step 2, control river, step 3, take the Rift Herald. So you can see they're trying to execute step 1 now, they're pushing it out. Step 2 is already in motion, 2 members holding the bottom side, 2 members holding the top side, making sure that River's controlled. The solid battery though.
That's interesting. Scarlet Petal gets knocked all the way over the wall. Galio not going to be able to come in time. Noblesse doing fantastically in these team fights. Getty's in trouble. Killing spree for Cryonix. What looked to be Impunity being favorites has been completely turned on its head so far.
Remember the 3 steps that I listed out. Get top prio, control river, and then take Rift Herald, right? As long as you're controlling the bottom entrance and the top entrance, there's no way for Impunity to fight as 5, even if they have their ults available. Like, if you can't hit the wombo combo if you're split into 2 groups, your ults become less effective. Remember, there is exponential returns when you lay out on top of each other. Like, you can consistently knock up and chain CC them if you lay all your ults together. If you split them up, it's just a big ult with no effect.
And that's given Noblesse the nice 4,000 gold lead advantage.
Yeah. And they're scaling pretty well too. You have to remember this composition is double AD, right?
Yep.
The more gold that they have above their opponents, the more valuable their team fighting is, because those core items mean a lot more to ADCs than a mage. You know, a completed Luden's Echo is not as big as a completed like Triforce right now, a Corki and a VS Sword, or maybe even an upgraded Supercharge and Cathian Rain for the Kaiser. So these are all big ticket items coming from the gold lead.
That's an interesting fight. Pain taking a lot of damage. Pops the Zhonya's. Now Dai is going to join in as well. Finally goes down. Turret is there dealing some decent damage. Dai even flashing forward. The rest of Impunity is slowly going to follow up. A little bit greedy from Pain being that far forward. Eris is looking for a fight. Gets Gragas down to half of the hit points. Cote d'Ivoire. And continue chasing. Decides not to overcommit. As I come back here. Boom.
Yeah, level 9 is usually, level 7, level 9 is usually the breaking point for this matchup, because now your true damage on Precision Protocol, your first skill, is more equipped at dealing with the Grags. It's true damage that scales with your stats.
Next Dragon is online. This is another chance for Noblesse to try and take a lead in the match. Rift Herald being popped early into the bottom lane, forcing Impunity to try and defend multiple areas, but Gragas is not here just yet. Don't think Eris will be picking up a teleport anytime soon, but hopefully that Rift Herald is going to buy in some time. In fact, Eris still just runs straight towards top side of map, might even have a teleport enchantment this early on.
Cryonix needs to set the mid wave first. He needs to push mid all the way up to establish lane priority. Noblesse don't really have to contest this until they set the mid wave up. If Impunity focus too much on mid, then they can take it. It forces them to be in a choke between the Corki and the rest of the team. So yep, they see them all mid, they start the Dragon. All this is still buying time though for the Dragons to just push on the top side. Like, Eris doesn't have to join in.
Impunity have started it. Teleports coming in from Gragas, wants to join this fight, but they jump straight on top of the Vi, who has Guardian Angel, gets popped. Camille all the way in the back lines on top of Pain. Here comes Gallia as well, trying to take down Kaiser. Dashes back in. Very well played by Pain. Gragas now trying to buy some time. Scarlet Petal forced to run away. Beautiful team fight from Noblesse. They will lose their teleporting Gragas, but brilliantly played by Pain.
And again, look at the team fight. Camille was in the back. There was another fight in front of the Dragon Pit, and they were split up, right? They couldn't layer their ultimates properly, and it was difficult for them to even focus on a single target. The only person they got was the Gragas, who committed to being the tank so that Noblesse can walk up and hit from front to back. Everyone immediately diverted their attention to save the Kaiser the moment she was caught, and that is the team fighting style that you need. Front to back, peel for your ADCs, and just move forward once you chip them low enough.
Scarlet Petal even being forced to use his ultimate there. Sorry, his barrier.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage came out from Cryonix, who is definitely online.
As long as they keep Cryonix and Pain alive in these fights, healing from them and knowing that you have to space around them. Noblesse should be good to go from here on out. Also, don't get caught by the Diana ult. I feel like that's a bit redundant to say, but if all 5 members get caught in the Moonfall, it's still GG, okay?
6,500 gold lead for Noblesse. It's a pretty sizable lead just 10 minutes in. You need to start setting up for these next few objectives. Now Baron has spawned. It's going to be a big objective to look towards.
You kind of see the value of the Braum here when you have double ADCs, right? Because it's you do proc the Winner's Bite and the stun much quicker. There is he caught the Camille out of the river.
Quarterboy.
Yeah.
Huh. Meanwhile, mid lane is a big fight. Package gets delivered by Chronix. He has to use the Zhonya's. Vi gonna lose the Guardian Angel. Cataclysm back on towards Chronix, but here comes Pain. Peeling with the double 80 carries very nicely. Noblesse dash forward. In the back lines he goes. Cry! Firing onto everyone. Diana will pull lots of players back, but is there enough damage? Not quite. Noblesse picking up a huge team fight once again. Only Scarlet Petal left alive.
The 2 key ingredients, peeling for ADCs and allowing for them to re-engage and fight front to back. Pain understands these scenarios where, okay, they overcommitted, they tried to kill the ADCs, they tried to kill us, didn't work, and now we're gonna dive back in, they're gonna pick up this Baron. Noblesse find themselves a massive goal lead and a nice Baron buff to boot. Not really going the way we expected because of how clean Impunity are, but Noblesse have prepped properly for the opponents. You can see that they understand what they need to do. The way they're team fighting and the way they're playing this one out is really working out for them.
With Baron, with a 9,000 gold lead, surely these next few fights are going to be one-sided affairs for NBL.
Oh, yeah. Again, fingers crossed, don't eat the 5-minute Diana ult. Like, that one still loses you the game. I feel like if you choke up in a corner, all 5 of you get sucked into Diana ult, you still lose the game. So, you might have to respect that still.
At this point, if you're NBL, you've got to be thinking, okay, we played so well in this match, we just have to end it out. Continue this in game 2, and we're all the way in to the playoffs. There we go,
Oh my goodness,
picking off Spaghetti, tries to flag drag away, Pain doesn't care, flashes over wall, gets a killing spree. They still have Baron buff, so they can start marching towards the base. Aris is also pushing out on top side of the map.
They're trying to get this 1-4 down, they need to siege the inhibitor first. All they have to do is just wait for these double Baron and powered cannon minions to get in, but jumping in though
They're
is the Camille.
forcing a fight, trying to take a 4-on-4 big taunt from Galio. Diana throwing a big ultimate. Vi will get the first kill.
Pain is still alive.
Pain is still alive and pushing forward. Double kill being picked up, and that's gonna be it. Scarlet Petal, the last man standing. But Chronix is still here to knock these turrets down.
They tried to go in for Pain, you know, they wanted to kill the Kai'Sa, and what did it cause?
Everything.
Everything. They lose the game. Game 1 going the way of Noblesse. 13k goal lead.
If they can somehow repel here, doesn't look like it. Chronix is taking the turret. Harris is taking it. Can he get it? Lost the Baron.
No! We jinxed it. We jinxed the fish.
Alright, here comes the comeback. Rocky music theme.
Oh no. Noblesse. Why you do this?
Disappointing.
I just need to regroup. I'm sure they're having a bit of fun. They were trying to push in there, but it's still good defense. You know, we give credit where credit is due. Impunity, they hold on, they take the dragon. Now, they're gonna pick up this ocean dragon for themselves. All 5 members of Noblesse have regrouped. You can see on the top side of the map, Pain is going in. He wants blood. He's gonna get the kill onto the Camille here. Using the kill instinct, finishes him off.
Pain's having an absolute cracker of a game.
Red team lost a turret.
Completely skipped over any defensive items apart from the Zhonya's enchantment.
Who
He's
needs
like,
it?
yeah, I will go full damage, and the only protection I need is to kill my opponents.
If you kill them before they kill you, you still win.
This is true.
Yes.
This is very good advice. Build full damage, it's okay. No need any protection.
Yeah.
Right?
What is it, Dota? 5 rapiers? Yeah, let's go. 5 Infinity Edge.
5 Infinity Edge. They overreach this engage here. They can re-engage if they want to on the Noblesse side, and they will for sure.
Beautiful engage from Vi. Package gets delivered, cutting off the entire team. Big taunts from Galio, but is there enough? Pain is still alive on the backline, dealing good damage towards Spaghetti, forced to flash out. That's one GA popped. Diana is going to fall. The rest of the team's going to come on through. Camille jumps on and does absolutely nothing. Only one player does fall. Everyone else takes quite a bit of damage, but they could disengage and go for Baron.
Impunity overchasing again. They're gonna die here.
Oh, look, stepping forward, and Pain just goes 1, 2, 3, clap, clap. NBL gonna back off once again, and Impunity have to try and fight this 3-on-5 as they march towards Baron, and Super Minions are slowly marching to their base.
5 seconds, I'm gonna say Impunity's overchasing again, because that's when Vault Breaker is up, and that's when every time Impunity walks up and they get caught by the Vault Breaker and it's out with Barry. Just give it a second.
They actually have to stop the Super Minions. Java's gonna try and come in and steal this and stop this, but Minions are on the Nexus. The Minions might just win the game here, Daryl. This fight might not even matter anymore. Minions are already smacking down. Pain gets a kill.
Okay,
Craig's trying to do what he can.
Sword is defending. They're looking to kill off Spaghetti here. He's still very tanky.
But can he get away? There's a teleporter. What? Diana's coming to this fight as well. The poor Braum is just stuck there. Now Eric's going to join the fight too. NBL doing everything that they can. Pain wants to rejoin the fight. Swirl jumps on top of him. What are you doing? Hello. This could be the comeback. Oh, rushes forward. Doesn't quite get it. Eric's going to be able to get out alive.
So, I think Noblest there messed up the execution in the last... Okay, like the last 30 seconds to 45 seconds has been a mess up from Noblest. They should have just held the fight out and extended it, like you said, Fish, you know, wait for the minions to come in and finish off the game. Now they might just lose Baron. They could potentially lose
Redemption?
Okay.
It almost killed him. What are you doing, Spaghetti?
Okay, TP,
No!
TP.
Go, Eris! Go in the pit! Eris, go! They might be able to get this one. Teleports are coming in. Quarter Boy forced to back out. Java very low. It will be the blue team that picks up Baron. Noblest are throwing!
Yep.
They're actually throwing the game! It's now back to only 7,000 gold of a difference!
The problem is now with the Baron buff, this Camille in the side lane actually deals with the Gragas pretty well, right? You think about Gragas' wave clear, it's largely from the Sunfire Aegis, which is magical damage, as well as the barrels and his empowered auto. So although it's magical damage against Baron up minions, very hard to clear a wave. Camille actually has value here in terms of the side lanes, and she has TP and Chan as well.
Pull up a chair, get the popcorn, because if this is an Impunity win, this is the biggest throw that we've seen.
Yep. That's 2 already. They're running it down still. They don't have the ADCs just yet. Pain is out, but they need Kong and they need Ares. 5 seconds each.
Big wave on the bottom side of the map with this Baron buff. They're not too worried. Revoir's going to go back to base.
Does Impunity force here? I don't think so, right? You just take the turrets and then you back off. 21 seconds on the soul. I think this Elder Dragon's going to be important.
They are grouping up to look for a fight. And it's important they get the base before fighting, because now they
push the waves out first,
have the items as well, so they've been able to use the gold that they've gotten to catch up. It's only a 4,000 gold lead difference. 80 minutes in the match, that doesn't mean all that much.
Elder Mountain is big. You want the Elder Mountain for the Gragas, so both teams will be contesting this, because on the other side you went in for Jarvan too, so both teams need to fight.
What about threatening to go in? Scarlet Petal just slowly chipping away at anyone that moves forward. You can see Chronix is at half hit points. Even trying to poke down the Vi. Teleport's coming in. Vi's going to jump straight on top of the Ezreal. But look at Corki. Chronix is dead.
Oh, no.
That's the AD carry mid laner for NBL. Take it down right away. Pain doing everything he can to slide into backlines. Gets a double kill. Pain may have saved the day, but it's not over yet. Diana's in the base. Diana's going in with Baron buff.
They need the recall, but they can't
They cancel the recalls. Aaron's going to be able to get back to base just in time. Squad is going to go for Impunity. He gets that Impunity with a comeback. They've done it. Impunity were able to turn it around. 460 hit points on the base, and the back door against NBL to take game 1 of this best of 3.
You know, in Mandarin, right, there's this word called Huokai. Like, you deserve it. Because they tried to run it down to close out the game, and then they messed around with the Baron, and Noblest literally through their fingers, they lose the first game. And it was so clean up till it wasn't. I'm not even memeing right now, right? Noblest were clean until they weren't.
That's an absolute tilter.
Yep.
Unbelievable finish from Impunity to pull that one back from the brink.
So, we've assigned the blame. The credit here, however, still goes towards Impunity for keeping mentally strong first and making the call to send the Diana to split push while the team was contesting the Elder Mountain. Knowing that at 45, they didn't have to win. All they had to do was buy time. They cancelled the recalls in the end. Ares was the only one that got back, but it wasn't meant to be.
We called it, Daryl. The Rocky music came out.
It happens, right? Every time especially me on the broadcast coming in. Yep.
Rocky music came in, and that was it. Impunity were charged up. My goodness.
That's gonna suck. That has to sting for Noblest coming in. Like, that game 1 was like see you know, all you have to do is sign on the paper, but no.
Especially
Couldn't close
thinking that if you drop this next game now and you drop out 2-0 when you could have tried to take it to game 3, then you know you have to go up against a team that you've already only scraped a 2-1 victory over in the lower bracket.
That's a hard render, man. I don't know. I just look at it like Nobles should have closed, and I was very impressed with them for the first, let's say, 3/4 of the game. The Rift Herald fight was good. Setting up for the Baron was not. So everything up to the Baron, even the final push in, was okay.
Someone wrote in Twitch chat as well, GGFF at 15 at 10 minutes into the game. It's always a comeback. 10,000 gold lead comeback.
It's a bit of a pippi got through, to be
Unbelievable.
honest.
Huge team effort at the very end, getting Diana into the base with all the minions moving forward. Baron buff still available and then cancelling all the teleports. Very nicely played.
Oh man, it's tough, man. Now the worst part is they have to take a moment, right? They have to take a moment to reset and then go into the next game. Against Impurity, like, mentally, in your head, you're like, you have an idea that your composition worked. Your execution up till maybe the 15-minute mark worked all the way through. It's just the shot calling and the decision making when they're looking to close out the game that completely failed them.
And this is why we say, you know, when you're 10,000 gold ahead, you've pretty much won the game, because NBL, they died at the Nexus, right? That's mistake number 1. Then they died at the Baron buff. That was mistake number 2. But they still pushed into the base of Impunity and were looking like they were going to win. Then Pain died, mistake number 4. Then they died, Cryonix died at the Dragon, mistake number 5. And that's how many times I had to make mistake after mistake for Impunity to say, you know what, now we've got this. And they still only could win through the back door.
And if anything, the Dragon fight was not a full mistake on the side of Noblesse, right? Impunity recognized that Noblesse are tunneling onto the Dragon. They are over-focusing on the Dragon, so we're going to send the Diana into the base, the back door, while they're fighting for this, while we're stalling for time. Remember that Jarvan built full tank. Like, a lot of Impunity is tanky, and they have Zhonya's enchantments as well, so they're able to stall for time while the Diana escorts the wave in. By the time she's already hitting the Nexus, it's too late for Noblesse to start the recalls. In fact, when she was inside the base, it's already too late because she gets an attack speed steroid when she casts her spells. And she's AP too, like, she deals so much damage to the Nexus.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. So now we're just waiting to get into Champion Select for game number 2 of this best of 3. Absolute tilter the first game. Wow, NBL gonna have to try and find some way. They have to find some way to come back into this without tilting off the face of the planet.
I kind of like, when the last 10 seconds of the game, I felt that there was the comeuppance that Noblesse kind of deserved for not playing cleanly, I think.
Where we're watching it now, Scarlet Petal was defending the base, doing a good job.
Yeah.
Spaghetti comes in. They
overcommit.
Definitely. Oh, they were splitting out damage.
What you do here is okay, so we're watching the VODs, right? And the idea is like, they didn't decide on a unified course of action. Either you stay there and wait for the cannon minions to siege down the Nexus and then you punish anyone walking in, or you dive and you all decide to focus one person and kill him first, and then you finish off the Nexus. So they all did multiple things differently there, which is why the damage is split up. People died in the Nexus, and this feels bad, man.
Oh. I can't do those anymore. I retired for a reason, right? No.
Matthew's heart is
Can't take it. Still just waiting for the teams to be ready going into the next match. And taking a few minutes to regroup here. I don't blame them.
Yep. That was. I mean, if you tilt that hard, how do you reset? Right, you go up, get some air.
Go for a run.
Go for a run.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep. Give up. Just say, you know what, we'll play the lower bracket game later.
Oh, okay. So the strategy here is to sack the last game.
No, done. No, okay. I don't want to play against Impunity anymore. Who's that other opponent? We'll fight them. All right.
So the all 5 members plus coach optional goes for a run.
Yes.
To reset mentally.
Yep.
And then you come back and play lower brackets.
Yep.
Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
That's the only way.
Coach Matthew has spoken.
Yep.
I was thinking of
join
something more
next week's
tame, like, I don't
qualifier.
know, make coffee, go out for air.
Join next week's qualifier.
That one is too extreme. That one I cannot. I will not abide by that.
Can.
Just like forward out of today, lower and upper bracket, join next week's qualifier, and then reset during the week.
Yes. Or join next year's Icon Series.
Okay. Calm down.
That's a tilt you don't recover from. Like, I'd be surprised if they do. But
could you grab me a 100 plus if you don't mind? Is there any way you could grab one?
no,
No.
not while I'm sitting.
Okay.
Like, wait, hang on.
You could, right? You could.
Ah!
There we go.
It's not cold.
I was like coughing. That's okay. My voice is like, wow, the ending of the game, like the last 10 seconds, had my voice like reeling, man.
But this is the first qualifier for the Icon Series in Singapore. There's another one that we played next week. If you want to register for the second qualifier, head over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com, where you can find all the information about the Icon Series and still register all the way up until Wednesday for next weekend's tournament, where you can also have a chance to have a 460 Nexus comeback, or, you know, completely fail that and, you know, not feel great for the rest of the day.
And then you just, forward up for that day and just play in the lower brackets.
But the Icon Series is presented by 100 Plus, the main sponsor of the event. They are also giving away 3 months worth of 100 Plus to all 3 of the top podium finishers in the Icon Series. The Icon Series is organized by Elephant, the main partner for Riot Games for the Icon Series in Singapore. And last but not least, Secretlab Chairs is the official chair partner of the Icon Series in Singapore. It's the ones that we're sitting on now, and also 5 of the chairs will be given away to the winners of the Icon Series at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, Matthew sitting on the, I think the Yasuo limited version. I'm on EK1. Yeah.
It's nice. I like the embroidery of the Yasuo one.
The KD one is a bit colorful. Like it's
Yeah,
purple,
this
right?
is all embroidered. It's not even printed on. It's really cool.
Oh yeah! Wow, you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really nice. Has a very unique feel to it. Like very, very prestige.
Like-
Is that the right word?
Extra shield.
Yes. Very nice. Very
Extra
stylish.
shield because it's like embroidered
it.
and stuff.
Yeah, it's as good as a 600 Nexus comeback.
Ooh.
Yep.
This is gonna be a thing from now on, isn't it?
Yes.
Ah,
absolutely.
unlucky.
Absolutely. The Rocky theme comeback.
See, if Grander was casting this, right, we just let this go. We're like, okay, unlucky, it's fine, go next.
Nah.
Matthew casting is like, you guys, you're gonna remember this for the rest of your life. This is gonna become a meme from now
yeah,
on.
no, I'm gonna mention it every single time NBL play. It's not over till that Nexus is dead.
No.
No. They could have 6 million gold ahead. You know, there could have been 4 disconnects in the other team. Not over till the Nexus is dead.
As long as there's life on that health bar
Yes.
for the Nexus, it's not over, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Unlucky.
Do you know what Impunity have to do right now though? Coming to game number 2, exactly the same thing. They need to go down to 400 hit points in the Nexus and then win.
Wait, so they AFK the whole game and then let the Nexus go
Yeah,
down to
no,
400?
they just let them get to that position
Okay.
once again where they're able to, like, you know, fight off the Nexus battle and then have that rocky comeback. Because then NBL gone, finished.
Do they, as a team after that, like if it happens twice in a row, do you hold a team meeting and ask everyone if they really want to play Wild Rift competitively? I feel like that there are some hard questions there to be asked, right? If it happens twice in a row.
That's where you go pro and hustler.
Or bridge for veterans.
Bridge for veterans. Disappear into the abyss. Oh, but to be. We're gonna head into Champions League for game number 2. Memes aside, I do think that it was a really good play from NBL
Good early game.
a really good play from NBL to put Impunity at such a huge disadvantage early on. Impunity had a miraculous opportunity to come back. And I'm not even saying that they, like, the way they defended the Nexus the first time round, it was a no-brain defense. Like, They had 2 people, they just tried to throw everything they could, and they got the win. There wasn't anything spectacular about it. Scarlet Petal still died in that.
Yep.
And it was Jarvan that got all 3 kills. However, it really was the mistake after mistake that came out from Noblesse afterwards that started giving Impunity the wins. And we talked about this yesterday. When Noblesse were playing against some of the weaker teams that they were stomping, they were still making these really sloppy setups to try and get some cheeky kills or prolong the game a bit more. When this is what Impunity and all the other teams we've been watching, when they have those games, they're like, you know what, we're closing out 10 minutes, this, done.
You were also calling it out, right? Like, the weaker teams allow you to get, like, that 5-man cheese set up outside the base and fight a pick, right? You play against someone stronger than you, like Alliance or Impunity, they're like, oh, I see 5 there. Raven, you wanna just channel this 5-man taunt for me a little bit, and then we just go in and kill them? It's the exact same principle, right? Playing sloppy gets you punished, and Impunity is one of the teams that will punish you.
And don't get me wrong, I don't think that Nobles did the same thing they did yesterday's game. That was very different, where they were very clearly going to win. They tried some cheeky things. They didn't do this against Impunity. They played much more towards what's the best way for us to win the game. But I feel that when you're a basketball coach, I used to have always used to say it best, which if you practice missing, you're going to miss in the game. And it's the same thing when you have these matches. If you practice mucking around, not finishing out and closing out games strategically, then there is a big chance that when you need to do that, you can mess up the execution. And what I hope that they took away from the break they just took and coming back into game number 2 is really understanding how can they close out the game a bit better, because they outclassed Impunity in the laning phase. There was nothing Impunity could do for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Not only that, but the setups for the big objectives, right? There's a very clear deviation from the moment that they were trying to get the lead to when they got the lead. The moment they got the lead, completely different team, like they were just mucking about. Getting to that point where they're slowly building advantages is the team that I want to see for the whole game until the Nexus explodes.
Well, we are into that second champion select. Let's see if they're going to be able to clean things up. But bands coming out are going to be Akali as well as Camille. We have Ziggs and Lee Sin being taken away by Impunity.
NBL, do they do Gragas here or do they do Kai'Sa again for Pain? I mean, I feel like Gragas is the choice here. I can swap it into jungle, mid. Oh, I don't feel like Crownix might play Gragas, so it might be a top or a jungle Gragas only. Bit of a delay, but yeah. If the Gragas goes onto the Noble side, that opens up, I believe... Oh, okay, hold on. Look at the lineup right now, I think.
There you go, Gragas is picked up.
Scarlet Petal is potentially playing ADC this time. I want to say he is. Wait, let me take a look and double check. Yeah, I think Scarlet Petal might be playing ADC this time. Previously, he was on support on both games and yesterday, but this time he's going to be playing ADC, so Impunity are done mucking about, I think. If he's on Marksman, that's the role that he really became famous for and played a lot on in the past. So
that's what he played the Ezreal in the last match as well. They're going to pick up the Galio coming into this game.
Oh, right. Okay.
So no Camille Galio delivery system, but they lock in their bottom lane first. They understand, and I think this is a great strategic move from Impunity, which is Pain's Kai'Sa game was fantastic.
Yep, take it away.
So as much as, maybe Scarlet Petal doesn't want to play Kai'Sa, wants to go more towards the Ezreal route, I think you have to take it away from Pain.
You combo this with potentially the Braum Alistair, I think, and you have a very good setup for the Kai'Sa. Now that they've reviewed the Galio though, this is potentially Nobles's game to counter draft. So what you could do here, if you see the Galio coming, you want the Orianna and you want some level of hard disengage. So Janna is probably a good option too, but they want the Braum instead, which does give you hard disengage from Glacial Fissure. Seraphine also has lockdown and counter engage with the Encore.
Could be a Seraphine mid coming out for Cryonics here.
Could be.
Pain could take it into the bottom lane, tie up with the Braum, but doesn't quite make too much sense. Usually
the problem is
like
if you play this as your marksman, right, as your primary or secondary farm champion, you need someone to really boost. You need someone to enchant, and if Camille's out, that only leaves Olaf right now. And I think that's left in the pool. Maybe Darius if they want to play it. I think this might just be a mid Seraphine then coming in. Jarvan here to set up for the Galio. Jarvan is like the poor man's Camille. You think about it, yeah.
But it does get locked in. Heading into the jungle here for Spaghetti.
Good setup.
Interesting. So if they go with Lux, that's probably going to be
Galio mid.
Yeah, Galio mid would support Lux. And we've seen Rich pick up Lux on the side of Alliance.
It could be Lux mid too.
It could be, but it's unlikely.
It's very susceptible to getting ganked, and
yes. That's
a big problem that we saw Impunity have, right? The mid laner actually got punished quite a bit.
Yes.
So I think you put this Lux in the bot lane, in the Dragon lane rather.
You're up against a Braum. Braum is not a very scary lane for Lux to play against. Yes, there are some combos that do let you play very aggressive in the bottom lane, but very unlikely to be played in this meta. curious to see what they do come out with. So Jinx
Brom.
getting locked in with Brom. So very hyper-scaling bottom lane, and Kai'Sa, Lux, Kai'Sa, Galio both not known for being kill lane threats.
So this is what I was talking about, right? The Olaf, you need someone to enchant. The Seraphine here now has double value because if you get something like Ardent Sensor and you heal your whole team with the AoE, Ardent Sensor applies that buff to everyone inside. So it's actually pretty decent value if I'm not wrong. Looking at the compositions right now, just purely off the drafts without nameplates, I do like the Impunity one a lot more. It's very easy to execute. Right now, your primary target, in fact, the only damage source that you want to kill off is Jinx. You can ignore the Olaf because Kai'Sa is going to deal with the Olaf. And Cataclysm is a hard counter to Olaf. So forget the Olaf, not an issue. Kill the Jinx, use your Heroic Entrance and your Final Spark to pick off the Jinx. Chain CC here and Darius just makes it that much easier. Okay? Impunity, one drop here.
Quarter Voir with the Darius pick.
Very good.
This is an interesting composition, and you know what? If they were hiding this all the way to the very end, or this comp in particular, right time to pull it out is now. You know that Noblesse had the upper hand going into that first match. If you win this game, that's it. You're all the way into the playoffs. You don't have to play any more matches.
So some notes here. Lux is going to be played by Swirl in the mid lane. It's very gankable, but because it's jungle Olaf, not jungle Gragas, as long as you are okay with spacing towards the right side, you avoid the undertow, pretty hard for you to die.
And I do like this over the Galio mid just because if you're looking towards the bottom side plus jungle, it's Jinx, Brom, Olaf against Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Galio. So if you're ever able to get a skirmish or a way to lock down Pain on this Jinx, it's going to be quite easy to take the Jinx down despite the fact that you've got Brom trying to protect her.
So the idea here is like, if you put Galio in mid, you're going to be playing for mid because you have very good lockdown against the Seraphine. Justin's punch into taunt, into flank and drag. Easy, right?
Yes.
Now that you swap the Galio down, it's the same idea. Very good setups for bot lane. Even though Brom is tanky, even though you can set up to block the shots coming in, you still have a very good on-demand taunt and knock-up to set up for the Jarvan. So Scarlet Petal here should be the focus of this composition. They should be looking to snowball the Kai'Sa. I'm very worried about Noblesse's composition because they lack damage unless the Jinx snowballs.
And there's so many different ways for Impunity to catch out Noblesse later on as well. Even if you just look topside, Darius, Jarvan against Gragas Olaf is a very dominant matchup. Then you also have Lux, especially when Lux hits level 5, can start roaming up the river, get to fights really quickly where you've got lockdown, you've got high damage, you've got a long range ultimate that can help, take the last few bits of damage down or burst someone out right at the start of the match. So there's very good ways for Impunity to pick the skirmishes here. What is going to be scary is if Noblesse can do what they did in game 1 and try and create that very early lead. That's what they need to do.
They need to slam lanes and really put Impunity in their place and then play properly. Just get the
so
early
hard
leads.
when you pick Jinx, Brom bottom because that's a lane that you can't win early.
There's another, or rather I'll call this the final piece of the puzzle, right? And why I'm leaning so heavily towards Impunity. Cataclysm, by default, in the early days of League, was a very strong ability because it creates terrain and locks everyone in. As movement creep started to become a thing in Riot, Riot's development of League of Legends, everyone had a dash. Look at the lineup right now on the Noblesse side. Who has a dash that is able to exit this particular Cataclysm? Only Gragas and possibly Brom. Everyone else is going to get locked inside the Cataclysm, and that is a huge issue for Noblesse if they want a team fight. If they bunch up, that Cataclysm is going to tear them apart.
Well, we're into the second match of this best of 3 after an absolute clown fiesta of a finish in game number 1. Already some early trades going to bottom lane. As much as Jinx is a very late game scaling carry, does have some own threat very early into the match. Very nice range advantage that Jinx gets. Able to swap out over towards rockets. A nice little range advantage to poke a little bit.
It does burn mana. It uses up a lot of mana if you're not careful. So you need to respect how you space with the fish bones and Pow. So right now dodging away from the bind, very good stuff coming in. At least they're spacing properly here. Now they're moving aggressively. They're looking to get the stun on the Scarlet Petal. One more auto might just do it.
Not quite. Okay, Wildboard's able to block that out. And they get the stun and return on towards Brom. Scarlet Petal just needed two more auto attacks. 2 more auto attacks. Damodala would have been taken down. That does force Noblesse to go back to base. Only damage coming out from the Darius. And you can just see Kratos doesn't really care.
Yeah, these early trades always go towards the Gragas, and I feel like even as he scales, Coveted doesn't really have kill pressure on Eris because of the sustain, of the damage reduction from his W. It's a pretty nutty top lane. This is something that we're talking like Jensen to bring about, like QTV's tank Gragas in the past, and now, tank Gragas making a reappearance with Grasp of the Undying. It's pretty unkillable. They're getting zoned away because it's double range into range melee, right? So Braum doesn't do anything to punish, they can just hold the wave here.
And it's not the Galio support that we're talking about Champion Select, we mentioned very early on. So now with the Lux in the bottom lane, Galio does have more agency as a global pick, so can get to fight a little bit quicker if he needs to. Lux is going to be able to create more opportunities bottom side of the map as well, with the snare available.
It's the pros and cons, right? If you play like Lux Kai'Sa versus Galio Kai'Sa, you get this range, you get this push in, you get the harass. You don't get the on-demand CC, you don't get the lockdown. Right now though, Spaghetti isn't focusing mid, which I am a little disappointed to see. You need to put the pressure on the Seraphine and burn her flash early, maybe burn the barrier even, because you have so many good ways to lock her down that Jarvan should be following up together with the Cataclysm. You can literally flag and drag Cataclysm in, she will flash away.
See another early item pickup coming in for the Lux. Redemption picked up right away.
Nice.
I know you like to see when these supports get the very early upgrades.
The thing is, it's not cheap, right? You gotta get boots into that upgrade. It's not like you can buy that enchantment for no reason. So you're spending money on movement speed, which most supports do anyway. First item boots into like Mobies or something is usually really good. And then you get the enchantment, which has big value in your first fight. They always pick this up around the 3-minute mark. The reason being, Dragon spawns at 4 minutes, you expect to contest around 4.5, so you always want to get this before the 4-minute mark.
Difficult spot now for the bottom lane duo of Noblesse, whereby Kai'Sa is letting them push in, and if a good Lux snare comes through, that could be lights out to one of the MBL bottom laners. But see Olaf trying to jump in for a cheeky lane gank. Impunity is just pushing out 3 of their ways. Darius is pushing in against Gragas. You see that Galio is controlling this mid lane pretty well, and they could set up for a very nice early dragon attempt here. That's coming up in 7 seconds. Olaf still down in the spot.
There's still a lot of time to spade. You could have walked up the river and gained some control.
The dragon
They're worried
has
that Impunity
spawned.
were going to push and go for the all-in, so Shingy sits there and hopes that they find over-aggressive Impunity bot lane.
None of the team has gotten enough backs just yet. Bottom laners are still staying down here, so not going to be able to spend their gold before this fight, but I also believe that Olaf wasn't able to do so either. Darius is going to be the first to get towards this dragon. Let's see how they take this fight. Impunity's already grouped up for it. Gragas is going to come from one side. Redemption being used nice and early. That was the cast being thrown out by Gragas too early on. Nothing gets going. Big body bop though is going to help them out. Jarvan jumps on in with Spaghetti. Lux with a big laser. Darius trying to get the slams. Lots of damage. Scarlet Petal still alive. Dealing damage back like flashes over the wall. Can he get enough? Does get taken out by Pain. Pain do a fantastic job to kite away. Spaghetti doesn't fall. Impunity will take the dragon and trade 2 for 4.
Prior to the fight, don't know if you noticed, but Galio was sitting in the mid lane. The reason being he needed an angle to come in with the hero's entrance. You stay too close to the fight, you get cancelled, right? So he stays in mid, pushes and equalizes the wave out and joins in afterwards. Impunity really touch and go there for a moment just because of Cryonix's encore. It landed onto multiple members, so it made it a lot harder for Impunity to fight. It was a bit dirty, but Impunity get the job done.
Yeah, Cryonix encore plus the body slam that came out from Gragas. Very nicely done. Still gives them a 2,000 gold lead this early on, but they're not done yet. The Wild Boar swapped over towards the top side of the map. Ragnarok's coming out for Olaf, but because Scarlet Petal is up here, they decide to disengage.
The redemption comes in from the top side again to disengage, and now they're focusing on the Rift around 20 seconds, right?
It's also a flash bottom lane. This could be a dive. Oh no, the cask. Not going to do anything. Qualifier flashes forward. Does he have enough damage? Not quite. A little bit too cheeky from Qualifier. He does have his ultimate available, but without the stacks, they're still going at the bottom lane. Now can he go for it? Yes, he goes for the slam. The bleed. Not going to be enough. Passive from Gragas coming in to keep him alive.
One more auto would have... Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket just sailing by. But okay, you have to think of it this way, right? They expanded the Jinx ultimate, so they have a license to just be super aggressive in the top side here, knowing that the execute damage from the ult isn't there.
Rift Herald's here, that's what they're going to fight for. Now Scarlet Petal taking a lot of damage, but dives into the backline. They kill Cryonix right away. Mid laner is dead. Olaf is going to try and chase it down. Not enough damage. Double kill being picked up by Scarlet Petal. And that's the bottom lane from Noblesse forced to back off. Night and day performance between Game 1 and Game 2. It's Impunity that have picked up the early advantage. First Dragon, First team fight over Dragon, and now second team fight, and Rift Herald die from Qualifier. They lock down Jinx. Here comes Galio, another kill, and they're going to be able to take top lane turret as well.
Yeah, they're not messing around this game. Noblesse, no respect for Impunity by overstaying in top tier 1. You see all 5 members on the Rift Herald, you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to stay here because the tower protect me. Not going to happen, right? They have enough tools to just bypass that. Now, Jarvan is going to go down here, but they'll probably trade for more if the laser comes out.
Enough damage to kill Spaghetti just yet, but a swift breeze would be enough. Good return from Noblesse. They stick around a little bit too long here for Impunity. They do get some agency through the mid lane though, as Galio is pushing aggressively on that turret.
See, this is the difference. Impunity respected. They're like, okay, I'm gonna back off. I know you guys have multiple members here. We're not gonna defend under this tier 1, right? So you could see the ideal, the paradigm shift between both teams. Now, getting tankier is this Gragas. Eventually, he's going to be able to stand up toe-to-toe against the Darius because you can't itemize to kill the Gragas unless you go for like percentage of damage in the form of Blade of the Rain, which even then is kind of troll on Darius. Trinity Force only gets you so far in this matchup.
And although they don't take the top lane turret for Impunity, they do whittle mid lane turret down to 400 hit points. So that's been set out to knock down later on. Small misplay, but they do cut their losses short by only losing 1 player, and everyone else gets the heck out of dodge. Galio has now swapped down to the bottom side of the map. No teleport available for Galio, but does have the ultimate to try and join these fights. Qualifier can't do damage to Darius.
The thing about Galio and Wild Rift is that his hero's entrance...
trouble.
Darius? What?
You say proto belt on Qualifier?
Yep.
Okay.
Very common if you need to close the gap without, wanting to flash. So Protobell is very cheap enchantment to get to just move up closer. I think it's like 500 gold. I think it should.
500 gold budget flash?
Yeah, pretty much, right? Because this game doesn't have Hex Flash either, so not that you take Hex Flash on Darius, but
What if I just like, you know what, Ares, I will fight you. I feel like Ares could have, if you used that ultimate a bit earlier, might be able to kill him. Still might be able to kill him. Qualifier is incredibly low. Flashes forward, body bop, a little bit more, not quite. There is a kill top side, but Dragon is going to fall for Impunity. Qualifier, it's a bit of a muppetry of a play. Doesn't quite work. Full AP Galio gets good damage onto Olaf, who can't get out of that Cataclysm. Forced to flash away. Stun comes through, but only onto Brom. Spaghetti gonna try and back off. Lux dies before the laser can get out. This is a 4-on-5. They need to back away. Good team fight in favor of Noblesse, who understood that was a 4-on-5, and Qualifier needs to be careful here. Making these mistakes is costing his team quite a bit.
I'm just thinking about how much experience he has when it comes to League, because traditionally he was an AoE player, right? Darius seems like a lane bully, but the fact of the matter is he's only as strong as the person he's up against. So if you're playing against a tank and they can out-sustain you, they can out-DPS you, or even just tank through your damage of all 5 stacks of Hemorrhage, you don't win that matchup, right? Darius is very good at building and maximizing the bleed stacks and then one-shotting. So he needs to understand how this matchup goes. Ares is really tanky enough to just sit through all of that, sustain, and then man-fight him.
Nashor has spawned.
Baron's up. It's a 4,000 gold lead to Impunity. Qualifier, I know he can't kill Gragas, and Gragas is quite a big threat, but at least he can still hold his own.
What do you do here as the Darius, and this is just advice for most people if you are playing solo queue. Say you are playing Darius into some tank, Maokai, whatever, right? You can't solo kill him, but you just want to bounce the waves. What you do is that you then get TP, or you should have been bringing TP in the first place, and look for a flank angle for your team. Coming through the back, get a multi-man up, apprehend, set the fight up for your team.
Yep.
Because Gragas is not going to be able to stop you from TPing unless, he commits a lot from himself as well.
That's a Rift Herald throwdown on the top lane, the last outer turret to be taken. Wild Bullseye here, takes some chip damage to Diamondana. They get the top lane turret. Rift Herald is going to allow them to continue pushing through. Baron is a legitimate threat. Pushing through mid lane. Darius is trying to cut the angle through the jungle too, so he can get to the fight if he needs to.
Baron is alive, but it's a bit tough to do for Impunity right now.
But very good posturing from Impunity, saying, you know what, if you want to know where we are, you got to come check it. Lux Laser doesn't do too much. Good negation from the support. Diamondella plays that very well to make sure no one dies.
Recall gets cancelled though, so now he's going to spend more time basic. We can see Cote d'Ivoire going up against going up against Eris again, but he's losing this very, very hard. Right?
They keep doing this. They keep trying to bait people out to come in. Justice Punch going through. This flag drag went out as well. That was a flash from Cryonics.
Oh no, they used the Hero's Entrance.
Hero's Entrance used. Flash and Barrier used by Cryonics, however, so not a horrible trade. Impunity keep fishing for these fights. One whirlwind that's gonna hurt Pain quite a bit.
Okay,
a quarter of his hit points.
We're getting to the point where like Novelist is scaling up already. You can see the Ardent Sensor on the Seraphine. This is what I was talking about, right? She hits the heal on people like the Olaf and the Jinx. They get the steroid. They're good to go and dive in the back
It's
line.
just not enough damage yet. It's a Blade of the Ruined King into Static Shiv. So your raw damage is not very high.
It's very high single target damage. There's no like explosive, hard crit coming in, like you would have when you have the Infinity Edge. So
I mean, yeah, Jinx crits for 237 at the moment.
no, it's not good
a lot
enough.
of damage.
You need IE that gets you to about close to, I want to say 400-ish. Yeah. And Static Shiv is kind of weird though. Why Static Shiv instead of Runa's Hurricane? I think the item build here from Pain on this Jinx is a bit sus. Not gonna lie. A little bit sus.
Meanwhile, Kai'Sa has all the items in the world. 3 completed items for Kai'Sa. Scarlet Petal. Gonna have a field day if they find the right fight for it.
Dragon has spawned.
Yep. These items are Evolve Q, Evolve E. So Icatian Rain Supercharge, move done. If he wants to get the W Evolve, just pick up a Lich Bane. This is something that I've been trying to tell people to do, even though it's not necessarily the most efficient. You get all your evolves and you get a very nice 70% cooldown reduction on your Void Seeker if you hit it on an enemy.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Third dragon of the game going to Impunity, slowly just taking objectives one by one. They've got a gold lead, not a huge lead anymore, but enough for them to slowly take objectives and make it difficult for Novelist to find a chance to fight, to get a good fight. But it will come down to one big fight due to how close the teams are now. The time for the 7,000 gold lead to be crippling has definitely expired.
Yep. In reality, the 7,000 gold probably feels more like 4K, 4.5K, in terms of what the items represent, what the gold represents in terms of items, right? So they're gonna bait out this Baron and look at the mini-map, right? So Noblest are, you can tell they're not on the same page. Pushing out mid, one in the bottom, then walking with the Baron. This is probably gonna go down unless Noblest can contest it.
Oh, big damage for Quarter Voir. Doesn't kill the Darius. Doesn't kill the Gragas. Tries to go back in. Do they get it? No, they don't. Impunity will take the Baron over Noblest. Scarlet Petal on the back lines. Gets the Galleon to jump on in.
Nice.
Jinx is gonna go down, and that's a massive team fight across the map for Impunity.
Eris misplayed that matchup, right? He should not be eating that many hemorrhage stacks. Meanwhile, Impunity forced the Baron because Noblest...
they're going in. Taunts down onto Chronics. That's all she wrote with the Baron buff. They're getting into the base. The question is, can they prevent the Rocky soundtrack? There seems like there's enough time. There seems like there's enough minions. And tilt they went. Noblest not able to come back after that first game. Impunity take it 2-0.
Victory.
It was very clean coming in from Impunity. The final fight, they bided their time. And Noblest, I kind of alluded to this. They were a bit lost on the map the moment the Baron started. 2 of them wanted to walk the bot to kill the Darius. 2 of them walked mid. And then they kind of took a detour into Baron. By the time they arrived, Baron was gone. And they lost everything else on the map. Eris just got killed, man.
Congratulations to Impunity, who will make it all the way to our playoff games as one of the top 4 from this tournament. Noblest get knocked down into the lower bracket, which we will be playing both games later on. Yep. Wow, but that is a tilter.
Yeah.
You were so close, 460 hit points off Nexus, 5 mistakes back to back, then losing the second game in this fashion. Now you have to go up against a team that you only won 2-1 against. That's a scary situation to be in.
Just looking at this too, I have some criticism about the ADC from the Noblest side. Like Pain on Kai'Sa, great, look good. When it came to team fighting, itemization, everything's solid. The Jinx, however, was like leagues away, right, in terms of itemization. Very suspect. You went Static Shiv play on the Ring King. I would have rather they just saved up and went for the Infinity Edge into Runaan's Hurricane. Understandable that she didn't get the best farm in that game, but still, these are the items that matter. If you kite it out and you drag the game out, you turtle, these items actually make a difference.
Well, those were two very exciting games for two very different reasons. Before we go to a break, let's first take a look at the highlights from those two matches. They're forcing a fight, trying to take a 4-on-4 big taunt from Galio. Diana throwing a big ultimate. Vi will get the first kill. Pain is still alive and pushing forward. Double kill being picked up, and that's gonna be it. Scarlet Petal, the last man standing. But Cryonix is still here to down. Pain gets a kill.
Okay,
Cryonix trying to do what he can.
Sword is defending. They're looking to kill off Spaghetti here. He's still very tanky.
But can he get away? There's a teleporter. Is it what? Diana's coming to this fight as well. The poor Braum is just stuck there. Now Eric's going to join the fight too. NBL doing everything that they can. Pain wants to rejoin the fight. Swirl jumps on top of him. What are you doing? Hello. This could be the comeback. Oh, rushes forward. Doesn't quite get it. Eric's going to be able to get on the line.
Okay, TP,
no!
TP.
Go, Eris! Go in the pit! Eris, go! They might be able to get this one. Teleports are coming in. Quarter Boy forced it back out. Java very low. It will be the blue team that picks up Baron. Noblesse are throwing!
Yep.
They're actually throwing the game! It's coming in. Vi's going to jump straight on top of the Ezreal, but look at Corki. Cryonix is dead!
Oh, no.
That's the AD carry mid laner for NBL. Take it down right away. Pain doing everything he can to slide into backlines. Gets a double kill. Pain may have saved the day, but it's not over yet. Diana's in the base! Diana's going in with Baron buff!
They need the recall, but they can't the recall!
They cancel recalls. Aaron's going to be able to get back to base just in time. Squad is going to go for Impunity. He gets that Impunity with a comeback! They've done it! Impunity were able to turn it around. 460 hit points on the base, and the back door against NBL to take game one of this best of 3.
You know, in Mandarin,
Gragas is going to come from one side. Redemption being used nice and early. That was the cast being thrown out by Gragas too early on. Nothing gets going. Big body bop though is going to help them out. Java jumps on in with Spaghetti. Lux with a big laser. Darius trying to get the slams. Lots of damage. Scarlet Petal still alive. Dealing damage back. Life flashes over the wall. Can he get enough? Does get taken out by Pain. Pain do a fantastic job to kite away. Spaghetti doesn't fall. Impunity will take the dragon and trade 2 for 4.
prior to the fight, pushing out mid, one in the bottom, then walking with the Baron. This is probably going to go down unless Noblesse can contest it.
Oh, big damage from Quarter Voir. Doesn't kill the Darius. Doesn't kill the Gragas. Tries to go back in. Do they get it? No, they don't. Impunity will take the Baron over Noblesse. Scarlet Petal on the back lines. Gets the Galleon to jump on in. Nice. Jinx is going to go down, and that's a massive team fight across the map for Impunity. Huge comeback in game 1 for Impunity over Noblesse, and they take game 2 in Star. With that, Impunity advancing all the way to playoffs as one of the top 4 teams, but we still have to decide who are the last 2 teams joining them from this first qualifier. Up after this break is going to be Team OK taking on BDG, followed by Celestials taking on Noblesse in the final match tonight, both of which are going to be best of ones. We're going to take a break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Change arrangement.
Shoot me? Captain Chemo on duty.
gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to Rocky 10. Wild Rift Icon series. We're going into the final two matches of the first qualifier. Up first is going to be Team OK taking on BDG, followed by Celestials taking on us. We can look through the lower bracket to see how things have progressed all the way to these final two games to find out who are going to be taking the last two slots going into the top 8.
Yep, this is the final chance for all these teams in the lower bracket between BDG and Team OK, our first BO3. Looking at the performance so far, I think Team OK are the team you can't count out, right? We joke about Rocky all the time, but when it comes down to like clutching it out, you know, Candy does it so well for them. It's such a big factor for them, especially when she gets Diana. Like Candy Bird is always there to save them in these clutch fights. BDG, however, I haven't seen a standout player just yet. Although we talk about HRHY a lot and you know, him coming as the jungler for the team, there is no clear identity to me, which is scary. Because when you look at every other team, they have some sort of identity. You look at Alliance, it's clean, it's draft focused, it's very specific execution. Team OK, it's about these big team fights that they throw macro out the window, we just hit our outs, we win, no problem, right? What is the team identity for BTG, you know?
Oh, it's funny how Team OK they come in Twitch chat like, hey, look how good we play when we decide, you know what, let's not play macro anymore.
Macro is for chumps. we just have better hands.
But for 2 days of competition, it's all come down to this. BDG and Team OK have not played just yet. NBL and Celestial, though, that was their first match of the entire tournament. They played against each other in the upper bracket best of 3, and it was NBL that won, but it was a 2-1 margin, so that game was very close.
Extremely, right? So now that they have to play a best of 1, it's either way. I think it's 50-50. It's as close to 50-50 as it gets for our second BO1. So both of them will be looking to progress into the playoffs too. It's going to be important for them to take this. Otherwise, they have to, you know, requalify next week and fight all the way back up. It's a whole thing, right?
And that's right. Next week we still have the second qualifiers. Is this Gaminism? Someone else is going to be taking over. I'm going back to my retirement.
He's a bit dark, a bit tan.
He's a pop champ. But he's going to be taking over. Coming in for the second qualifier, that's next week. If you want to register a team for the qualifier, you can still head on over to IconSeriesSG versusasia.com, where you can find out everything you need to know about the Icon Series and even register a team for the second qualifier.
I mean, I personally like throwing down the challenge for people. If you think you're better than teams playing today, if you think that Jinx is trolling by picking by first building static shift, well, you can prove that you're better by just signing up and trashing these teams. I'm always open to casting teams that are good. You know, I'm not a biased caster. I'm just here for some good Wild Rift action.
Biased.
He's biased. Gaminism might be biased, but I'm here. If you're good,
biased.
I will say you're good. If you're bad, well, expect the flame.
100% biased. Absolutely.
Alright, we have BDG and Team OK loading up soon.
We're getting there shortly.
Yeah, we're getting there shortly, right? And these are the last 2 matches for the Open Qualifier. We're more or less, you know, rounding out the end of this first qualifier. I mean, what are your thoughts so far on the teams coming in? Just from a bias standpoint, let's say.
Bias standpoint, there are 5 teams that are doing very well in this qualifier. Everyone else really needs to go back to the drawing board and understand what's going wrong.
Which is true, right? I think we should call it as it is. We're not going to say, oh, Alliance versus X team was very close, because Alliance just curb stomped everyone so far in this tournament.
And I'm going into it with the mindset of if these teams want to represent Singapore on the international stage and go up against the likes of what we're seeing from Vietnam, from the Philippines, even from Thailand, there are probably 3 teams right now that be like, you know what, they have a shot. 2 of which I think would do pretty well. 5 teams which would be like, I would be very comfortable with them being representatives of Singapore, even though I only think 2 of them would do really well.
The remainder might just GG.
The
like 7
remainder
minutes, right?
have not impressed us to the point where they would be able to do that. And this is very evident in games like Team OK taking on Impunity. 2 10-0 matches, and we just saw Impunity against NBL. Wasn't the case. Yes, game 2 was much quicker, but game 1 was a really big comeback.
That's a sweaty one, right?
It was very sweaty, very different. And that's not what is going to be, you know, that's not a luxury you can afford, going against some of the biggest names from Vietnam, Thailand,
You know what's
Philippines.
funny? Shinsekai was watching the match, and then he replied on Twitter with 3 clown emojis after the sweaty match. I was like, you ain't wrong, buddy. You know, you're not wrong, but watch it. He's right, but he's out of order. And the fact of the matter is, that was a clown fiesta. Like, you should be closing out that much cleaner, especially with the likes of experienced players like Crownix and Ares and Damidala, who have been playing for like ages, right? It's not like they just picked up this game yesterday.
It's easy to sum up Shinsekai in one word, though, which is...
There you go, thumbs up from Fish. We have to draft Team OK on the blue, Team BDG on the red. Camille locked in. Mundo and Darius banned out against Sarah, so they kind of know his number a little bit. This guy is a bit too tricky at the moment. We just remove his pool.
And
he's gonna have to play something, possibly Garen here.
And a best of one, you do want to try and pick up the best composition that you're comfortable with as well. Banning out Mundo and Darius, just making sure Sierra doesn't get a good matchup into the flex that they have going with Mayonnaise and May. I would like Mayonnaise to be on the Camille over the Gragas here, just because of how well they have played this exact combo, the triple tanky combo that allows them to deliver the Galio into the back lines.
Yeah, Mayo's macro has been really good so far. In the first game of the day, I believe, she really impressed me with her understanding of how to split push effectively, right? At a high level, not a lot of people understand how to use the map properly, and those that do distinguish themselves as top laners with like certain caliber. So Mayo has proven that so far. Right now, they will lock in the Wukong and Kai'Sa for the side of BDG. You could do Jinx Galio here and then maybe throw the Diana in the mid lane, but again, BDG, they're harkening back to this Yasuo composition, right? We saw them try to execute this to mixed results. I think right now, because they have the Wukong and they're supplementing this with the Janna instead of the Nami, it might be slightly better. Monsoon is a lot more effective at resetting fights than Tidal Wave. So if they get too close, if you feel like Kai'Sa's in the spot of bother, you just pop the Monsoon.
Yep. It's also something you can use to proc Yasuo even. Flash Monsoon.
Yeah, Flash Monsoon. Dude, you joke about that. I've seen Rich like literally flash on supports and just throw the Zephyr and Ignite for
it's
kills.
Like the old Season 1 play, like the Flash, the original insect was the Flash Monsoon. Like, whee! Throw 4 people backwards and the carry into your team. Yeah, the beautiful, beautiful plays.
Okay. Not almost. Aya is playing. So this is the, I would say, 4th of the Asterix roster from League PC. Of course, in the jungle, it's Mei instead of Lustreless. So a couple of changes still, but this is a comfortable roster that, you know, they've been playing with together for the longest period of time. Candleburn for a period also was swapped out with Amelia, but that's also, you know, ins and outs, right? The main core has been Mayo, Aya, and Claria. Aya actually has a Pocket Draven in League PC that I won't be surprised if she pulls out in Wild Rift.
Still waiting for the last 2 picks coming out from
Tristana,
Team
okay.
OK.
Tristana Galio is actually a
Nice.
kill lane. They add Ziggs in, so this is similar to what we were thinking Team OK excels in, right? It's these press big out button, win big team fight compositions. Don't need to macro.
I've been very impressed with Team OK, like especially with Lustrous hanging out the Twitch chat. I know she's been saying quite a bit that she's working, she's not able to play with the team. I love the energy they're bringing to the entire competition.
Yep.
They're coming in, you know, they're happy to make fun of their own plays. They're watching the other teams. They're congratulating and talking and, you know, interacting with the other teams. I love that. I love that sense of community that they really provide. And as much as I'm a huge critic of them, and I was talking about it just when into Champions Select, of them how they played against Impunity and saying like that's not the caliber that can go up against some of the best in the world, they're still putting up a really good show and showing really good mechanics and macro play that we want to see in Wild Rift, and really showing why they're some of the best in Singapore.
It's okay to have 1 or 2 bad games, right? But what I see from Team OK is like this day-to-day and week-to-week improvement, game-to-game improvement even, right?
What I would really like to see is because that the last 2 games they played have been nail-biting finishes where they've had to come back to win.
Yeah.
And it feels like they make these mistakes in the early and mid-game that force them to do these big comeback plays, but they go, you know what, screw macro, let's just do this, and it works. I would like them to just shorten and find out what those weaknesses are they're facing very early on. And this is going to be a tough game to ask that from, because it is against BDG, who are a fairly strong team. We saw they're the closest team to give Alliance a run for their money so far, and I say that very loosely because it wasn't close.
It was definitely a bit more Alliance side, if we put it that way, right? Just to add on to
just a bit,
just a bit.
Just a bit, guys.
All things said and done, BDG had this full Yasuo composition, right? So we've been talking about identities and what BDG looks like as a team. Big Dirty Golems now, they've been leaning towards this Yasuo composition twice in a row. This time they supplemented with the Malphite, which they had already. They have the Wukong and the Janna this time too. Kai'Sa is a good addition to any composition, but again, like I've been saying the whole tournament in the qualifiers one, you can tell a very good Kai'Sa from a very bad Kai'Sa depending on how they itemize. If you rush Blade or ranking, thumbs down, man. But if you get BS Sword into Vamp Scepter into Longsword, thumbs up.
Yeah, you got to always make sure that you have a plan for the East Coast to have it together plan with your items too. If not, it doesn't really work.
Too soon, bro. You just stepped up, bro.
We're gonna get into the first. Well, actually, there's only one match in this best of one.
First
The
and
winner
last for
winner
BDG,
of this
okay.
match
Yeah.
will move into the top 4, and they will qualify for the playoffs. Unfortunately, the loser of this match will be knocked out. They do have a chance to try and qualify through next week's bracket if they sign up for it. So you might see the return still. And theoretically, if there's no other stronger teams going into next week's matches, the losers from this game and the next game would arguably be your upper bracket finalists.
This is true. Of course, there's every opportunity for you guys to take them on. I know that a lot of people chat like, I could probably do better. Oh, Yosh hitting a good Steel Tempest against Candy Burn. We haven't really seen much of this particular matchup. Like, Yasuo Ziggs is not something we've seen so far in the tournament, but with the range advantage early on, as long as he doesn't, or she in this case, doesn't get poked out too heavily, she should be fine.
Nice and slow start so far. Candy Burn just trading against Yasuo in the mid lane. Fizzy Fish and Yolandad. Slowly trading against this Tristana and Galio. Tristana's made a resurgence in League of Legends PC.
Yep.
I found this out the hard way.
Oh, do you have the
playing
lane?
Jinx into it. Yeah, I just died. I know that in Wild Rift is still a fairly strong champion, but just not quite your Kai'Sa level of dive potential.
The problem is her low range early on, right? Kai'Sa has low range, but when she walks up, she's not just auto you, she's throwing in a Catherine range as well. Topside gang. Okay, never mind.
But I do like the respect that BDG have given into this lane. Instead of going for your barrier heal, they've actually gone for healing source instead, so that's going to help out quite a bit. Top side, there is a fight. HY forced to flash away. Mayonnaise going to come in and get that kill, and Gragas actually gets out! Mayonnaise going to continue. Mayonnaise has red buff and can continue fighting on this one. Sierra forced to try and run away, gets the big flash over the wall. That's important, but a huge play going in favor of Team OK.
Wow, if this was solo queue, I'd be like, Jungler, what are you doing? Because now my lane opponent has red buff, and I'm forced to lose at least one wave here, because you have to recall, otherwise she dives you. This is so bad. Okay, now you gotta be careful. Like, there's every potential for it to just kill you under this turret.
And this is what I want to see more of from Team OK. These are the type of skirmishes that they need to execute well, and they have executed this phenomenally. They head on over, they go for the 2v2. Mayonnaise realize, you know what? I can't do anything to save Gragas, so May, you're on your own. But if I jump onto HY, I can kill him and get a red buff, potentially followed for a double. Gets the kill, burns the flash as well as the barrier from Sierra, and May also gets out alive.
Also,
Great first blood.
Want to point out that Mayo could have snowballed the lane even more. There was a moment there when the wave pushed in, when we saw Sarah basing. Mayo hit level 5. Malphite was still level 3. She could have gone in for the full reset of the kill, Hextech automated and finished her off, but was a bit more respectful. This time, putting her attention towards the mid lane. Hextech automated in, Taunt as well.
Fighting the mid lane, Taunt into the Mega Inferno Ball. Whoosh still escapes with next to no hit points, but the burn from red buff over time is going to be enough to get the kill. That's 2 kills early to Team OK. They're playing this skirmish pick comp very nicely so far.
I love what she's doing too. Mayo is spreading her fortune in the top side towards the mid lane. Didn't have to use the Hextech Automatum to snowball herself. She goes to the mid lane and gets Candy Burner hit. And remember, we were talking about the identity of Team OK. Very much based around the top and the mid laner, you know, top side. If Commune's fed, she starts to split push. It's always been the clutch ultimates coming from Candy Burn to make sure that they win these team fights. Like what I'm seeing so far from Team OK, you know, they're playing towards their win conditions.
It's the first time, one of the first times I've actually seen Candy Burn not on Diana, by the way. It's interesting.
Went for the...
But so far, very comfortable playstyle coming out from Team OK. Have enjoyed watching this game. No mistakes, everyone playing this nice and clean. And you're right, I think even we used to see this with RNG and EDG in the LPL using League of Legends, where they would play Camille top. It's the same thing. You get a nice lead early, you have such good gank potential, you're basically that second jungler, you can come in and make sure your mid lane gets the advantage, like that they're doing that. And they swapped out. So they decided, you know what, we're not going to go and contest this Cloud Dragon. Instead, because the timer for top lane turret's almost up, you guys can go and take that dragon. We're going to take a turret.
It expires at 4 minutes, right? So they're here and just looking to siege down, especially with Tristana, which is exceptional at sieging. I want to point out that Cloud Dragon is
Macro
one of the Cloud Dragon is one of the crappier dragons you can take because it's just
Movement speed's still nice.
It's okay, but it's not nice. It's serviceable.
I like that they've made the decision.
First
Hey,
turret
look at
destroyed.
BDG's composition. Malphite, Yasuo, Wukong.
That's the exact idea, right?
If we fight right now and they get a great wombo, we're screwed. Why don't we just give them the cloud and we take a full turret for
My
it?
exact point. Cloud Dragon is serviceable, but it's crappy enough that you don't want to put your whole team on the line just for that buff.
They are trying to dive mayonnaise, and HYHY has to be careful. Not the position you can't want to be caught out against a Ziggs and a Camille underneath 2 turrets.
They're avoiding direct engagements till Arya gets a couple more levels because then she builds up her range. She's able to auto attack safely. There's a certain like a specific number.
I just realized that Team OK have gone for a very heavy tower destruction composition. You've got Ziggs, you've got Tristana. And then you've got the bullies of the tanks coming out as well. Lots of pick potential. Good damage. Knockback, not so good. Mega Inferno Bomb dealing a bunch of damage. Galio's going to come in, but they do have to back out. Alright, taking a lock, gets away from the Malphite ultimate. Wukong gets the first knockup. Here comes the 80 carry, diving into the back lines. Malphite will get that first kill. Mei trying to help out, not quite. The pick not working here against BDG. Their globals coming clutch.
So big mistake there for the side of Team OK. They didn't read that a couple of members were recalling and basing at different times, so they get punished for that play coming in. Clara was the first to recall, came in with the hero's entrance. Again, you know, you need to respect the idea that BDG is a very good 5-on-5 draft. BDG has an excellent teamfight composition.
Yep.
You need to play you know, to your strengths, which is sieging and clearing down structures first.
I think there, instead of the Galio ultimate coming in as well, I think once the Fizz ultimate goes out, that's it. You take the flashes and you decide we're going to call it a day there, unless Galio was instantly comboing out with the Camille, which was not the case. That way you get a few flashes, you back off, you can reset for another engage. BDG reacted very well to that situation. Ulite managed to get in there right on time to jump in as Kai'Sa doing what Kai'Sa does best. Even Sierra, even though it didn't get the ultimate off, was still enough to make sure HYHY got a good flank on top of that.
Kai'Sa is Q evolve here. You don't want to contest for that Rift Herald. Team OK now, the move is actually to move to the bottom side of the map or the mid side of the map and start sieging, while BDG waste their time, you know, trying to take down the Rift Herald. If they don't get it, it's fine. You know, your composition still sieges a lot better than BDG because short range Kai'Sa, melee mid lane, you're not sieging anything unless you get a 5-on-5 wipe.
Kennyman's still doing fine here against Kai. Throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb, takes him to half health. That's quite cheeky because Zig's ultimate not that high of a cooldown, so Candyburn can just wait for that to come back up. And if they do decide to fight over this Rift Herald, it's a half health Kai'Sa. However, if you just throw that ultimate out right now, that would have been beautiful. I didn't see what you're pointing out. Bottom lane's just going to be pushed in nicely here. Tristana's going to get a free turret while Ziggs just continues wave clearing.
That's the exact plan, right? That's what they do. They ignore the team fight, don't contest for these objectives. Ziggs though, if he dies here, that's not going to be very good.
There goes Malphite, there goes Ulite. Oh, Candyburn almost living through it, forces a flash at least out of HYHY.
So the Herald is going to be thrown down the top side,
they're pushing
but the
bottom.
bottom push
They're
is
just going.
really, you know, full effect. Now they will probably get bot tier to boot, and it forces the recalls out. So 3 members are just going to go back from BDG side to recall
It's
against
going
this.
to be almost a tier 2. I don't think
They
they'll
got no
quite
ultimates
get
too,
it.
they can't fight this.
Oh, they're gonna greed for it. They actually do greed for the turret. It is a 3-on-3. Taunts come through. They're gonna try and slow them down. Great Gragas ultimate. I don't think Gloria can get out of this. Justice Punch knocks him back. HYHY jumps in. What are you doing? Galio jumps on top of them. Rocket jump to try and get out of this. That will be Galio falling. Tristana as well as Gragas will eventually get out. So they trade 2 kills. Actually 3. Mayonnaise somehow died as well on top side of the map.
A bit too greedy to stay for that turret, but I could see the logic behind it because in my head I was like, well, they used all their ultimates to kill Candybear on the top side anyway, so when they recall and come for us bot, they won't have ultimates, but they didn't play the disengage as well as they could have. They waited on the explosive cast for a bit too long, and by then BDG was able to close the gap. So now it's a tricky position for Team OK because they're done sieging, they're done taking away all the outer turrets. They will have to start handshaking these 5v5s, and BDG have a decent enough goalie to confidently fight that.
The swap worked very well for the first few plays. Now it's starting to come back and bite them. Infernal Dragon will go over to BDG, and they have a 2,000 gold lead.
They're stalling for one more item on the Tristana. So this time Tristana actually wants Static Shift instead of Rapid Fire Cannon either. Both of them are good. The reason why I said Static Shift is because they play a sieging composition. You want the wave clear? Sure. Rapid Fire Cannon gives her additional range to hit from far and be safer, which is also a good option. But combined together, they're perfect as well. She does need the Zhonya's enchantment ASAP though. The Zhonya's enchantment is the only thing that stops her from getting one shot by a Malphite Yasuo combination. And they also need redemption enchantment.
Oh, Candy Burn. Escapes for now. Oh, the minefield, it's gonna help. Oh, HY's jumping. Candy Burn will use the Zhonya's to stay alive for a little bit longer. Second proc of the ultimate is gonna be enough, but that falls into a full-blown fight. Ultimate Fizzy Fish trying to keep them alive. HY will fall. Yasuo with a big ultimate, but can he get anyone? Gets one, doesn't get the second. Still a trade, 2 for 2.
What they need here is the redemption enchantment, like I said, because imagine if they had the healing there. And granted, Kai'Sa wasn't in that fight. It would have been a lot worse if they combined it well. So she was busy sieging down the mid tier. What? Actually, will not be able to get it. Okay, BDG, they failed to convert on that structure. Okay, you're still defending.
For now, but they will be able to get it now. On tap, get the chart.
3k gold lead on the side of BDG. If you want to avoid this 5v5 composition, just put Mayo in the side lane and split push. She has TP enchantment already, so they need to spread the attention from BDG away from these 5v5 situations. Force Malphite, force Yasuo, force Wukong to go and deal with the split pushing Camille. Which is what she's doing right now.
Your best bet now is trying to catch BDG over at Baron while Mayonnaise is inside your base. Then you can try and stall them, look for the back door. I mean, you can get even cheekier and get teleports on Ziggs and Tristana and be like, you know what, let's go. You two go, stop them from basing, we're gonna backdoor.
If they commit, like, if BDG commits to sitting inside the Baron pit, they just die to the AoE from the Ziggs. Yep. I'm not even kidding, right? You throw Hextech Mine, few bouncing bombs, you just weigh them down eventually. And then you stop them from recalling, Mayo takes your base. But that requires BDG to actually commit to taking the Baron, which is a fool's errand. No one takes it this early on. They'll probably have to find a couple of kills before they can take it. Yep, good play from Mayo, pulling attention to the bot side. Now they set up vision around this Baron pit, potentially find a pick. HY already completing the Black Cleaver in the GA, so now he's gonna have extra life when it comes to team fighting.
Things are slowing down. 12 minutes into the match, 4 to 7 in kills. Just creeping over a 3,000 gold in for BDG. Next dragon should be coming up in about a minute or two.
By the way, another reason we don't see Tristana in Wild Rift that much is because, like, there's no Hail of Blades, right? So you don't get that fast proc on the nades and the reset on the jumps as much as you want in PC, which is a big issue. A lot of the runes and a lot of the champs in the game are rune dependent, so Hail of Blades is one of them. Whereas Kai'Sa, she procs Conqueror pretty quick. Could even do Fleet Mode if you wanted to on Kai'Sa, but yeah. Right now, a bit of a stalemate as excuse me, Team OK try to avoid the final fight team fights against BDG.
BDG basing just before the next dragon spawns. That way they can get their items beforehand, but the rest of Team OK saying they can try and take Dragon, but we're going to try and split push and look towards Baron buff. There was a ward placed down there by BDG, so they do have to be careful.
Mayo is like scoring the wave out. Like, the Camille needs the wave to be around tier 2 position for them to view threat. So it's eventually going to land there to take this dragon away.
I think that's just going to give it away, so that's the third dragon. Next one will be the big boy dragon. Can't remember what it's called.
The big boy
Eternal?
dragon.
Elemental? What is it?
Elder.
Elder, that's the one.
Eternal? Nice. Eternal dragon sounds pretty OP. Her items, the Camille now is actually in a position to split push, even has the GA too, so she buys some time. You can see she's just sitting on the bot side looking to go in. They see two members here, they want to converge down and kill off the Camille, but Team OK is sitting in the bush waiting for them to make the move.
Converging over by the Baron pit. They're actually looking to try and take this. They've started it.
That's not the play. Let in it, boys.
They're going to find out. Galio should have spotted this, but Baron's already at half hit points. Camille is not here. They need to engage soon if they want to drop it. There goes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Gets good damage. Will they be able to pick up the Baron first? They do. Yasuo has jumped in. Galio looking for a taunt. Doesn't get it.
Kai'Sa
Ultimate being thrown out. Kai'Sa's been taken down. Tristana can get a good team fight here for the squad. Ziggs will fall. Tristana's out as well. That is a chaotic team fight. Baron does go over to BDG, and so does the team fight, almost winning it by taking out the AD carry. And unfortunately, Galio as well as Camille, all they can do is run away.
They realized a little too late. BDG at the point where they literally burst down the Baron, like in 5-6 seconds, it's dead, and there's no space for OK to respond. And also the Vision wasn't in position to deny the Baron being taken away. Snuck away even.
They're not
BDG
quite
side.
ready. If they were able to get there a little bit sooner, they might have been able to combo a Galio taunt, a few more bouncing bombs, and Tristana in a better position. They killed the AD carry, but
Lost a turret.
wasn't enough for them to take the rest of the team fight.
Lost a turret.
BDG here just looking for the inhibitor take. We'll be able to clean the mid wave. Oh, hold on. Yeah, but they just need to clean out the waves and then look to contest the Elder, which I think is Elder Dragon here, which is insane by the way. Elder Ocean rather. So that is, if I'm not wrong, 12% spell vamp and lifesteal, which is pretty good. That's the one you want to contest for because it makes these sustained fights that much better. Especially for the likes of Ziggs, for the likes of Camille, for the likes of Tristana.
$9,000 gold lead for BDG with the Baron buff, breaking the base to the top side. This is going to be an uphill fight for Team OK. They have to find a big team fight, but that's exactly where BDG want you to be in a team fight.
Mayo needs
Tough
to...
decisions.
Lost a turret.
I think she's too far behind to split push. Ideally, she'd be split pushing and pulling pressure from BDG. You can see that Big Dirty Golems, they just want to pull the trigger on the Malphite out. Or the Wukong out. One or the other. They just want to rush in and put some pressure down.
Big ultimate, try and clear the waves.
Keep your eyes on the Malphite and the Wukong.
Ooh, well played. A little bits of damage on towards the AD carrier. Going to be nice to try and chip out the opposition before they look for that big team fight. There we go, Elder Drake coming up in 30 seconds.
Waiting to escort the top wave in and the bot wave, but against Ziggs, the wave clear is pretty potent. It's hard to push in against the Ziggs. And to Tristana as well.
Well, they've made their way over towards the Elder Dragon, up in 5 seconds. Don't think there's a way for Team OK to contest this one.
They have to sack this. They just have to defend the wave and sack this.
That's what they decided to do, give up the Elder Dragon.
They have to fight for the Baron here, and I think the call is... The call should have been, while they were taking the Dragon, to walk into the jungle and put down vision to spot them moving over to the Baron. They did not do that, so now they will have no idea when the Baron's being started, when it's being baited. They actually walk over in time to put down wards, so... Just have to be careful about the spacing here, because you walk in, the enemies are walking in as well. You could get caught here. If they force
Baron
on
Nashor has
Team
fallen.
OK with the Malphite or Wukong, it's game over. Yep, they're forcing.
Jumping on top of Claria. HY gets a bit of damage. They're looking for the collapse. They're jumping in. There goes the Kai'Sa all alone, but no one else to back up and get extra damage. Kusana trying to kite backwards. Zonya's being used. That's all they needed to do. Team OK hit the floor. BDG are going to continue pushing from the broken top side of the map. And that's it. BDG, they will be advancing into the top 8, moving into the playoffs. Unfortunately for Team OK, their run in the first qualifier ends here.
Victory.
You could see the idea of the draft, the solid conceptualization behind it. We want to siege real quick, we want to avoid 5v5s, pick up gold and pick up tempo by knocking down the structures on the map, but they lost and they overextended. They lost a few too many advantages earlier on. So you can see here the goal is actually towards the favor of Team OK all the way until one bad fight on the bottom side, right? And that's the dragon that they lost because they got the wombo comboed and pretty much got wrecked from that point on. When you play these sort of compositions, what's important is that you put the gold into either the Camille or the Tristana, and they continue split pushing, right? They are slippery and they're mobile, so they can keep split pushing. But We didn't see them do that. They eventually fell behind.
Before we wrap up this game and move to the next, let's take a look at the highlights from that match. Longer second proc of the ultimate is going to be enough, but that falls into a full-blown fight. Ultimate Fizzy Fish trying to keep them alive. HY will fall. Yasuo with a big ultimate, but can he get anyone? Gets one, doesn't get the second. Still a trade, 2 for 2. What? The Mega Inferno Bomb gets good damage. Will they be able to pick up the Baron first? They do. Yasuo has jumped in. Galio looking for a taunt, doesn't get it. Ultimate being thrown out. Kaiser's been taken down. Tristana can get a good team fight here for the squad. Ziggs will fall. Tristana's out as well. That is a chaotic team fight. Baron does go over to BDG, and so does the team fight. Almost winning it by taking out the AD carry. And unfortunately, Galio as well as Camille, all they can do is run away.
They realize
Some Claria. HY gets a bit of damage. They're looking for the collapse. They're jumping in. There goes the Kaiser all alone, but no one else to back up and get extra damage. Kusana trying to kite backwards. Zonya's being used. That's all they needed to do. Team OK hit the floor. BDG are going to continue pushing from the broken. BDG, they will be advancing into the top 8, moving into the playoffs. Unfortunately for Team OK, their run in the first qualifier ends here. And that's the end of the run for Team OK, and BDG will join the 2 semi-finalist winners from the upper bracket as the 3rd team to go into the top 4 for this qualifier. There'll be 4 more teams that join us from the next qualifier, and hopefully be able to see Team OK sign up for that and potentially make their way through from there.
Probably will. I feel I'm going to ask Jolene about this, but I think she's probably going to sign up. I'm kind of happy that I have one question that was answered this game, right? So the question was, what is the team identity of BDG? And now we're starting to see them lean towards these Yasuo compositions. Is it predictable? Yes, but is it also effective? Yes.
It was effective, and I thought that Team OK were doing a good job of trying to make macro plays around the map. The problem with the plays they were making, they're really good to concede some things early and take a small goal lead, but then you have to understand where do you put your foot down and say we can't keep conceding things this way anymore, and they made a couple too many mistakes.
So it's tough, especially when the team understands, and I think BDG, full credit to them as well, they understood that they didn't have to force any fights that they were not being contested at, right? So the issue of these type of compositions is sometimes your Malphite, he gets too overeager, he pulls the trigger, he outs into the backline, he gets like maybe 1%. And then you last breath onto 1% and you get picked off, right? So I think looking at how BDG ran this composition, they understand the limits, they know what the boundaries are, and it's a very clean execution coming in from them.
Congratulations to them. They have all the way now to May 28th to 30th to prepare for the playoffs.
Practice new composition. Now
Practice
we
new
can play
compositions.
wombo combos, yeah.
Get ready for their rematch against Alliance, and hopefully we get to see Team OK join us for the second qualifiers. If you at home want to join us for the qualifiers as well, head over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com where you can sign up and also learn everything you need to know about the Icon series. Now, we have our final match of tonight, which is going to be Celestials taking on Team Noblesse.
The latter of which subjected us to one of the most sweaty matches.
They subjected us to themselves.
Bit of both. I mean, to be honest, that was not cool, right? Look at the way they could have closed out the game. I think it was a bit sloppy. Noblesse, they didn't take your advice, fortunately. They didn't just drop out today and play next week. They've gone back to the drawing board, I think, and figured out how to clean up their play. I'm hoping that they figured out how to clean up their play.
Man, it's gonna be very difficult for Noblesse. Like that must have been a very tilting game to go through, for one. Then they didn't do well in the second match at all.
Oh no!
So it was a 2-0.
And Beauty just like, okay, good try. Now and then they rip off their shirts and they become like super powered.
And it could have been a game that, you know, they pushed forward with and look to try and take to at least game 3. Then they have to go up against Celestial. This is a team that in the upper bracket they went 2-1 against. So it wasn't even a quick 2-0 victory. This is a team that they found some resistance against. Now they have to try and see if they can pick up the win against them. So we're still waiting for a couple of the players to get into the lobby, and once they do, we can start with Champion Select.
Celestials, you know, from their matches earlier today, actually impressed me a little. I want to say impressed in a very loose sense because I understood what they were trying to do with their composition as well as their macro. I see the back of the paper, it just says Timo, but okay.
That's it. It just says Timo.
The back of his paper just says Timo.
That's it. This is my notes, by the way. And on the back, all it says is Timo.
I like how I'm looking at Matthew. Does he have anything prepared about Celestials?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Timo. That's all the notes you need. Like, see all this?
I'm trying to
doesn't
provide.
matter. You just need Timo. Oh, the notes don't matter. See, just one spot.
wow.
Finish. That's my notes
tiny
now.
Square. It's a tiny square.
Doesn't stick. Fortunate.
It's because you blotted your face. Yeah, I mean, they had some good compositions coming in. I liked the way they play. It wasn't too out there. They took their time. They knew how to close out games, right? So moving forward against, they're like the anti-Noblest. Does it make sense? They took their time. They closed out the games. They didn't rush anything. Whereas Noblest is like, you can end the game here, or can you? You know.
Well, we're still waiting for the teams to jump into the lobby. Once we get any extra news, we will let you at home know. This will be the final game of the first qualifier.
Yeah.
Winner will join the other three into the tournament. Loser of this match still has another chance they can sign up for the second qualifier, which we talked about. And this is the start of the Icon Series Singapore. This is the very first qualifier. There's another qualifier. We'll have playoffs May 28th as well.
Yep. It's me and this other guy called Gamenism. Don't know
don't know.
where he is today.
Yeah.
Just decided to
Some
buck off.
random amateur.
Yep.
Who cares
Well,
about him?
he'll be casting with us next week. Oh, me next week. Matthew's going back to retirement home. His wheelchair's right there.
I'm
We're
going,
practicing.
wheelchair's ready. I'm already wearing my little gown. You know, no more formal shirt, so ready for it.
You guys think there's pants underneath here? No,
no.
it's just a big shirt. It's just a
That's
huge
it.
shirt.
It goes all the way
his
to the
knees.
ankles.
Yep.
Yep. But
I get
Icon
very nervous
Series,
when he uncrosses his legs.
Icon Series is brought to you and presented by 100 Plus.
Oh,
100
never
Plus will also be giving away 3 months worth of 100 Plus to the top 3 finishers of Icon Series as well.
Hydrate.
I personally am a big fan of 100 Plus, so I'm going to be selling out as much as I can. I love the drink. We drink it since I was a kid.
100 plus actually really good for the throat if you're casting.
Really?
I feel, yeah. I literally remember just now I asked you, grab me one. It's warm and like it still feels very refreshing for my throat.
Okay.
I know something about the corn makes it scratchy, right?
I don't think 100 Plus is particularly great for your throat, but it is a great
Amen.
hydrator.
That is true.
And
yeah.
that's something that you do have to make sure you are doing while you are casting. Always stay hydrated. That is fantastic.
That's the number one rule of thumb. Otherwise, your voice goes hoarse and you can't cast these sweaty games that we're subjected to.
Casting actually burns quite a lot of calories.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
remember you were talking to me about this
Yes,
one time,
so
right?
an 8-hour cast on average burns between 600 to 900 calories, depending on your body mass. 600 to 900 calories.
That's pretty good.
It's the
actually.
same amount of energy that is used when singing.
Wow.
So it's quite a lot. So with that huge amount of calories being burnt, you need to stay hydrated quite
Fair
a
enough.
lot. So drink lots of water. In this case, I've been drinking a lot of 100 plus. I am now
I
at
wonder if the
12
isotonics
bottles.
help.
By the
Do
way.
the isotonics help, do you think?
Yes, isotonics are great to stay hydrated.
Okay.
The whole idea behind isotonics is that it uses the isotonics to make sure that you stay more hydrated.
There you go, coach. See, Matthew and his knowledge of this is advanced casting. I'm like, you can talk this way, you can do it. No, drink 100 plus, and then the isotonics will keep you biologically,
It's true.
hydrated. And,
It's true, and that's why I've been a big fan of 100 plus. That's why after sports, people tell you, hey, drink isotonic drinks. And 100 plus also has, the carbonated version, which I really like. I also now love
The
that they have,
decarbonated.
they have the decarbonated one. I don't quite like that one as much, but it's a personal preference. But they have the zero sugar one.
Oh, that's the game changer. That's the
which
game
my
changer.
wife and I have cartons of at home. Yes, because
How come every time I go away,
love
you
it.
don't offer me? What kind of favoritism is this?
You can buy your own.
Oh, there we go. Right
All right,
now.
let's get into the final match of today. The last best of one, the lower bracket. It's going to be Novice taking on Celestials.
Matthew, I'll teach you a new word today.
What?
It's called kiam. Kiam
Why?
is like cheap. Someone who's cheap, you
Yeah,
know?
you.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
bruh.
you don't want to buy your own drinks? That's you.
Where's
that's
the
that's on you.
hospitality? Matthew Kiam Fish Stewart.
That's hospitality and cheap, two different things. If you don't want to buy your own stuff, that's not me being cheap here.
Okay.
There's a bloody carton here. Just take this, take the fridge. Look at that. So many.
The people at 100 Plus have been really nice with stocking us up though. Just looking at the cartons and
Send
the,
me more.
The fridges, yeah. You guys thought it was CGI, right? No, it's a real fridge, by the way. It's an actual fridge.
Well, we already have the first two bans, Fiora as well as Ziggs being banned down.
Yep, and we see the Akali being hovered. No, it's gonna be the Jinx. I'm not sure if this is... Well, Lewin's Jinx has been pretty on point so far from Celestial, so they're probably watching the matches earlier. The Lee will be the final ban, targeted to its Noblest. I'm more worried about Noblest's double ADC composition. The quirky Kai'Sa has been a pain point for a lot of teams so far. Granted, they didn't win the game because they ran it down, but still, it's still something that Noblest is very good at. 2 tanks plus quirky Kai'Sa.
Well, they get first
Kai'Sa's
pick,
banned.
and Akali's open. Lee Sin's open, Gragas is open.
You do Akali here, right?
So does Camille. I would assume the teams would, but if you take Akali, do you just give away too much afterwards?
Well, since Kai'Sa is banned, you could do Akali / Gragas. One or the other is good. They're both flex picks. You could put Akali mid top, but majority of the time it's top, right? If you don't want to reveal anything and you're banking on Celestials not playing Akali, you could just grab the Gragas here. Camille being open is also an option for both Eris and Shingy, so I'm not sure if that is worth more than the Gragas though. The Gragas seems pretty tasty here. Bit of a delay. No,
There we go.
okay.
Camille being picked up. Camille is still very good because now you can go and pick up your Galio. You still have lots of comps you can use it into. It's a good flex pick as well.
Maybe Eris has like PTSD after seeing the what's that called, the Gragas into Darius matchup.
I like this. They're forcing Pain onto a different champion again because they've picked up the Ezreal. They banned out Kai'Sa.
Very small pool now.
The only champion we saw him on besides this was Jinx.
Banned out too?
No.
Yeah.
They must have banned it against himself.
No, they're banning against Luina if I'm not wrong. So all that's said and done though, like if there's Corki open versus Ezreal, you could take that on the Noblest side, give it to Pain, but then, you know, Cryonics has to play something else. Now that he doesn't have Ziggs, he doesn't have Corki, he's gonna have to play something like Orianna, which is not the worst thing in the world. Orianna with Camille, Galio is not the worst thing in the world, right? So, you can still do that. I think you move into Galio, Corki now.
You still got Lee Sin. You
Still
still
got
got Gragas. You still got Galio, like you said. You've got Akali if you really want to go that route as well. But I think you go Gragas Galio, right? You have to go Gragas Galio here.
You don't really have to worry about Galio if Celestials are not capable of playing Galio mid, because now there's Braum already, so chances are like Galio is either support or mid. If they don't play
you
mid,
can go support Galio for
Davidala.
Yeah.
The thing, what I mean to say is that you don't have to pick it this early if you don't think Celestials can't. If you think Celestials can't play Galio,
Interesting.
because they've locked in support Braum, you don't think their mid can play Galio. Just leave it open. Yeah.
They go Corki first, so they want to see more of Celestial's comp before they lock in the rest.
Plus, mid Galio is like okay-ish. I've tried it in solo queue, both in support and mid. It feels a lot weaker mid just because it's melee, and most of the time you do get bullied by range mid lane matchups quite badly. It's just my personal experience. Especially against something like Corki, like, ugh, it feels awful. Last pick, thinking of what they want. They need a jungler here.
Yeah, just waiting.
Decent, I guess.
Just waiting for them to pick their last
Graves,
two picks.
yeah.
Graves
Okay,
comes in
Graves.
for Cape. I think that's fine.
I was thinking, yeah, you pick jungler here because you don't want to show too much of your solo lanes.
Do it.
Akali here is also a flex solo laner. Just lock it in. It'll be good.
You won't do it.
Actually, pretty good against what they have right now, apart from the Gragas.
I'll believe it when it's locked in.
Waiting with bated breath.
Yeah.
There you go. Made it through all the way. Made it past ban.
This always happens. Akali's like permanently banned, and then it makes it all the way to like second last pick before it actually gets picked up.
I think a lot of teams like have different priorities of what is strong to them, and based on what their opponents want to play as well. So Akali is one of those very like general, good in most situations. If you're a good mechanical player, you can bully lanes out of Akali, but it doesn't really add or contribute anything specific to what you're trying to do. Lee Sin open, should take it here. So you have Gragas support or mid. Most likely gonna be support, right?
Probably support.
Corki.
I think you can
Corki ADC.
Yeah, you can go Corki in the bottom lane for Pain, and then give Gragas on over towards mid, but they don't go with the Lee Sin yet.
My point was, if they put Corki in the mid lane, which other ADC do you really want to play into Ezreal right now, considering that Kai'Sa and Jinx have been banned out, right?
I think Corki bottom is perfectly fine
Yeah,
here
exactly.
as well. You can
Then
still
Cryonics has to think of a new champion to play, which is
Orianna.
the Orianna.
Which is fine. I think this composition is okay. I would have liked more of an aggressive support, like an Alistar maybe. I mean, Janet does well against Kali here, but there's no real dive threat coming out from Celestials.
Pretty strong lane bully though, if you consider like Ezreal Braum into Janna. She's just gonna poke you down. It allows the Corki to scale and get to Triforce much quicker than the Ezreal. Galio is going to make it through all the way. Okay, so it's going to be Galio mid, Akali top. Now this composition from Celestials is...
Yeah, so that's
It's all over the place.
That's what I would have liked to see instead. I would have liked to see
Like
instead
Galio
of
support?
instead of a Janna, put Galio in the bottom lane instead, because then you've got the synergy that comes in with Camille, and now your Janna is just is just gonna protect Corki and Orianna, but you're only really gonna be able to protect them from,
I see that.
from Akali. Like Graves is not gonna dive into the back line, Ezreal's not, Braum is just gonna be there as a nuisance, so you're only really protecting from Akali, that one champion. Whereas Galio would give you a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, the Galio against the bot lane of Ezreal Braum, so like it doesn't matter if he uses his stand behind me just to prevent damage coming in, right? You probably end up taunting two of them too after you Justice Punch. Good setup for the Camille too, so yeah, I can see why the Galio is worth more. Might be a player comfort thing, maybe just like the player itself is like, I'd rather play Janna as opposed to Galio.
That's what I'm thinking. It could be a very much a player comfort thing, because this is a best of one. It's your final chance to qualify as well, so you want to play what you're super comfortable with.
In these situations, like if it's a BO3 and this is the first time you pull out Galio competitively, and you're like, okay, it's fine, we still got 2 more games, worst case if we lose, right? But if it's the last game, you know, before you get eliminated, and you haven't really put Galio to the test, you don't want to be like, yeah, I'll play it first time, no problem, we just go.
Well, let's get on to Wild Rift for the very last time this weekend, as Nobles will take on Celestials in this best of one in the final match of the lower bracket. Winner.
Please don't run it down, please don't run it down, please don't run it down.
The winner of this match will join the other 3 in the top 4. They will be going straight into the playoffs. The loser, unfortunately, will have to re-register for next week's qualifier, where 4 more teams will make it into the playoffs.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Just get more Wild Rift action fish.
I don't think it's definitely not a good thing to lose. What are you talking about? Oh, you have a chance to make it into the playoffs right now. It's not a bad thing if you lose, though.
Yeah, but maybe the treasure was the lessons we learned along the way.
No! What do you want? Lessons learned or one step closer to $12,000? Which one? Do you want a lesson or money? Hello! It's like going to the bank and be like, can I withdraw $500, please? And the bank goes, you can,
Hear me out,
or,
hear me out, hear me out.
I can give you some advice instead of giving you $500. No, smack you, give me my money. I need to pay rent.
I love this.
Imagine if Alliance came in today and just lost, and they went over to Glacios and like, oh yeah, you know, we're just taking a lesson, guys. We just wanted to learn a little bit. And don't fire us, you know, don't replace us with the other team.
I love it when Matthew gets angry. Fish, his inner Australian comes out and it becomes the best, most ranty thing in the world.
Upsetting.
The true treasure
use your
was the
brain.
lessons we learned along the way.
It's like trying to present a plan for a specific part of Singapore when you don't really have a plan for it anytime soon.
I'm not gonna go near that. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about Wild Rift right now. That is too spicy for me. It's too hot.
What's happened? Nothing's happened so far.
It's been farmed. Nobles getting lane leads all across. So 300-400 from CS alone and jungle camps this lane. It's actually Galio top. So Nico's gonna be playing that. Kali mid. Again, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, playing Galio into Orianna feels awful because it's melee to range. She just bullies you out of command attack and distance. So he has to swap into this matchup and play melee against the Dragons. Even then, also, it's not the best.
You're right about this bottom lane, though. There's so much bullying going on from Pain as well as Janna. Just Corki and Janna constantly poking out the Ezreal Braum combo. Getting good chip damage on this turret as well. They would have seen that ward being placed over, so... this is another difficult thing about Braum. Braum is... about Graves. Graves is not going to be able to get any good ganks going out of this bottom lane.
He's good at when it comes to team fighting because of the Braum. You set up for the winner's bite very well, but like you said, you know, you have no reliable way to lock down opponents. Like Smokescreen is okay-ish for skirmishing, but you have no CC, whereas compared to Shingy's Camille, Hook Shot is always going to be good. He's actually sitting in bot brush right now, setting up for this. There you go.
Still throws out the ultimate, does lock down Ezreal. A little bit too far away for Pain to get the appropriate damage. But that is going to be a heal burnt by Mystical to try and keep Ezreal alive.
Maris on this Gragas. Round 2 against Galio. Actually having a pretty good go at it. Meanwhile, mid lane, Akali putting the pressure onto Cryonics, just making sure that he doesn't get any CS here.
And this is the right timer. 3 minutes, and if you're playing Wild Rift, 3 minutes and 30 seconds is a rough time that you want to go back to base, at least for the very first time. No matter what lane you're in. Maybe with the exception of top lane. But that is going to prepare you for the first dragon of the game, which most teams will look to try and make a play around, or at least fight for.
First items and first buys come in. You see the Ludens on the side of the Orianna and the Leandri's Anguish for Young's Akali. Beyond that, you see the Redemption Enchantment being picked up too by Mystical, which is great, right? Same can be said for the Damodala as well. Celestials are on the play here. Meanwhile, Novelist on the draw. They're looking to respond to this. They have to be careful about the positioning here as jumping on to Eris.
Eris gets jumped on, but nothing doing. Celestials don't get any damage for it. So Pain this entire time is going to be able to shove out bottom wave. So Celestials are on a clock right now. They've got to make a move quickly. Corki's already pushed into this turret, chipping away a bottom lane outer. Has the package available for a couple more seconds, I believe, all the way to about 5:15.
They're also sandwiched because they only just got mid-prio, so now there's no good way for them to retreat. They're forcing this though.
Forced initiation, but Braum is not the best initiation champion. Celestials don't have a good way to pick a fight. They really just have to wait for Nobles to come towards them. Alright, Kali's going to try and jump in first. There's the ultimate coming out.
Not really going to execute on anyone. Good explosive cast.
Really good explosive cast. Everyone is incredibly low, so now Novelist can try and fight back. Janna throws out the ultimate, keeping everyone alive. Everyone is so low. Corki trying to clean up. Pain. That's the Corki. Getting some good damage down. They pick up a single kill, but with everyone fleeing away, that opens up the Infernal Dragon.
Eris with the big explosive cast splits up the fight. Celestials, they don't know where to go. They get trapped between mid and bot, stuck in the river. Don't really have the proper lane priority. And Novelist there, very clean, very smart. Saw them use the Corki wave clear early on to just push up bot side and then make sure they had pressure to come in for the flank. Never really fully engaging, but always, you know, teasing a little bit. So it's the idea, right?
I think Novice are playing this really well. Like, understanding that if Celestials want to fight them, there is nothing they can do to start a fight.
Yeah.
Like, nothing. Graves can slide in. It's like, great, you're going to hit me with your shotgun?
The best you get is Justice Punch into taunt. Even then,
Galio is not a great initiation. That's why Galio is paired with a champion like Camille. Because that's a great initiation. Camille jumps in, then Galio follows up.
There was a time when Galio was a good initiator, when you could buffer your taunt with Flash. This was very long ago, right? Right now, he's very predictable.
Yep. Very difficult to engage with him. Your best option is Akali goes in with Galio or Braum Flash ultimates, and that's not even very optimal.
Well, that's what we saw just now, right? Young came in with the perfect execution, the first cast to get into the backline so that they could cast the hero's entrance, hero's engagement, you know.
Whereas Novelist, they have such a good comfort. Gragas can initiate on his own, so can the Camille. You got Orianna to follow up. And damage coming out from Corki, so very balanced here. Not quite sure what Celestials were trying to draft, but hopefully later in the match it kind of enlightens us. So Infernal Dragon did go over towards Nobles. They have a single kill. Rift Herald is now up.
Gragas bot side means they contest this Rift Herald here. If they can get the kill on the Galio, it makes it a lot easier. Oh, good ultimate coming from it.
Knocked it down. Taunt will come through. So much damage going towards Galio. Redemption not in time, so they're going to pick top side of the map.
Doesn't matter here, GA anyway, so they get the pick there, and now they can transition down to Rift Herald. I think Chingy might be overextended here. Yep, he's gonna hook shot out.
I'll just buy some time for that regeneration to come through so that Kate couldn't just knock the Guardian Angel off of Camille with one ultimate.
Also, do want to highlight that because Novelist has
a fight though. Akali's jumped in, good damage onto Orianna. Shield keeps him alive and still alive. They're continuing through, big knockback from Aris. Just Braum and Ezreal left in this skirmish. They're going to be forced to back away to Galio as Rift Herald should be picked up here by Novelist.
Yeah, Aris is 2 for 2 with awesome explosive casts, winning them these fights, splitting the core members apart. And despite this, Rift Herald,
True Shot Barrage comes through, but not too good against the Smite, which gives Chingy back enough hit points to continue through as well.
So, compared to that game 1 where they threw, this is exactly how it went, right? Strong early game tempo, good plays to take advantage of the opponent's missteps, getting the objectives and scaling slowly. They just need to make sure they close the game out properly. Noblers need to be able to close the game out properly. They were given a second chance. Upper bracket now into lower bracket. This is their second chance. They need to hold on tightly to it.
No more 600 hit point nexuses. No more running it down mid.
Items coming
No
in.
tears, only memes. That's
No
what we
tears,
want.
only memes. That's right.
Big fight bottom lane. They've locked down the Brom. They get a free kill. This turret is incredibly low as well. Nobble's still looking for more and more skirmishes, which suits their composition. And I think this is one of the few games that just feel like Celestials just lost their draft.
You can see what they were trying to do with like the first opening pick, right? So Ezreal, Braum, and Graves is kind of weird, but you can see they're trying to play the skill and team fight. And then they finish off with Akali, which, like I said, Akali is a pick that is very strong in general, but doesn't contribute to any synergy at all.
Yeah, once you go Graves in the jungle, it's very difficult to justify more no CC champions unless you have some very specific split push or poke-based composition. Because you used to see poke comps all the time. We don't need to engage. We will just make you annoyed with us to the point where you force a fight with no hit points.
Or you pick like a mid and top that are just brick walls, right? That allow you to play Graves, Ezreal front and back. Like with Braum, 3 of them just walk forward with the brick wall and they kill everything in front of them. The draft was a bit weird from Celestials this time, so Noblers, however, they're moving on to Cloud Dragon. It's 2 for them. Unless it's contested here by Celestials, no, should be taken away. Engaging on top of Ares. We've seen this before, right? The Gragas with Grasp of the Undying with Barrier does not die. He does not die.
Package is available for Pain. Trying siege bottom side of the map.
Normally when you have the package, I don't like when the Corki stands up obviously in front of them. I like him standing on the flank to cut them off instead, right? So this also signals that they're not looking for anything aggressive, but they could package in onto Yonk here and possibly get the kill.
He might go. Package is down, but they will lock down the Akali. Stuck inside Camille's ultimate. Fantastic movements around the map to go for the tower dive. And that's what you want to do when you have Camille.
Good enough, good enough. The idea is there, right? Even though the package is used. Forcing on this fight, you get 2-man taunted.
Taunt does come in. Ultimate from Brom will come through. Good damage. Takes out one of the carries. Pain. Last carry left standing. Knockback from Ares is good. Big body bop. But Pain really needs to get in with the damage. Guiding Edge is going to keep Camille alive. Coming back to life. Gatling gun coming through. Again onto Mystical. Only Nirko left alive. That's the ace coming in from Noblus.
3 for 3. This guy is serving drinks and knocking them down. Celestials, they had no idea what hit them when the explosive cast came in from Ares to re-engage these fights. And granted, you know, he's building tank, but he's actually holding the front line for his team so that the Corki, with its Gatling gun, is able to clean them up.
Well played. And that was the one time that we really saw Celestials comp kind of work. They killed Cryonix right off the bat. They almost took down Pain, which are the 2 damage dealers for the team. If they were able to do that, that might have been team fight over, but Pain was able to get back, was able to get a nice heal from over Dimedala, and then was able to re-enter the fight to clean it up.
We look at this how do I put it? This overall idea of the Janna, right? We were saying, oh, maybe Galio is better. Dimedala has played Galio in the past, but I'm kind of closer to seeing the value of the Janna here, because if Celestials don't one-shot the squishies, popping Monsoon resets the fight and allows them to heal up. So it's a big boon to, you know, these long-term sustained fights, especially now the fact that she's picked up the Ardent Sensor. She's probably going to be moving into a bit more AP, so the heals are going to stick to her more.
It's going to help out so much too. I mean, Camille will benefit from it as well. When sort of the heals or shields touch her, that's an extra 80 that she'd like to have. Attack speed too. Janna's amazing.
At least they didn't nerf the AP scaling.
Yes. It's been annoying as heck. Akali going to try and jump all the way in the back lines, but just die straight away. Brom with a follow-up engagement, not going to work. Just the punch comes through. It's going to be a big taunt. Only gets one. Just the front line of taking Ares with another nice knockback. Body bomb into 2. Man. Just looking so beautiful in these team fights. Camille chases down the last member. Double kill being picked up, and that is an ace on the top side of the map. And Baron is there for the taking.
It's the explosive cast that forces the re-engage on Ares' side, as well as the body slams that have been allowing Noblers to just come back in and re-engage. You can see every time Celestials engages, they're very close to killing off prime targets. Dimedala pops the Monsoon, they reset, and the Ares comes in for the re-engage. It's been that way for the past 3 fights. If Celestials can't see this pattern, they're not going to win this game.
All outer turrets have been taken down by the side of Nobus. They are over 10,000 gold ahead with Baron buff. And again, I don't think that Celestials have the composition that can fight their way back in. Akali tried to be the hero jumping in, and no ultimate came in.
As long as the Nexus is still alive.
Yeah, but look, look. I would say that if Celestials had some way to pick a fight, they don't. Their way of picking a fight is, if they're dead, we don't need to pick a fight.
If that happens,
They can't do it.
I'm leaving the broadcast.
The
but-
dragon
Okay,
has spawned.
that's fine. Nothing of value would have been lost. It's okay.
Ooh. And the burns from this old man.
Camille's gonna take down the dragon for the rest of the team. That's gonna give the Elder Dragon to take it later on. Two cannon minions slowly being walked over towards the mid lane inner turret. Big shockwave.
They don't have
Pulls
to fight
back
here.
one. Graves gets down very low. Pain taking quite a bit of damage to half his health.
They don't have to fight here, they can just poke. They're walking the top side and the bot side waves in. Ares is not gonna die.
Ares.
There's no way he dies here.
Knocks back one. The rest of the team joins up. Janna picks up the kill.
He's too tanky and he's too far ahead, right? Even the Galio, like...
This
even
this
Ares
honestly-
sees Galio doesn't kill him.
This honestly could be it, because that's a pick on over towards Galio, one of the tankiest members of Celestials. They're going to continue split pushing 3 different waves in. There's no way for them to defend all 3. Once they break the base, that's pretty much it. There's no more structures left standing. Even the jungler is happy to go one-on-one.
Okay. Flash forced out from Braum.
Yep, Brom forced the flash away.
Can't
Already
clear
on the Nexus. 600 hit points is the target to beat.
3,000 now on the Nexus. Novelist looking to walk this one in. You can see they're taking their time.
Yeah,
They don't
taking
want to
their
force
time.
this just
Not
yet.
going to force the fight or dive in for it anytime soon. They got more minions coming in. Baron buff has expired, but they pick a fight instead. 16,000 hit points. Janna going to pop the ultimate. Nexus finally goes down. Noblest, they find redemption today, and they'll be making it into the top 4.
Alright, you know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Oh, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And that's them learning from their mistakes, right? At least they didn't drop out the match. At least they learned from their lesson, you know.
Nope, they played
The
this
real
one
treasure
very
is
well.
the lesson we learned along the way, Noblest.
No, it's not. It's you know, it's winning the damn tournament.
And they did. Now they're in the top 4.
Could have been better.
Could have been better.
Could have been
says
higher
Fish.
seed. See, you always do better.
Oh, you sound like my mom and my dad.
Good. And that's a much better game coming out for Noblest. So they played that one start to finish very clinically, and were able to pick up the win here against Celestials. And
Again,
this,
it's the idea of them, you know, having these strong early game rotation, strong team fighting. The only mistake that they made in that one unfortunate game was closing it out, right? But beyond that, and you can see they were tilting after that. When it
And-
comes to the fundamentals, they're there.
I would be very curious what Celestials are trying to do with the composition. It just didn't quite make sense going to this game. But with that game done and dusted, let's go ahead and take a highlights. Look at the highlights from the match.
Not really gonna execute on anyone. Good explosive cast.
Really good explosive cast.
All
Everyone is
in.
incredibly low, so now Novelist can try and fight back. Janna throws out the ultimate, keeping everyone alive. Everyone is so low. Corki trying to clean up. Pain. That's the Corki. Getting some good damage down. They pick up a single kill, but with everyone fleeing away, that opens up the Infernal Dragon.
Ares with
Akali's jumped in. Good damage onto Orianna. Shield keeps him alive and still alive. They're continuing through. Big knockback from Ares. Just Braum and Ezreal left in this skirmish. They're going to be forced to back away to Galio as Rip Terror should be picked up here by Novelist.
yeah, Ares is right, even though the package was used. Forcing on this fight, they get 2-man taunted.
Taunt does come in. Ultimate from Braum will come through. Good damage. Takes out one of the carries. Pain. Last carry left standing. Knockback from Ares
Oh my
is good.
goodness,
Big
Ares.
body bop. But Pain really needs to get in with the damage. Guiding Edge going to keep Camille alive. Coming back to life. Gatling gun coming through. Again onto Mystical. Only Nirko left alive. That's the ace coming in from Novelist.
3 for 3. This guy is serving drinks.
Just
and
the punch comes through. It's actually a big taunt. Only gets one. Just
Here
the
comes
front
Ares.
line of Chicky. Ares with another nice knockback. Body
Oh
bomb
my
into
God,
2.
man.
Just looking so beautiful in these team fights. Camille chases down the last member.
Another
Double kill
ace.
being picked up, and that is an ace at the top side of the map. And Baron is there for the taking.
It's the lock this one in. You can see they're taking their time. They don't
Taking
want to
their
force
time.
this just
Not
yet.
going to force the fight or dive in for it anytime soon. They got more minions coming in. Baron buff has expired, but they pick a fight instead. 16,000 hit points. Janna going to pop the ultimate. Nexus finally goes down. Noblest, they find redemption today, and they'll be making it into the top 4.
Victory.
All right.
making their way back to make sure they get into the top 4, which will be played in the playoffs May 28th to 30th. This was the first Open Qualifiers for the Wild Rift Icon Series in Singapore. If you would like to sign up for the second qualifiers, head on over to iconseriessg.versusasia.com, where you can sign up all the way until Wednesday to play in next weekend's qualifier. I do hope that we see Celestials as well as Team OK sign up as well.
Yep, that's them revisiting, the qualifiers. It's gonna be good, especially if they learn from their mistakes. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there are some things that they can be fixed along the way, right? I look at Team OK. Even Lustrous in the chat was saying it's a very good effort, but overall, I think it comes down to how they manage objectives. The one big piece of advice I have for Team OK is when your opponents are committed to taking the objective, before that you need to decide already: are we fighting and contesting this, or are we just going to give it up and play across the map? A lot of times they just watch.
Well, with that, we can now take a look at the lower bracket results as well. Let's see how the teams fared today. It was Team BDD as well as Team NBL that eventually made it out of the lower bracket run. You see, Team OK had such a nice run all the way from the very first game.
Boy.
All the way to the final match of the lower brackets. Was not unfortunately able to make it. Team Celestial, same story here. All the way from the very first match, was not able to make it in the very final game. But they did get knocked down to the lower bracket by NBL as well. And that was a 2-1 that went in NBL's favor. So the Celestials, very close. Hope to see these two teams participate in the second qualifier, which will take place next week.
And of course, you have Alliance and Impunity also locking in their spots together with Team BDG and Team Noblesse. NBL for that first 4 in the playoffs.
Yep.
The next 4 teams will come through qualifiers too, which will be happening next week. Of course, like Fish mentioned,
they came through the upper bracket where we saw Alliance as well as Impunity just absolutely floor through. Had the bias to start the show, took down SGW, took down BDG, and then went into the finals. Then we also had Impunity Esports. Team OK was their first victory. They went up against Team NBL. Both were 2-0s, but the NBL game was a little bit closer than they would have expected, and they've secured their spots. So we'll see them on May 28th to 30th as well. And this has been the first week of the qualifiers for Icon Series, which is presented by 100 Plus, who will be sponsoring 3 months worth of 100 Plus to the 3 winners at the end of the Icon Series Singapore. On top of that, this has been organized by Elephant, the official partners of Riot Games for Icon Series in Singapore. And our official chair partner is Secretlab, who will be giving away 5 chairs to the winners of the entire Icon Series in Singapore, and also the chairs that we're sitting on right now.
Yep. Thank you again to our official chair partner, Secretlab, for making this happen. And any last words from you, Matthew? Coming out retirement casting this weekend of Wild Rift here in Singapore. Any thoughts? Any comments?
I got to drink a lot of 100 Plus. I'm happy.
Worth? Hashtag
yeah,
worth.
That's worth coming out of retirement. I'm on bottle 13, almost done.
Oh, Lee, really?
Yep, almost done with bottle 13. Oh no, there's one more down. No, it's up bottle 12.
12? Okay,
I didn't match my record.
Okay. By the time you leave, we'll make it even 15. So I think that's been it on behalf of the cast. This is Fish and his 100 Plus. I'm Hungry Cast. This is Fish. On behalf of production and everyone running the show, thank you so much for tuning in. Thumbs up from Fish. Thank you and have a good evening.
Look, you got me. No chance at just one glance to your glory. I needed it. Look at my path. Do you need anything? You can use me. I'm yours. Do you see anything? You wanna change arrangement?
you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.